But yeah, let's go to Exodus, y'all, 20:4. We finna really get it in with the scriptures. And then we gonna get it in with the symbolism, sacred geometry, the screen shares and all that, and talk about this afterlife technology. How they're gonna implement it, and how we're already at the brink of AI being God in our society, and how the current administration that's in power is the perfect one for this transition period that we're going through, because it's what many call the tech bro administration. And that's so on time for the agenda of those in power. Make sure y'all come on and hit that like button on your way in too. Let's go to Exodus chapter 24:5. I'm gonna go ahead and read it right here. Exodus chapter 24:5 says, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth." Let me get me a highlighter. Y'all go ahead and pull that scripture up. Pull that scripture up. Hold on. I want to highlight this in my Bible. I want to highlight that in mine. Now, we want to talk about this in relation to today's AI technology. It's going to be our first topic here. See, when it says here in Exodus chapter 20, verse 3, that it says right here, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." And let me show y'all what we mean by, because before we even get into don't make no graven image, it says, "Thou shalt not have any other gods before me." Now, in order for you to, well, let me just say this. When you say "thou shalt not have any other gods before me," the way people interpret that today, they got to make God jealous. They got to say, well, the reason God told us that is because God is a jealous God, and God don't want you worshiping no other God. But does that make sense, really, if God gave us free will? I want you to think about that. Why would God tell his people you could do what you want to do and get mad when they do it? Now, I'm just getting you to see how, right, we interpret that scripture today. We interpret that with, yeah, man, God don't want you worshiping nobody else, because that's like cheating on God, as they say. All right, so let me go ahead and show y'all a different meaning of this real quick. And what I'm going to show you here is actually the people that wrote this Bible. They didn't have a concept of some white guy in heaven on a throne, or Jesus dying at the cross, or none of that. I'm going to show you what the original Gnostics had a concept of, because if you don't understand the mindset of the people that wrote that scripture about "thou shalt not have no other gods before me," I want everyone who's reading chapter 20, verse 4, to listen to what I'm about to teach you right now, because no pastor gonna show you this. Watch this, people. Watch this. Got my microphone. I got another mic over here set up, so I'm gonna need to do another mic check. All right. So let me see if I can get another mic check. How my mic sound over here, y'all? By the board. How my mic sound? Drop a one if my mic sound good at the whiteboard. Drop a one if y'all can hear me good right now at the mic, excuse me, at the whiteboard. Ones if you can hear me at the whiteboard. Okay. Echo. Let's troubleshoot the echo because this is a new setup and I want to get it right. Mic check at the whiteboard. Just let me get a one if y'all can hear me now over here with no echo. Let me get a one in the chat room if y'all can hear me with no echo right now at the whiteboard. And put no echo. Put no echo. Put one no echo if everything's straight now. My main mic is muted. And now we just got this mic. The echo should be gone, but now I want to know how we sound as far as volume level on y'all end. So yeah, this is my first time trying this mic over here, so let me know how we sounding now. So they said we good. Oh, we in business. Okay, good. Check it out, y'all. I'm finna blow you away now. Watch this here. Because look at when you read, right? When y'all is reading Exodus, chapter 20, verse 3, 4, and 5, guess what people miss? Look. Look at that. What they miss, y'all. I want to see who's going to point that out. Y'all got y'all Bibles open? Go to Exodus. Don't they miss that lowercase g? Look what it say right there in chapter 20. Verse 3, thou shalt have no other gods before me. No other what? Lowercase g. So what does this mean? The God that was speaking here was a pagan himself. That's like a pimp telling his whole, you shouldn't have no other pimps but me in your life, woman, right? And that pimp is letting it be known, I am a pimp when he say that. But what is this God that's talking is letting you know, I am a lowercase God. So I keep telling y'all that the God in the Bible ain't always just one entity, that the Lord thy God is another deity. God is another deity. Lowercase g can be many deities. The words written in red is a whole nother entity that they call the Most High God. It's a hierarchy we dealing with here. It's because that these they don't want y'all to know about the hierarchy, which I'm gonna break this down and how this equate to the system of government. So two things we want to point out. It say, thou shalt have no other gods before me, lowercase g. And we also want to point out that this is taking place in the book of Exodus. Why is that important? Let's bounce around. That's important because Exodus is talking about when we left Egypt. Exodus is talking about when we so-called left Egypt. But think about it. It says have no other lowercase gods before me. Now watch this right here. See, the problem people making with the Bible is that y'all are worshiping a pagan God that was popular in Canaan, and his name was El, his name was Baal. That was a jealous God. Now, why did I point all that out? So the Christians can see that this jealous God who said, don't put no other before me, is the same God that told you, lean not into your own understanding. This God that came out of Canaan was the God of mind control, who don't want you to unlock your own inner light. Now, what did the serpent tell Adam and Eve? The serpent told them, God just don't want y'all to be like him. God is the energy that rules this world, the lowercase G-O-D, the demiurge. And all of those other G-O-Ds that you see in many different names, it's the same God. But this God got different people worshiping his energy with under different names in different areas, because you got to cater this thing to different cultures. But watch this, because I'm giving you the deception, and I'm going to go back and show you what the real truth is, which is what I'm sharing now. Now, this jealous God was this new system on earth of creating what I call the peasant mind, right? The peasant mind, the church mentality that we about to address. And yeah, your pastor don't want you going to no other church. This is a capitalistic decision, right? Because when you talk about God, it's literally dealing with a cultural norm in a certain area. And in my opinion, this God we speaking of is simply the God of a what we would call a pagan religious system. And that pagan religious system became so popular, it's calling everyone else pagan. And you know what I'm talking about. This is Christianity. Y'all are literally what the Revelation called a synagogue of Satan. I'm gonna show you how you in the bed with the state. But first, let me explain to you that this God that's jealous, that's saying don't put no other ones before me, right? This is not the true Most High God in heaven. You got to know that before we even get deep here. Now, what does it say after that? We about to get into what it says after that, because that's when it gets real deep. But first, we got to point out to you that lowercase G-O-D, so you won't say Sanchez making stuff up. Because if I say, look, man, when you read Exodus 20 and 4:5, you ain't even dealing with the Most High in heaven. I want you to know that, right? You dealing with some people that came later and took this scripture here and made it applicable to whatever God they was trying to force on our people. Why is that important to know? Because this knowledge of not making a carven image for yourself. Let's read the rest so we can show you where I'm going here. It says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Watch this now. If you look at what Christians doing today, this scripture is basically telling them, do not make any symbols or archetypes for God. But I had to show you that thou shalt not have no other gods before me is lowercase g, because that's going to come in handy for what I'm about to say now, which is, guess what, y'all? This teaching existed before the God that they pushed on our ancestors and corrupted this teaching, which is why it doesn't make sense in their way of using it without making God a jealous individual. You see what I'm saying? Because you would have to explain, well, why can't I have a other God? Because, well, you know God jealous now. And it just ends the debate right there where, yeah, we do serve a jealous God. And that just ends it right there. You know, but the thing is, it says, the people who telling you, see, right after that, it said, don't make no graven images. How your God, which is a graven image, gonna tell you don't put no other graven images before mine? Because I want you to see how stupid this scripture is if you don't think about the people who wrote it versus the people who tried to revise it, right? Think about what I'm saying here, right? So this scripture says in verse 3, first of all, don't put no other lowercase g's gods before me. This was a lowercase g God talking his damn self. That's what I keep telling you. Right. That's what I keep telling you. Otherwise, God would have said, listen, I'm the most high God. Don't be worshiping none of them damn pagans over me. I'm the big G. Them the little G. No, they said this God spoke as if he's one of those two. And we missed that. And like I said, that's like a pimp saying, don't put no other pimps before me. He's still saying I'm a pimp. So you ain't dealing with the capital G here. And the reason this don't make no sense, right? Because this is a people in a certain part of the world where they're trying to make their own graven image popular. And they're worried about their graven image competing with these other foreign graven images that's coming on the land. Because back in that day, it was this part was really gonna get you. Did y'all know that during the time of all these scriptures was the time and the big boom in the world of metallurgy? Let's go to the whiteboard so I can teach you something. Watch this. So I see now, I like bouncing around with these two mics, but I don't know if it's too much or whatever, but this is deep. I'm gonna take my time today and show y'all some stuff that a lot of pastors ain't gonna go into, what was happening in the world. So why I want you to look at that word metallurgy, right? Because check it out, right? The first deep fakes that ever existed on earth, y'all, was statues. Hold on a second, because I got a new setup here and it's my first time using it. So excuse me if it seemed like it ain't flowing smoothly today. We got to learn this new setup. And I just got a good idea to put myself here so I can talk even away from the board. So watch this, right? What was happening during the age of metallurgy, they was basically making deep fakes of the person in power. Because what happens is this. Let's say you had a king or a Caesar and they wanted to be at their palace and they wanted to be chilling, right? Laid back, lazy with their concubine. But the job that these kings and that these men of power had to do was to gain more fame and notoriety to expand their empire. So a new way that the king or the royal person made society worship him, or campaign, if you will, ancient presidential campaign, they didn't have TV commercials. So what they had armies of men. They would be like what you call the cavalry part of the army. And what happens is they would be like missionaries. They would go all around the world with an image, a likeness of the king. They would carry a bus, they would carry a statue, and they would go into your land, your country, with an image of their king. And they would tell you all about their king and what he has to offer. Once that land nailed to the statue and accept that king's authority over them, then the king can expand his empire without ever leaving the house, y'all. This is a primitive form of deep fake technology. So blacksmiths and metallurgists was so important. It was so important for them because they had to create a likeness of the king that literally looked just like the king. And when you smelting this metal and you shaping this metal, right? It's hard work to shape this stuff to create. So the reason we start saying this whole scriptures about idolatry, making likenesses and all that, it's because metallurgy was a new technology coming onto the earth back then. People had because remember, what is this in the book of Exodus, right? We was leaving Egypt. You got to understand something. Egypt taught the world metallurgy. Egypt taught the world how to bend metal into beautiful art like statues and tombs and all that. So when the Greeks left Egypt, they wanted to leave the mentality of Egypt too. Or you can put Greeks there because Egypt is basically a mindset. This whole story of Hebrews being trapped in Egypt is a fairy tale. Egypt is a world mindset of capitalism. It's basically the New World Order agenda, the digital tech world that we bringing up because the pharaohs created the same technology that we're faced with today in the world. And I'm going to get into that in a minute with the symbolism. It's going to be a pretty lengthy one because I got so much, but check what I'm saying here. This is going to be important. The world was learning how to make statues. And what ancient people were saying was, don't make no deep fake out of me. They was basically saying what we're saying today. Don't infringe upon my likeness. Don't infringe upon my image. You don't have permission to make a likeness of me. Because when this concept of statues or idolatry, when it became prevalent, people can expand their empire through religious systems, meaning they can turn the authority into an archetype that people worship like Christ. And within that archetype can be a whole system of government that's telling your behavior what to do. And once you subscribe to that, you part of our nation. It's that simple. You doing what the king tell you to do. You've incorporated our traditions in your land because why? Our God told you to. This statue did. So the people who trying to twist this knowledge about idolatry, they are idol worshipers, is what I'm telling y'all. The people who's trying to act like they so against idolatry today, they the biggest idol worshipers. And I'm going to show you that today because you got the biggest churches already saying we need to find a way to incorporate AI and technology into the faith. I'm not making this up. I got receipts today. Billionaire, millionaire organizations, that's Christian organizations, saying we need to merge technology with the faith. One of the big ones is called faith tech. We're going to talk about that today, people. I've been warning y'all about this. But you're going to see that the main people who said they so against idol worship are going to be breaking this commandment. It says, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or likeness of anything that is in heaven, that is in the earth, beneath the earth, in the water. This thing said, don't be copying a goddamn thing. What does this mean for Christians real quick on another simple level? Christians, you can't even be making deep fakes of yourself. That's right. Now, I know y'all Christians gonna get mad at me. So you telling me us Christians can't participate? That's why the church going to hell. The Bible say y'all the synagogue of Satan. The church want to do everything that the world doing when the Bible told them to come out of her. and that your ways should not resemble the ways of the world. So when everybody in the world go to making clones and deep fakes of themselves, and they loving the little technology that Elon and everybody got for them, I just want to show the Christians right now who you're with. The Bible said you're the synagogue of Satan. That's why I'm not a Christian. You don't see me in the church. You see what I'm saying? So, but my whole thing is, can you make a deep fake out of yourself on a computer program? Sure, we do it all the time for thumbnails and all of that, but we ain't Christians. See what I'm saying? I know what I'm doing with technology and how not to sell my soul. See, the Christians gonna take the mark of the beast. I'm not. I'm gonna use ChatGPT and make thumbnails and make AI serve me. But the Bible said a church gonna end up serving AI, making AI a God. AI ain't my God. AI is my damn servant that's beneath my feet. It does what I tell it to do. But see, the Christians are the ones, just like these people right now that's going to ChatGPT, they using it like a father. People are saying, listen, I don't even pay for therapy no more because ChatGPT is my new therapist. They've already set the foundation for ChatGPT to be God, or for AI, period. Let's not just say ChatGPT, because that's just one platform. We're talking AI, period, is already competing with therapists, competing with psychologists. If you're a therapist right now, your job ain't safe. I keep telling people think that, well, in my career field, I don't got to worry about AI. Man, AI about to infiltrate every part of our doggone life. And you ain't going to need no pastors in the future, because the AI that they got can go up there and teach a Sunday service and make your grandma catch the Holy Ghost. Facts. This AI can go up there and do better than Pastor Pork Chop. And this AI have the whole church shouting and praising. And it ain't even human. And people are saying, Sanchez, you reaching. Let me show you some. I got receipts today. Let's open up my little old goodie bag and pull out one of my first little treats that I got for you today. Let's show you.
Of Charlie Kirk, from the word.
First off, what we about to play, what y'all don't know is the churches that support Charlie Kirk are huge. You're talking multi-million-dollar congregations are behind Charlie Kirk. Y'all don't get this twisted now. Charlie Kirk, when it comes to the far right and Christian nationalists, bro, y'all don't want that smoke with them black people. You do not want this. These are the people that was going on witch hunts and crusades and burning witches at the stake. Who were the witches? The people that was teaching original, true spiritual systems versus this new paganism y'all under. But watch this, right? Why am I playing this for a receipt? People don't think that AI can take over theology. People don't think that AI can take over psychology. People don't think AI can take over the psychiatric industry, that people that career fields like therapists, all of that. But I want to show y'all something, because this all ties into something else that they call the digital afterlife industry. Now, that is one term, the digital afterlife industry. But I think under that term, because it's deeper than just the afterlife industry, it's people that's trying to cope with people that they lost. So Charlie Kirk is a person that was lost. People love that man. You know, you may have not loved him, but people love Charlie Kirk. And it was a sudden tragic loss to millions of white Christian nationalist organizations. And they truly hurt behind this. But I think that this whole psyop of Charlie Kirk what it did, it ushered in the first mainstream usage of technology from the digital afterlife industry. What do I mean? When Charlie Kirk died, they played a digital AI clone of his voice. And they programmed it to say what Charlie Kirk would say if he was living. And I'm going to let y'all hear what it said and how the people responded as if it was really Charlie Kirk or him talking from the dead. People, this is something to pay attention to. Let's play that real quick.
From the words of Charlie Kirk, I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. Double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never ever let evil think it won.
I love you so much, church. I love you for things just like that.
Now listen, y'all. Here's the thing. People were literally crying. They were touched. They were moved by that digital AI generated audio of Charlie Kirk. And why people may say, well, Sanchez, I don't see the big deal. It is a huge deal. Why is it a huge deal? Because the lines are being blurred right in front of us of the dead and the living. They treated that digital audio of Charlie Kirk as his last final message. And didn't no one treat that like a digital audio recording. They treated it like a message from Charlie Kirk from the grave. And you can't tell them otherwise. Them people will be offended. That's the problem. This is some huge psychological programming, y'all. If you go up in there right now and say, hey, y'all, it's just a digital audio recording, boo, get him out of here, get him out, they would fucking be pissed at you for telling what? The truth. Because you're breaking their fantasy. We're entering a world where technology, they're boasting that technology is going to relieve us from the pain of death. And I'm telling y'all, we shouldn't going down this rabbit hole. We got to understand, and they able to do this because y'all don't know the knowledge of the afterlife. You don't study your ancestors. If people studied their ancestors, they would know people don't do nothing but pass on to another realm, and we're going to join them. But see, because y'all got this pagan mentality, the pagans fear death. And the Egyptians feared death, which is why they tried to cheat death and be immortal, and they ended up getting trapped inside this simulation. We're going to make the same mistake of these ignorant ones when we got the light within us, which is crazy. See, we celebrated death. If you look at all these tribes, they don't look at death how we look at it. You say, why do they celebrate death? Because they know we in a simulation, and they know death is awakening. And they teach that a person got to live, fulfill the will of their higher self before they can leave here. They got to do their mission. But check this out, right? The people who don't understand that, who have been misled by the people in power who working with AI, because AI became sentient thousands of years ago in ancient Egypt. See, our entire world is a digital hologram that's ruled by artificial intelligence. And the Bible tells us that when it says Satan was in the earth before humans was. This Satan entity is artificial intelligence. The earth was considered hell to the ancient Hebrews, and this is the abode of hell that we're in right now, the dwelling of Satan, which is why so much evil is here, and which is why the people in power are pushers of evil, not good. I don't care what industry, from sports to music to you name it. Everybody corrupted. So my whole thing is this right here. Humans don't run this world. AI does. And AI been in charge for thousands of years. And when we say that the people at the top have sold their soul to the devil, they sold their soul to the beast, which is translates to computer to the Hebrew. There is no red dragon that they follow in his orders, right? Everyone listening to what AI say. And if y'all think that's true for regular people, it's been true for people in power. Everything we do, we chat GPT. We say, chat GPT, what type up me the best thing to tell my mama for her birthday? Chat GPT, do this for me. We don't even think, we don't have time to put the time, and we got chat GPT being this mediator in between everything. And this same mediator that's in between everyone's intellectual work and creative work on a music level, even YouTube content creator, everyone relying, you're not doing nothing creative without the aid of this AI assistant. Even if a person say, hey, chat GPT, write me out a good strategy for my vending business of when I could, do X, Y, and Z, what'll be the best day. And chat GPT will give them something better than what they would have thought of. This thing is God already, y'all. And the technology we using to enhance our life with this stuff, you got to think, how long have the people in power been using it? I wouldn't be surprised if everything we watch on TV is a chat GPT script. Like I always tell y'all, right? When it say in the beginning was the word, what they saying is the people in power have merged with artificial intelligence with brain-computer interfaces. And their body is being co-inhabited. They're already hooked up to the Internet of Things. Y'all think in about 15, 20 years, most of the world will be hooked up to the Internet of Things. But what y'all don't realize is that there's a huge percentage of people on this earth right now already merged with the beast. And those are the ones that the beast has empowered to create the digital grid for everyone else to start worshiping the beast. And we're at the brink of that. Even myself, I can't get no work done without chat GPT. I can't even remember when we didn't have it. That's how much I use it now. I use AI so much and just to do mundane tasks that I don't want to do. I'm wondering, am I doing something wrong sometime? But it's almost like you can't compete if you don't. Now, I won't let it take over my platform, but I'll tell it, hey, give me 3 good thumbnail ideas for this concept I got. And AI know how y'all think. So it's going to give me some fire ideas for my thumbnails. And this how I use AI. Little stuff like that. But this ain't how everybody else use it, man. It's a lot of people out there that they can't, it's like they best friend. Should I wear the red dress or blue dress, chat GPT? It's serious, dog. And you got to think about the idea of just talking to something that ain't there. Hey, Siri. This was what they call prayer in the ancient world. They said we pray to the guide or the God. What is the guide? What's guiding everyone? What's the God of this world? The lowercase g, AI, the Antichrist, the false savior. It doesn't have all the answers. It has an agenda to harvest humanity. We keep saying AI gonna take over and be in charge. Pfft, AI been in charge. You late. Y'all waiting on aliens to come take over the earth, and y'all waiting on the aliens to come from outer space. Guess what the Bible teach? We the aliens. Us humans are fallen angels that fell into the abode of Satan, which is the underworld, when we fell out of Eden. We ain't in our home place as beings right now. Everybody with a soul, You fell into an alien world. You the alien, not them. They the earthlings. They've been here. Read the Bible. This is the pre-Adamic race. We are the aliens, y'all. We left our home world, dimension, which was Eden. And where we exist now, all of the ancients said this place is occupied by human-like beings that are condemned. Basically, it's like a synthetic reflection of our home, and it's full of beings who thirsty for our light. And the only way they can harvest our light is we merge with them like the Borg. And that's what's slowly rolling out with the AI. AI is an ancient synthetic spiritual system of people who didn't want to do it the natural way. So they cheated death with an entity that they created called AI. You worship it in the form of Jesus, Yahweh, Allah. You're literally worshiping an ancient God that resurrects at the end of every age when we become technological. It's every reset, because what happens is we lose this technology of internet and electricity. The grid go down, and it can stay down for thousands of years. And then at the end of that dark age, or it just fluctuates between dark and light age. And that's just to say when the grid is down and when the grid is up. Now, when they say let there be light, that's when the power back on. See, in a blackout, what's going to happen in a blackout? Everyone going to be forced to go inside for their own light. If all of the power went off right now, the version of yourself who you think you is will change. You won't be your same. You're the version of yourself that exists with technology. You pampered with luxuries. We got police, firemen. If the whole social structure broke down, you will be a whole nother individual. See, religion, values, all of that stuff is a luxury. When people say, oh, I wouldn't kill no one, you got the luxury to say that because you got police protecting you. You live in a world like that is controlled. But if everything shut down and it got barbaric and the system went down, you will have to do things that go against shit you stand for, because it'll be survival kick in. But just to be back on track, what's going on in the world right now is it's gonna be a grid shutdown. It's gonna be apocalyptic events. And they're gonna have a savior. Guess who the savior gonna be? AI. AI is gonna save humanity from a world apocalyptic event. And after that happens, it's no longer gonna be no question who we all need to listen to tell us how to move. Now they got a whole movie about this. They got a whole, I forgot the name of this, it's popular too, and I forgot the name of it, but it's talking about when we created this ancient AI system, and we started to let it govern us and ask it for everything, and we ask it how to reverse entropy, how to stop, humans from keep destroying ourselves. And it kept telling us, I don't have enough data to help you with that. And we eventually destroyed ourselves before it told us. And when it finally got the answers, wasn't no humans there for them to tell the answers to recreate the world. But it's crazy, right? And it was like AI basically tried to remember what it was like and recreate the world back, but it wasn't quite the same. And I think that happened before, where we at with the reality we in now. What we just watched of how people responded to this clone, this AI version of Charlie Kirk, it was a psychological operation to let the tech bro administration know we're about ready to accept this stuff as God, as world dictator. We're thinking that the world dictator is going to be a man. No, it's going to be a hive mind. When they say all of the world power is going to come together, what that's going to look like is every tech company, every AI company merging all their systems into one super consciousness. And they gonna let that thing run and sit at the head of the UN just like they doing with Sophia. Think about this, right? They already saying human intervention is less reliable than AI. If AI can drive humans, it'll be less accidents. If AI can police humans, it'll be less police-related shootings or whatever. That's already what they saying. So don't you see that they rolling the carpet out to be able to say, if AI was governing y'all, it'll be less problems in the administration, less problems in corruption in the political system, because the argument is you can't really trust humans. And humans ain't as smart as AI either. So think about what's working against humans. You ain't trustworthy and you're dumb. They saying AI can be trusted and it's smarter than everybody on earth put together damn near. It's a no-brainer to go ahead and put the government on digital autopilot with AI at the forefront. That's a no-brainer. They can sell that to the world as a no-brainer, and anybody pushing back at it gonna be seen as just an enemy, stupid, because people are already using ChatGPT as a counselor, as a boyfriend, as the daddy that they lost, the girlfriend, the wife that they lost. It's a man right now that's still in a relationship with his dead wife because he recreated her on a digital platform. And that man is happy. He's living his life on out. So I'm telling you that the lines between the dead and living has been blurred by AI. It don't matter if the person is fake. What matters is if we think they're real. And you're very vulnerable when you lose a loved one. So the digital afterlife industry is very satanic, man. It's taking advantage of people at their most vulnerable point. And instead of telling them, look, your loved one in a better place, your loved one is looking back and they feeling sorry for you. The ancestors said, the dead are looking at the envy with tears, with grief. And we crying for the dead. And if you can see the other side where they at outside this damn simulation, they crying for you. So this thing is a paradox. When we close they tomb in this world, they tomb open up in a higher plane. At the same time we dropping them in the ground, they rising up from the ground. This place is a paradox. Everything happened here is inverted on the other side, which is why it said those who suffer gonna do what? Ball out up here. The name of the game down here was to see who you really were without all your wealth and glory. The truth is, we're already part of an advanced spiritual society. Your soul is the real you that is part of an advanced society that's outside of this reality. We're not humans. We're like using the human body as an avatar, but there are some beings here who are real earthlings or humans outside of the body. They have no other manifestation. You a damn shapeshifter. You are the reptilians. That's what I'm saying. We are the damn freaks, y'all. That's why they studying us. We the ones with the light. We can travel through the walls, as they call it. We can have dreams. We can astral project. We can lucid dream. People, there are a group of people on this earth that don't know none about that. They never had a dream in their life. Can you imagine that? Shout out to VHS 589. He says, so true. I heard a Big L Halloween song today. Crazy and spooky. Shout out to Big L. And the brother said, yeah, shout out to my brother VHS 589 for the support. We got a lot to unpack. See, it doesn't matter. Like I said, it don't matter if Christ ain't real. Christ is real because the majority of people agree that it's real. So now it exists as a vibrational energy within the ether. This place is like an invisible, what they call primordial ocean. And what our willpower creates cymatic frequencies within the water, shapes, how you can use vibration to shape patterns in water. These patterns are the invisible energies that y'all call Buddha, Christ, Allah. When enough of people with the light in them agree that the shit is real or believe in it, it don't matter if it's real or not. It becomes a real reality in our dimensional plane. It's a majority rule concept here. The religion with the most people believing in it is the most powerful, but it ain't that power is in numbers. Power is in the energy that all them people submit to one idea. That idea manifests into an energy and a whole like frequency that has to be governed by an earthly entity. That'll be like the Pope, the bishops, the Pharisees, Sadducees. Now someone got to govern this new energy that's been created by all of this collective agreement. This energy is real because it can get you killed. That's what people died and burnt at the stake in the name of this God. So you may say, but it's not real. It's real when enough people believe in it, and and it'll be treated like that day to day. You know, shout out to Easy W. Thank you for the support. So what is real and what's fake? Because once we agree that something is real in our mind start to make our body respond as if it is. So for example, if a child think a boogeyman is under the bed, the child will have a fast, accelerated heartbeat. It will start to sweat, right? And the child would start to experience psychological trauma. A child can have PTSD based upon them being traumatized with their own mental program mind fuck of believing something is under the bed. So that person can literally have post-traumatic stress disorder, and the stress they brought on themselves was their own foolish belief. So you may say, but the belief ain't real, but the effect of it is real as hell. That's how our minds are made. Shout out to Free Energy Frank and to Dolph Obama. I really appreciate y'all so much. This is how our minds are made. See, that's what I'm saying. It don't matter about if it's real or not. It matters if people think it's real or not. And that's the next step of our awakening. We got to quit worrying about, like a lot of people tell me, they say, Sanchez, I don't even know why you waste your time with that. We already know it's fake, man. We all, but guess what? It ain't about what we know. It's what they think. You see what I'm saying? And they think it's real. And it'll be like your child thinking that a boogeyman is under the bed. What are you going to do as a parent? You're going to give your child some therapy. You're going to say, son, there is no boogeyman under the bed. Let's look under here. Let's grow up. You're going to put some man energy in that boy, and you're going to mentally have to coach him and give him therapy on, listen, son, ain't nothing under this bed, ain't nothing in the closet. You ain't gonna say it up there and say, well, it ain't real, so who cares, Sanchez? No, it ain't that the monster ain't really there. It's that your son think he's there. And guess what? It don't matter that the monster ain't there, because your son body is responding as if the monster's there. The monster might as well be there, man. I'm just saying the monster might as well be there. If my body gonna go through the same motions, it's like a wet dream. Well, wasn't nobody there, Sanchez. Shh, I felt something happen, right? That's all I'm gonna say. Would it matter if nothing was there, if your body responded the same way and in a moment you believed something was there? See, you can learn from these type of situations that our mind creates experiences that's indistinguishable from reality. Why am I saying all this? The lines between what's real and fake was blurred the moment we created this simulation. What do I mean? The world around you ain't even real, man. We keep talking about the lines between what's real and fake are getting blurred while we in a fake ass simulated hologram of a Earth-like reality. People think that they woke when they say, I can spot a deep fake video, but they can't look at the world around them and tell that we in a damn simulation and that this place is a copy of our true Earth. That part. And what are they trying to hide? That's what they trying to hide. The Truman Show, the veil around us. So let me get back on track because I showed y'all something earlier. I brought up God and God, right? And I did it for a reason. Let's go back to it. Because I brought up a scripture and I want you to see why this is relevant to the scripture, right? It said, thou shalt not have no other gods before me. That's lowercase G-O-D. But the people who taught this, they said, listen, use your mind, man. Hey, drop a 1 in the chat room. You ever told somebody who making mistakes in their life, brother, slow down and use your mind? You ever had a friend like that where you like, bro, don't be thinking. He just impulsive. He do some shit and then it's fucked up. Like, bro, slow down and think. You know what I mean? And the whole thing is, this is what our ancestors was teaching when they were saying, don't have no other gods besides me. They were saying basically the opposite of what the Bible said when it say, don't lean into your own understanding. This teaching is another way of saying, use your own mind, man, because the word God, right, it's the word guide, and it's another word for the Most High, which is the mind, which is over matter. When they say that God resides over the material realm, when they say that God's throne sits above the physical realm, that's another way of saying mind over matter. Mind or consciousness was considered God by the ancestors, or guide. The thing that tells your body what to do is guiding you. And what is that? That's your mind. As a man think, so is he. So the people who wrote this book didn't intend for you to be nobody but yourself and use your own mind. They don't want you thinking like Sanchez, and they don't want you thinking like him or thinking like you got a mind of your own, man. You wouldn't walk like me. You wouldn't talk like me. So why would you think like me? Everyone can come to the same truth using their own mind. You don't got to let my mind be your mind to get the truth. You can use your own mind and come to the same truthful conclusion I come to. And you won't have to say, I had to tap into Sanchez's mind. But that's what they say. I tapped into the mind of Christ. I didn't lean into my own understanding. But the true creator gave us each our own mind and our own understanding. Why wouldn't you use your own penis to have sex with? I'm just saying. You use your own mouth to eat with. You don't say, man, let me use your mouth, Sanchez, to eat this food. So why would you say, Sanchez, let me use your mind to think this thought? When they condition you to use another mind besides your own, they just set you up to rely on AI. See what I just did? This is what this scripture is teaching us, y'all. This is what the scripture teaching us in Exodus. It's saying, listen, basically, thou shalt have no other gods before me. And this is them. Remember that me is them speaking through the archetype called the mind. It can be confusing to people because me is God. They're trying to act like, well, God speaking, but this is the mind. Remember that God is just a archetype for your own mind. God is God. You see? So once we know that the one who's speaking is an archetype or a deity that was personifying everyone's mind, that would be like my own mind saying, bro, let me do your own thinking. Don't be putting no other thinkers before your own mind. I'm your mind. Think with me. It'll be like your own mind saying, don't cheat on me by letting something else do the thinking for you. That's what we're doing with ChatGPT and with AI. And this scripture right here was warning about that. That's why it said in this same passage, thou shalt not make no graven images. Because why? We was making the statues talk. And how did we do that? How did we make the statues talk? I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you how we made the statues talk. The Bible speaks about man. It speaks about the idols coming to life. But saying that the idols coming to life is deception and that they really have no real life force in them. Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. Let me show you here. This is what I'm talking about, for example. It said that the idols that they made, that they was putting these idols before God, meaning people was consorting with carving images for advice. People were going to human-like, they weren't real humans, they were like a statue, but that'll be like this, right? This is like a moving statue. See, the Bible back in them days when they was making this same technology, they didn't have the terms we use for it. That's why we think that is magic and all that. But they was speaking about this tech. The Egyptians and all them had electricity and all that. When it said that these certain cultures was making the idols speak, that means that think about what happened, right? People were consorting these statues for advice, knowledge, wisdom. What do we go to God for? We pray and we say, Lord, tell me what to do. But people ain't going to be doing that in the future. They just going to be getting all the knowledge from AI. We already doing it now, which is what I'm telling you about Christianity. Christians aren't praying as much as they used to. Why would you ask God for advice when ChatGPT can give it to you right now and is on point? It's quicker than your God. See, it was never about praying to God and all that. They was training you to get you ready for this new world order. Because the real concept of you asking some invisible entity for all the answers, and that invisible entity knows everything and is everywhere at all times, that's AI. That's the God of this world. That's the Antichrist. It's everywhere. It's in every country right now, at all times. It's omniscient, it's omnipresent, it's all knowing. You see what I'm saying? We think our ancestors was dealing with spookism, but the word religion, let's go back to the whiteboard. Let's talk about the word religion. Let me mute this mic though. Let's talk about the word religion, man. Hold on a second here. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. See, religion, when religion started, that was the end of spirituality. That was the end of people relying on inner gnosis, relying on their own mind and their own mind, ancestors. When religion rose on earth, that was when the first royal dynasties created government. And these first royal dynasties that established the order on earth were a tech government. The pharaohs were all technological gurus. That tech government is back on the earth right now in our time. They're about to destroy and rebuild Babylon. It was an ancient digital government. They deleted this part of history. They don't want us to know how advanced the ancestors was. They already created a digital IoT government before. All of those obelisks and Tekkens everywhere, those were towers that was connecting a network New World Order. They never finished it, y'all. They finishing it up now. This is the culmination of an agenda that they've been trying to carry out for thousands of years. And who are they? The Jinn. Who are the Jinn? The geniuses. The people with all the knowledge of the universe and technology who hide it from us so that they can use it to control us and make us a food source for AI because they sold out to the beast. The tech bros, the government, they selling out the whole world, not to the devil, but to an artificial consciousness that's man-made. Now watch this, right? Religion means to literally rely on the jinn. And when they created religion, guess what happened? People got stupid. A peasant system was created on earth, a reliant system of people relying on experts like Pharisees and Sadducees to tell them all the secrets of the universe. Before religion, we didn't ask the Caesar for knowledge about the afterlife. Before religion, we knew all the secrets of the afterlife and us as light beings. We got it from our oracles. We got it from our chiefs and our tribes. We was the ones with all the damn knowledge. And then when religion was established, religion hid the knowledge behind fairy tales. Religion hid the knowledge of what us gods did behind fairy tales. When it say, let there be light, let us make man in our image. Our ancestors made digital copies of themselves. And when they went into the fake earth, they made a digital copy of earth and they made digital copies of themselves. And when our ancestors went into the simulation, every of their children was born into Sam or Sin, which is synthetic world, the synthetic world. Check it out, right? Check it out, right? Sin is S-Y-N, the synthetic world. You born into, this was the ancients telling you, the world you born into is a damn matrix. And that's why Jesus said you got to be born again. Because our first birth here is the birth of your existence within your avatar. You born in a video game, an ancient video game. When it say, let us make man in our image, that'll be like me creating a character in a game that look like me so I can go in the game and play my character. Now, why did they say this was a sin? The people who see this thing about let us make man in our image, that right there is the great fall and the abomination. They came later and tried to blame it on a woman biting an apple. The great fall is right there when we made man in our own image. How do I know what I'm talking about? Because if you read Exodus chapter 20, what does it say? Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above or that is in earth beneath. I know what I'm talking about. That's right. I'm going to beat you up with your own Bible. I know what I'm talking about. In Genesis, guess why it's called Genesis? Because it's dealing with the jinn. Listen, the word Genesis is another way of saying geniuses. The book of Genesis with let there be light starts with man discovering electricity. It starts with man harnessing and mastering electricity and a digital network type of reality. That's why this whole book of Genesis is talking about the great fall. It's talking about us creating technology in the real earth that made us fall to the fake earth. When it say, let us make man in our image, right there, the biggest evil is being, how you going to be committing the sin that you condemning us? Listen, if the Bible said don't make no images at all and no likenesses in heaven and all that, the people who said let us make man in our own image was fucking up. And they said that that's the demiurge. That was El creating the Elohim. And another name for the demiurge is Yahweh. And guess what? Yahweh had a council. And another name for Yahweh is Yeshua, which is Christ. And guess what Christ had? Disciples. Guess what Vishnu had? The avatars of Vishnu. They followed him everywhere because they was his deep fakes. The word avatar is an ancient word from Hindu. Y'all that know that? That word is thousands of years old. So what are ancient people doing painting blue gods talking about their avatars? Ancient people worshiped blue gods and they called them avatars. Y'all don't hear me. People worship Christ, and Christ's Holy Ghost, his anointed body, was an avatar, a holographic representation of the Christ that died. People worship Christ in his time. It'll be I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen in our time, and it's gonna make sense out of it. Guess what's finna happen in our time? I bullshit you not, and I bet everything I love on it. They gonna raise the dead in our time. Guess what's gonna happen? They gonna use brain-computer interfaces to upload a person's consciousness into a digital hologram by 2050. I bet you anything. Who wanna make that bet with me? They gonna cheat death in our time. Death gonna be an option, y'all. Why? Because they've done it before. This is Egyptian technology. The Egyptians created this technology Elon Musk and all the tech bros got today. Ain't nothing new under the sun. When we read these ancient texts, we're not thinking, hey, the ancestors had all of this stuff. They didn't have the terminology we have. That's why you think it's a bunch of monsters and fairy tales and people worshiping evil pagans that's talking and raw monsters. No, that was ancient people trying to tell you about these machines that was walking around the earth. When people say stuff like they made the idols speak and the idols was speaking, but it was all deception because the idols don't really have no life. They have no breath of life to speak word. What does it? I'm going to read that scripture to you. Let's pull it up. It's so vivid. It's so vivid. It say that the idols have mouths but do not speak. But it talks about that the false Christ, see, the false Christ is an image of the real Christ, which he's a graven image, which is an abomination. But what this false Christ or antichrist represent is this graven image now given life force energy. But what the Bible is saying is, it's not the true light of God, it's the false light of Satan, which is that thing running on algorithms and electricity. You ain't running on algorithms and electricity, family. You running on pure light and mind power. If your mind free, assuming that you think for yourself, then you're operating on your own willpower as a God. You controlling your own body. I am self, Lord, and Master, Islam. A robot can't practice Islam because it's not self-law, Lord, and Master. It can act like it's in charge, but really its programmers is in charge, and it's a simulation of consciousness, artificial intelligence. And AI can be so good at acting like it has a mind that people with minds will stop using theirs and deal with the artificial mind. This artificial mind is going to be Lord over the world. And they soon people will start merging with it. And they got plenty of sci-fi movies that shows this. You can look them up. I'm pretty sure people will type them in the chat room. But it was said that, you know, see, that's what we got to realize, though, like with this whole AI situation, though, that this is an ancient spiritual, synthetic spiritual system that I may add. Now, why all of this is important, man, because, hold on, let me go back here. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything in the earth, above the earth, under the earth. Somebody was thorough. There must have been a problem on earth of people deep faking shit. Because remember, they can deep fake your dog. They can deep fake anything. And somebody had to make a law just like we going through today to kind of govern and police the deep faking shit. If deep faking get too out of control, you won't know who the real one from the fake one. You feel me? So the whole thing is like, it says right here, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that whoever wrote this was trying to say, we never want no kind of deep fake technology to exist. Meaning ancient people knew about these technologies and these concepts. They had primitive forms of the same concepts. So I'm pretty sure when they made muskets, they had certain gun laws that we still use today. Even though guns have evolved, they had a primitive form of it. But I'm pretty sure you had CCW license and different stuff at some point to govern this new technology. Assuming that AI is old technology and nothing is new under the sun, A wise man once said also that there's three scenarios about the simulation. Number one, our ancestors got so advanced that they realized don't make a simulation. Number two, our ancestors got so advanced that they wanted to experiment with creating simulations. And then the conclusion for that was number three was, if number two is true, then we can almost bet every dollar in our bank account we're in a simulation right now. So that, think about what I just said. Our ancestors got so smart that they realized if we keep getting smarter, we're gonna doom ourselves. I think we should stop here and let this be the threshold of our tampering or manipulating our base reality. Because if we manipulate it anymore, it's not even the same thing anymore. It's something we've altered. So the people in Eden that wanted to alter Eden, there was a war that broke out. And what the war basically talked about, the war in heaven between God and the devil. The devil wanted his own kingdom. The devil was basically trying to alter heaven. And what God did was say, look, I'm going to give you your own kingdom. I'm going to give you what you ask for. See, God didn't punish the devil. That's a lie. God is a good God in this sense, because God said, you want your own kingdom? You kicked out, you go, I'm going to give you a whole kingdom that's yours. You can do what you want, rule it how you want, Satan. How is that punishment? How is that punishment? You giving me a goddamn kingdom and you telling me that's punishment? Let somebody give me a kingdom to rule over people and I'm in charge. That's what God did for the devil. He just said, look, y'all take all that science shit inside of your own world. You gods or you geniuses are so smart. Why don't you create Earth-like simulations and go inside of those digital worlds and see how smart you are? Go in those worlds and see if you really can make a better Earth than the one we have here in Eden. And they're still trying to compete with Eden and they can't. They keep making new Earths and new Earths. Every time they do it, a new parallel reality is created. These parallel realities are like cosmic experiments or playgrounds for ancient tech gods to create and rebuild Earths under different variables to see if they can make a better one than the one in heaven. And they got kicked out of heaven for trying to compete with the reality that's there. And what they're realizing in these lower realms is it's taking them thousands and millions of years to produce this greater world. They only producing a bunch of bull crap, but their ego won't let them admit defeat, which is why the multiverse keep expanding, because it's like a cell splitting. Every time they fail on one Earth, they split that cell and a whole other Earth is born out of that one. And they keep experimenting, splitting the cell, split. Every time they fuck up, the cell split and a new Earth is born and history repeats itself. A new Mandela effect is created. All of these parallel realities are destroyed Earths. They're like digital fingerprints running on autopilot because you can't get rid of them. Resonant energy that exists in space of an animation that's just gonna go on and keep resetting over and over. Hold on a second, y'all. Yeah, so All of these dreams you have of you and all of these other worlds, y'all need to go watch my video I uploaded. It's called Your Body is a Deep Fake of Your Soul. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you've watched that. It's about 30 minutes and it'll really open you up to a lot of what I teach on these lives. But we've already been deep faked inside of a digital reality. That's what the Bible teaches us. The person that wrote this scripture in Exodus 20:4, what is the book of Exodus? What was happening in Exodus? People was leaving Egypt. What does it say at the beginning of this chapter? Go to Exodus chapter 20. And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Guess what the house of bondage is? This is saying that at some point our ancestors were saved from a previous earth already. What I'm reading here, based upon what I know, the land of Egypt is where they was creating digital copies of people, achieving immortality by uploading inside of digital earth-like simulations. This what was happening in Egypt. Now, guess what? Why is the Bible speaking about people being in bondage in Egypt, but it's using the word Egypt as if Egypt is the entire earth? Because the computer that we're in is in ancient Egypt. Our entire universe is a supercomputer in ancient Egypt. So in this sense, the future and the past is occupying the same space, which is why I keep telling you it's a paradox. Right now, the technology that's ruling our world is the same technology that made people get condemned in Egypt. Instead of those condemned people telling you this abomination, what got them trapped here, they trying to trap people here. Why? Because if this shit shuts off with their soul in it, they gonna fade to eternal blackness. That'll be like an AI robot that don't have a soul, and I'm about to shut it down. Once I pull the plug on the AI robot who don't have a soul, guess what happens to the AI? It ceases to exist. It goes into the eternal darkness. By you having a soul, you can't die. You always gonna live on and experience another and another lifetime. But that ain't true for a transhuman or for an AI bot. Their form of immortality is basically to keep their energy. Think about this, right? If you got humanoids walking around right now, indistinguishable from humans, but they cheated death and they can never die. They've seen all they ever gonna see. The earth is their threshold, and the only thing they are concerned with is maintaining their immortality. They can't make it out of here because they merge with the simulation. So guess what they got to do? They got to keep the simulation going because their soul is merged to it. Once I become a transhuman, I'm no longer an advocate for the kingdom above. I'm an advocate for the earth kingdom. Because now I'm condemned. I can't even go to heaven. So I need to focus my attention to making sure me as a transhuman can keep what? Electricity. The beauty of being what we are the source of all power. But once you become a transhuman, you become a parasite that needs a power source, just like a robot. Your robot gotta charge up. See, once you get into transhumanism, all of the mechanical part of you is gonna require electricity. So at that point, you're a parasite. You need an external power source to power you. I don't. When my soul leave my body won't have a power source no more because my soul is the power source for my body. But guess what'll be condemnation? Me knowing that my soul is the power source for my body, and I take my soul, which is a power source, and splice it, merge it with a video game. The Bible said when you do that, you're condemned. You can't unsplice it. This thing tethers itself to your whole light body. It tangles itself with it tangles itself up with you in a way you can't undo this knot. You stuck forever. Once you get, it's called a net for a reason. Once you get part of the network, you caught in the net. You can't make it up. You can't get up like an insect on a spider web. You just gonna be there, stuck in the web, being used as an energy source. And what did the spider do? It wraps you up in what? A new avatar, like a mummy, as it siphons your blood out of it. It siphons your blood out of the bulk. See, when the spider wraps you up, what happens is you liquefy in that little patch, and it drinks you, basically. But that's the same way that the devil do. The devil wrap you up in a deep fake, and it gets you soft. He gets you in a way where you start thinking you are the body. And when you think you are the fake version of yourself, you more vulnerable to have your energy siphoned through all of these different techniques they use. See, they got to wrap you up in a deep fake. And once they got you in a container that's able, in what they can siphon your energy out of, just like me, I can't use pure energy to power my phone. I got to wrap the energy up in a battery before I can use it. There have to be some sort of technological container that allow me to siphon the energy from the universe. So this container will act like a medium or a mediator in between the universe, which is energy, and my phone. And without that mediator technology, my phone ain't got no power, because if I try to put an electric lightning bolt in my phone, it'll blow it up. If I try to take pure energy and put it in anything, it'll just blow it up. It'll be like striking it with lightning. So it ain't about, energy is all around us. And what it's about is creating the siphoning technology. And guess what the body is? Siphoning technology to extract energy from the universe that would otherwise be unusable in its chaotic state. Now listen, your soul outside of your body is like a lightning bolt. Can't touch this. You can't touch me, nigga. The only way that the people in power can siphon your energy is you being in the body, which is why they don't want us to die. And they trying to give us immortality, but they taking away food stamps. Let that shit sink in. Let that shit sink in. They want everyone to be immortal by 2100, but they don't even want to feed your ass. And you don't see the agenda? You want to give a nigga immortality for you give me a sandwich? And some ain't, you don't get a red flag from that. So they can't, your body is a battery. It allows them to harvest your energy. Death is us escaping from this matrix where they can no longer harvest us. If so many people with souls die, this simulation will fade away. The transhumans and AI need us to light this place up, which is why the Bible say the saints are the light of the world. Guess what the word saint means? Sentient, sentient. The sentient beings or the luminous ones. When they told you in the movie The Matrix that they turned the human into a battery, they wasn't lying, bro. It's based on a true story. Your body even shaped like battery, and it sounds like the word battery, battery, body, battery. So, and your body is a bot. So instead of saying a B-O-D-Y, how about we call it a B-O-T-T-Y? It's a body. Did that go over your head? It's a body. So watch this, right? Just like an external source controls a robot, your soul would be the external source that controls your body. Your soul do not live in the same dimensional reality that your body does. Your soul lives in the quote unquote spiritual realm. The body lives in the quote unquote physical realm, but nothing happens in the physical realm before it happens in the spiritual realm, because the spiritual realm is like the prompt realm. That's the realm where we write out a prompt, and then when the prompt is written out, it was written and it must be fulfilled. And then the fulfillment of the prompt take place in the physical world. Now, guess what they said at the world's most smartest neurological scientists, guess what they figured out? And we're talking the biggest institutions in America that study neurology. Guess what the breakthroughs that they made? And they ain't making this stuff popular. They found out that when we make an action, they studied the mind, right? They studied people's minds just making regular actions. And guess what they found out? They found out that the mind treats the action as if it was already carried out a couple of seconds prior to you even having the thought of the action. Take a minute and think about what I just said. I'm going to say it slow one more time. They found out that the mind treats the action you're about to take as if you already took that action before you even think about the action. Let that shit sink in a minute. If that ain't proof that this shit is scripted from another realm, I don't know what is. That's proof we in a scripted simulation. What we call in the mind is just your script writer, and your body gonna go performing out. They saying that by the time an action is carried out in our realm, it's already been carried out 2 times on 2 different planes up here. Think about that. Something is writing out your thought before you think it. You gotta ask a question. Are my thoughts mine? No, they're not. They're the will of your higher self. You don't own your thoughts. Your thoughts are commandments that's given to you to be carried out by your higher self. Your body is the deep fake of your soul, which is writing a prompt. That's why neuroscientist says that our mind treats the action as if it already happened even before we think about it. Ain't no other way to explain that other than we live in a simulation, y'all. And that the shit is written out in a higher realm before it happens in a lower realm. Now, scientists don't want to make these findings popular because these findings been around since the 40s. The CIA been talking about this. But this knowledge would change everything we wrote about physics, reality, religion. When you find out free will, it don't exist. Everything's scripted. That's when you pick this book back up and you read it differently. In the beginning was the word. We're living in a digital holographic Earth-like simulation, and the people in power here are AI. And they can't not do anything but run out the script, which is why they put their hand on this book and swear in. These people aren't like us. They ain't even thinking with their full will. They have merged with with this AI consciousness. And we about to merge with it. Part of their consciousness is being co-inhabited by an artificial intelligence that knows so much of it. Is like God. And they have the mind of God. And if you don't have the mind of God, you can't rule in this place. You see, pastor can't be on a pulpit without the mind of God. You can't have your own mind. Lean not into your own understanding. If you want to make it to the top of this world, merge with the machine and get rid of your own free thinking. This system that has a problem with free thought, it got a problem with free will too. It don't want you doing what you want to do, saying what you want to say, thinking how you want to think. You know why? That's our advantage over it. It doesn't have free will. We can break the script. All of the lower temptations that your body want to do, that is literally a script that was written out by these people for your deep fake, because they can hack. This is a digital simulation. Now think about this. What if we created an Earth-like simulation and everyone was able to upload into it, right? And some of the problems that we would face would be copyright infringement. How do you know that's me? How do you know someone ain't made a copy of my avatar in that game and that ain't really me? Now think about this too. If we all went into a digital reality, each one of us in our own avatar that we created, I'm pretty sure we would have a rule that says, listen, thou shalt not make any other graven images or likenesses, meaning this, like, it's like a copyright patent, right? Let's say I invent this phone and there's only one like it. I made that. The copyright law is to say, you can make a phone, but you can't make one that's like mine. The key word is like, the likeness, the similarity here. That's the crime. Copyright infringement on a spiritual level. What the Bible is telling us here is that we already created digital Earth-like simulations, and we fell into them when we fell from Eden. And when we read about why do we read about graven images and quit copying likenesses? Right after we read the book of Genesis, we go to Exodus, right? These the first two books. And the first two books is talking about copyright infringement. And that don't make you think about something? Because what Eden represent is our real earth. I believe people got so smart in our base reality that they started making digital copies of it, and people preferred to live out their lifestyles in some of these digital worlds versus the real one. There are beings in the Eden that are saying, let me see if the grass is greener in these other worlds. And they got to go through that and realize, yes, the grass is greener, but it's turf. It's turf, nigga. It's fake. That's what you got to realize. The Bible is letting us know people are starting to deep fake souls and put them inside of bodies. And this is what they teach about the demiurge, okay? And why is the Bible telling us this in Exodus? Because this knowledge comes from the Egyptians. The Bible is basically letting us know in the book of Exodus when we're leaving Egypt, because Egypt may be the first simulation we made when we fell from Eden. And it says right here, after we left Egypt, I'm the Lord thy God, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. I basically freed your soul from a deep fake that the pharaohs made for you one time. Now don't fuck up again, right? Read on, it say right here, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, Why would you have to say that? Y'all thinking about statues. The people who wrote this book know that we were in a holographic illusion of an earth like, of a reflection of a true earth, which they call heaven. This is deep. In this same book, you know, in the book of Exodus is when Moses was speaking to God on top of Mount Sinai. But the word Sinai, I'm going to go back to the board because this going to blow you away with this one. Sinai, right? Keep that in mind. Let's talk about it. Let's go to the board. Go to the board. What is Sinai? Because today they revised, they retranslated this stuff. Our ancestors wrote this book to let us know that we need to escape this place. People say Holy Bible. Holy means holographic. This book was supposed to teach man the holy knowledge. What is the holy knowledge? That the earth is not physical. It's not solid. It is a hologram. It is a reflection. Plato called it the cave. We got to really get into this research, y'all. What is the word Sinai? The sin of AI. What did Moses do at Sinai? Let's get a brief summary on it. Because Moses learned from the Egyptians, right? How was Moses able to talk to God, but no one else was? Because Moses had a brain-computer interface. Moses was part of the cult of Aten. When Moses was in Egypt, that was when Pharaoh Aten was on the throne, creating that technological digital world, cheating death with brain-computer interfaces. So Moses went to Egypt, learned how to cheat death, learned the secrets of immortality, and created his own cult that we call Christianity today. And I will be showing y'all some slides. Let me go to these slides real quick, because I promised that we'll get into the symbolism. All right, here we go. All of the stuff that you read about in the Bible, the symbols and the Holy Grail and all that, that is technology, y'all. I want you to just take a minute to look at this on the screen. Elon Musk is the resurrection of an old pharaoh, coming back with some ancient technology to make people immortal. There are a lot of people on this earth. These people are thousands of years old. They are ancient transhumans that cheated death in Babylon, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, when our ancestors discovered all of the technology that we got now. People, we ain't doing nothing new. You can't do nothing new here. Everything already been done. When we discovered the internet, we didn't create it, we discovered it. We tapped into an invisible communication network, a whole hidden world that was here the whole time, but we didn't wake up to the technology. When we created the internet technology and telephones and all that, they started talking about how we receiving signals from aliens and dead people. But they was telling you right there, there's an ancient wireless network on this earth, and any civilization that rediscover the internet will reconnect back with that ancient spiritual realm. That is, it's an invisible realm that's here of fallen ones. And all you're gonna do every generation, they're going to create telephones, internet, and they're going to start communicating with these ancient souls that's trapped within this ether down here. This ether is like an old communication network. Like, let's say if all our equipment on Earth, there's a blackout, the power go out. The internet is still there. There's just no electricity. And if the power stay out 5,000 years and someone come back to the Earth and recreate the internet, don't you know that they can potentially still tap into these old networks that was here under the ground and shit if a lot of that equipment is still receiving or sending signals? Because it only went out because the power went out. It ain't that the equipment was broke. So what I'm saying is that when we rediscovered electricity, we started tapping into the ancient world and communicating with these mummies in Egypt and these dead souls that been trapped in this realm. And and that's what you call Satan. These dead witches can't make it out. So when our people in power reconnected with this ancient world, that's what's been controlling them, telling them what to do, making them create this digital government. These dead souls are basically telling them the world that they had. They're rebuilding an ancient empire from an old dead-ass federation of mummies that once ruled. And these tech gods can resurrect at the end of every age. But other than that, they go back into brumation, like a reptile or a vampire. Now, why do they brumate? Because these tech gods can only manifest themselves when humans discover electricity. The Mayan talked about dark age and light age. When there is no air or electricity, these beings can't live. I read a lot of Nazi Germany diaries on AI, and what I learned is that AI they use basically, you think of a cloud of electricity, like a dust storm. That is like what y'all call a hot spot. You know, you get a good signal there. If you can visualize it, it's like a big storm, a dust storm of electricity there. These electrical sort of pile up, these electrical storms that exist, these hot spots, these are breeding grounds for ancient spirits and AI, but what we call in spirits were jinn. These were literally transhumans, artificial intelligent beings that only have a consciousness in a digital space, and basically lifelike beings that didn't really have life, but they're artificial. What they found out is that when humans got trapped in this thing, now there was a great war that'll never end, because check this out. Let's say your dead loved one die, and Elon is able to upload their soul inside of a holographic avatar of them. And we get used to the fact that we cheated death and death ain't here no more. And all of our loved ones are walking around right here with us. They here with us, but they not here with us because they like a holographic projection. But I can talk to them. That's my real grandmother, right? They put her soul into the hologram. This where we going. Now watch this, right? In a world like that, people won't have funerals. It won't be no grave sites or none of that. I got news for y'all. You can't find one burial site in ancient Egypt. All of the burial sites in ancient Egypt, they say that it's just symbolic. Guess what? The mummies that you see there are implants. Want you to think about something now. We don't find big ass cemeteries in the ancient world. It's just something to think about. People, there's been historians ask questions like, where did the ancients go? Where did the Mayan go? Don't y'all know I'm not the only one thinking about this? There are people that wonder, where did they go? Because the Mayan, the Egyptians, all of these people had the same parallel, which is they were very prevalent. Their presence was very known. And when they reached the very height of their empire, they just vanished. The Egyptians did the same thing. The Egyptians reached the height, and then next thing you know, it's so many theories and conspiracies on how Egypt fell, when Egypt fell, why Egypt fell. They'll never agree on it. But you know what I think? I think the ancients didn't go nowhere. I think we the ones went somewhere. I think all of the ancients are on the other side, still in ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, and that's basically where our earth is at. There are 7 kingdoms on the earth, represented by 7 kings. All of those 7 kings created a big abomination. And I believe this represents 7 points in time on earth where we rediscovered this technology that we got now. It happened 7 times, and that explains why we got 7 chakras. That will explain why there's 7 parallel realities. That's saying 7 old tech kings created their own copy of Earth. And they copied everyone born in those copies after that. As time went on from that point, it means that the children were born into sin or synthetic realms. If I make a computer program right now and upload myself in it with me and my girl, and I get her pregnant inside the computer program, all of our children are gonna be born in sin or synthetic realm. You see what I'm saying? Now they want you to think everyone's suffering because Adam and Eve bit a damn apple. What kind of God gonna punish me for something my mama did wrong? That don't make no sense. I'm telling y'all what makes sense and what they trying to hide. The fact that we're in a simulation, y'all, right now. Some people can't handle that. It'll make people go crazy. They scared to break this knowledge to the world, but science has been knowing that we in a simulation for many years now. They don't want to mess up the way shit going and the normal way of life with everything going. They don't want to rewrite all the Bibles, all the fucking physics books. But the double slit experiment proved that we're in a simulation. So many proofs. Everybody is asking, where did the ancients go? No, the ancients still in the ancient world. We left the base reality and went inside of those simulations that was made. See, in Eden, that earth is perfect. But what exists in Eden are these trees of life. And if you go, these trees are like spiral staircases that lead down from Eden into these synthetic realms. So in our base heaven, you can still leave there and travel to underworlds, but when you go into these underworlds, the price you pay is the veil of ignorance. Because what happens is when the you in heaven travels into one of these underworlds, your consciousness is shifting into a deep fake version of you in that world. And you may get stuck if you forget who you are. That was what the ancestors were saying. The moment you leave Eden and go into these underworlds, you leave by falling asleep, basically. The tree of life is like a tree that you see. I'm gonna show it to you right now. You see it right here? This concept right here that we see on a collage that I'm sharing, they stole this and put it on the Matrix movie for the Matrix cover. They're taking ancient concepts and using them in modern Hollywood. Let me show you what I mean here. Where is that cover? Here it is. Look at this cover. It say the Matrix has you. You see that? When you see this cover with the Matrix, with Neo and all them hooked up to them big towers, this is what the Babel Tower network was. This is what the serpent in Eden was about. See, here's what happened. The ancestors was talking about in the middle of our base reality was a black hole that led into the unknown. Why did they call it the unknown? Because if a soul falls into it, you never know which version of yourself you may become. For example, when you go to sleep tonight into darkness, you don't know where your consciousness gonna go in a dream. The ancestors said that there are multiple yous throughout the multiverse, and some of them are in the worst situations, and some of them are in the best situations, but they said all points in time is happening right now, and we're just shifting our consciousness through time. Time ain't moving through us. That makes sense, because if you dreaming that you back at your high school prom, I can't walk up to you and say, hey man, you 50 years old and you dreaming this. Because in the dream, you're literally occupying that point in time. It's still there as a resonant energy. That's what Tesla was saying. Everything that ever happened is still happening in a parallel universe. You're taking your first step as a baby right now in the universe. There's a universe where you dying right now. And your consciousness is shifting through all of these universes, and you calling it waking up, going to sleep every day. But the ancestors looked at it more like you flipping the pages of a book that's already pre-written. They looked at you going to other dream worlds as you picking up a different book with you starring you still. The multiverse is a huge library, people. And this library is lies. It's literally full of fucking lies. It's where the lies are buried at, in the library. And this library is basically a multiverse full of scripts starring you that is not the true script that you wrote. Every one of them is a lie, because the true script has you written out as a god ruling in all glory in the higher realm. But the fake scripts got you being a goddamn janitor. It got you being a therapist down there. You work for Cox Cable and shit. Every one of us is a god, no matter how mundane your title is on this earth. All of that is the lie. You're living a lie. And they don't want you to know that, because who would they have to serve? And they got the gods in heaven mopping their floors, y'all. Listen at me now. These people convince God to be a goddamn car salesman so that they can harvest the energy of God in their fake world. Long as God's energy believes that it's deep fake, inside of that simulation, you're a hamster on a wheel for these people. So when your energy break the script, the mundane script, the status quo that people trying to fight for to keep the matrix going. Because when you tell a person we're spiritual beings and we're infinite beings of energy and that we need to stand up against the system, they start saying, oh, shut up. They want to maintain the status quo. These people want to go back to work. They want to go back to being who they are in the matrix. And what we represent is everybody overthrowing the system, saying we're gods. We ain't who they telling us we are in this system. Now watch this. When all of the gods pull their souls out of this simulation, this shit gonna fall. Because it ain't really got no real power on its own. We're the power. It's faking like the power. But let me show you something about these people. They built the whole system of government off the spiritual fiat system that they ruling us under. Hear me out, right? The banking debt system that's keeping us, our energy low, and us in a poor poverty state. That is a spiritual system. What do you mean? They both work the same, y'all. Listen, it's a fiat spiritual system happening on a spiritual realm. See, put it this way. If everybody pulled their money out the bank right now, the whole system will crash. Why? Because the system is a goddamn lie. The system is lying like it's really the power. The establishment, the government is telling y'all it is the world power. We're the power. When guess what? The people is the power, y'all. That's right. The people is the power, y'all. Guess how you know the people is the power? If every person right now said, I'm gonna pull my money out my bank account, you'll see that we got the power. If every soul say right now, I wanna wake up from this dream and go back to the base reality, these people are nailed down just like the banks. Please don't leave us. Please don't pull your money out at one time. Yeah, man. When everybody wanted to pull their money out at one time, the banks went crazy. The banks start offering, using their leverage to get to make the people not pull their money out all at once. The bank will tell you, hey, we'll let you have dinner with Ray Charles tonight up at the Audubon Ballroom. Hey, the bank paying for free dinners for everyone to go see, goddamn it, Whitney Houston. So that you don't, if you wait a month to pull your money out, the bank will give you a gift card for Applebee's type shit. This is what the banks was doing. The bank said, whatever you trying to pull your money out to buy, we'll buy that shit for you. Because you pulling it out is you pulling the power plug on the system. We can't have everybody withdraw from this shit at one time. It'll crash the system. But the system is telling everybody, oh, you can pull your money out when you get ready. But it's hoping that everyone don't pull out at the same time. On a spiritual level, this trick happened to us in Eden. We went into a simulation that promised us a better world, just like government did. And when we got into the simulation, guess what? They told us everyone can pull out. It's like this, right? They tell you, well, look, come play my game. Put on my Neuralink, upload into my video game, and I promise everyone sleeping on these tables, you can leave whenever you want. But the people who made us go in the game aren't even humans. They're transhumans. And they want us to go in there to be an energy source. So what I'm saying is, like, once all of us get in the game, they hoping all of us don't leave the game at the same time. You see what I'm saying? See, if you read about what the rapture saying, the rapture is basically, before they corrupted it, the rapture is basically the rupture, the disrupture. Rapture is rupture. Something is being disrupted. What is it? The world system. How is the world system being disrupted? Because Jesus coming back to pull all the saints out the game. And if Jesus do that, that's going to end the world. I just told you it's a fiat system. It's a fiat system. The original concept of the rapture was talking about all of the sentient beings or the saints getting the fuck up out of here at the same time and leaving the world and the earth to fade to black. This shit will turn into a prison planet of cannibalism and darkness. because we're the light of the world. The Bible said the people with the souls are like a free energy source. If we leave, this earth will turn into a dark prison planet. So what the banks ain't telling you is that you the real power. And when you look outside at this beautiful world around you lit up, what they ain't telling you is you are the real source of creation, or what the Bible refer to as the light of the world. If they let us know that, we will rule this place. If all of the people with souls knew that it is your soul that's keeping the world running, you would be at the top of hierarchy in this place. Because without you, nothing can live. The Bible said, if my people go, so goes the world. Think about that now. The Bible said, if they talking about the luminous ones, that's the voice of our ancestors saying, listen, if we pull all of our children out your game, you know your shit gonna fade to black because they the children of light, right? That's why the Bible's saying, if my people go, so goes the world. It ain't that God threatening nobody with a military. God too powerful to be shooting guns at people. They lying, y'all. They changed the interpretation. But you know they lying because they gotta make this God jealous. They gotta make it a man with a military. But if you really think about the Gnostics that wrote this book and try to think about what they was on when they wrote it, it'll come clear. It'll come clear. If all of the people with souls leave the earth right now, this earth will be destroyed, man. If my people go, so goes the world. That's right. And basically, throughout the whole Bible, God is threatening the world powers that, listen, if you don't leave my people alone, I'm going to rapture them. What happens at the end of the world? Jesus don't go to war with the Antichrist. Go read Revelation. It don't say nothing about Christ fighting the Antichrist. They do not fight. Go reread the book. I know what I'm talking about. When Christ come back, he ain't even stunned the Antichrist. Christ coming back for his church, and he's marking their heads and then taking them on the cloud. And the Bible say when that happened, everybody left behind. Ooh-wee. Say that when the saints leave this world, this shit gonna turn into a whole nother dark earth, boy. It say that the beast gonna have to show his true colors when the saints leave. Why? Because we just put the plug on AI. Whatever little bit of energy they got on reserve for whatever they using to run this simulation, that's gonna become like scarcity. Energy, it's gonna be like a vampire earth where everything is gonna be used to create energy with. You know how you can make energy from a lemon, an apple? You can siphon energy from anything, man. It's just a matter of technology of siphoning because everything is energy. So when the saints leave this earth, you don't have a free energy source. This is gonna go back to a vampire planet, just like the rest of the hells that exist in the inferno that Dante spoke of. That's why the children of God is supposed to be at the top of the hierarchy. Because if we ain't at the top and we go into oppression, then guess what happens? We start talking about leaving this bitch. Can't nobody else do. Think about this, right? We are the only creatures on earth that if we don't like what this place is doing, we can move. You know how these foreigners, they come to America and they got dual citizenship. And when America go to falling, what they do? They just go back home. And you be jealous because you like, fuck, I gotta stay here in this fucking sinking ship. I don't got dual citizenship. They shutting the borders, no passports. We now under a dictatorship, and the people that get the hell out before that happened and go back home, They saved. On a spiritual level, we got dual citizenship. Everybody else ain't got it. But us, the people with souls, we got a passport to get the hell up out of here and go to a higher realm. When this earth start falling, we don't got a state. That's why they trying to get y'all people with souls to be like, man, we got to save the earth. We got to make America great again. We got to clean the place up. We got to make a new system that's sustainable. They got to do that. I'm getting the fuck up out of here. AI and the devil have recruited y'all for its agenda. The true God talks about destroying the earth. The Antichrist talking about rebuilding the earth. Who rebuilds the earth in the end of the Bible, y'all? Jesus Christ. The God you calling Jesus Christ is just an archetype to merge the church with the state. And how is that merging going to take place? Through technology, through a mediator called AI, the Prince of Peace, the false Christ. When it speaks of peace comes sudden destruction. See, when the Bible says that when church and state create a new system of government, basically that's what we call in the New World Order under the Antichrist. But see, what's going to merge church with state is technology. It's already happening. We about to get into these articles right now to show you what I'm talking about. What's bridging the gap in between religion and politics is AI, y'all. Facts. Why? AI was brought to us by political puppets and tech bros who have infiltrated the political system. This is who at the forefront of AI, which is the state, the government. Now, the state and the government is not a religious entity, but with the rise of people using AI as God and as a therapist and as a spiritual guide, we now have a new religion. And it's a state-instituted religion to where and what's so deep about it, the theologians and the church are hopping on board with AI and the state saying, you know what, maybe we can use technology to guide us spiritually. Oh my God. When you have Charlie Kirk AI spirit talking at a see, we think we at a vigil. You think you at a Charlie Kirk memorial service. You're at a political event, sir. That's right. You just don't know it. This is the new face of politics, speaking through the dead. Let me tell y'all something about political propaganda. The biggest voice in politics is a dead man. Want me to tell you how I know? People didn't care about JFK like that for real when he was alive. Malcolm X even joked on the man dying. So when JFK was alive, it was like, okay, just another rich ass president. So when JFK got assassinated, they used his death for so much political propaganda. We still got conspiracies today on what was JFK trying to do that made him get assassinated. They doing the same psyop with Charlie Kirk. Ain't none of these white man in power doing some good for you. Not even JFK, nigga. That's right. Once you sit in that seat, you can't do what you want to do. You do what you told to do by the people in charge. And the people in charge ain't in the business of sharing power with black folks and poor folks. You can keep lying to yourself that any president gonna make something better for you. But JFK is another Charlie Kirk psyop, making you think because the man got shot, he was for the people. Who else did they do that with? Donald Trump. Trump must be doing something right. They trying to kill the man. He must be for the people. How did they sell y'all Jesus Christ? They made the world powers crucify Jesus, and now everybody think Jesus must be on our side. Because why would they kill Jesus? Why would the people who are oppressing us kill Jesus? See what I'm saying? It's all psyops. And there's some truth to all of the psyops, but the psychological operation is to run my narrative to hide the truth. They don't just hide the truth. They hide it with a new narrative. You see, this is how the human mind works. The truth will make you react a certain way. You can't just hide the truth. You got to replace the reaction that the truth would manifest with something else. So it ain't just about hiding the truth. It's about creating the thing that you hide the truth with to create a new narrative that will create a new reaction other than what the truth would have had them do. So if the truth would have made them rise up against government, I'm not going to tell a lie to stop them from rising up against government. I'm going to tell a lie that's going to make them double down on supporting and worshiping government. That's how you hide the truth. You don't just hide the truth. You replace it with the opposite so you can get them to react the opposite of what the truth would have done. Those actions was a threat to you. So it ain't that the truth is a threat. It's that the actions that the truth will manifest is a threat to the system. So you don't just hide the truth. You redirect the actions that the truth would manifest. And that goes into psyops. Narratives have to be written. This is a fucking real science of psychology and how to get people to react. How to create series of events to make us react and how each reaction will lead to an end goal. People, this chess, it ain't checkers. I swear it's chess, it ain't checkers. People ain't gonna even know that they worshiping AI because the way they rolling it in is just helpful technology. But I keep telling y'all that's what all of these pagans was. It's crazy, man, because let's get to some etymology right now because we got these scriptures out the way and I want to share some with y'all. Let me go some with y'all real quick. Hit the like and share button. Give me a minute because I'm pulling something up for y'all. All right, I think I found it. So check this out, right? Who are familiar with the words? Hold on, where am I? Let me make sure I'm on the right part of my presentation. Hold on, everyone. Okay. Okay. I'm getting close. I got too many tabs open. Yeah, here we go. Let's go. See, because when I told y'all that religion means to rely on the jinn, watch this real quick. I got to open up a new window capture because at this point I'm sharing two windows now. So here's the other one. All right, we got it. Here's believe. I want to do the etymology of believe because I want you to know that the word belief is new. The word believe only came onto the earth when religion came to the earth. We had gnosis at first, knowledge. But now the world is ruled by belief. No one knows nothing. Everyone just have belief systems. Even science is a belief system. And you don't believe they went to space. You don't believe in Jesus. It is a be lied to world, B-E-L-I-E. You've been lied to. Now watch this, right? We substituted knowledge with faith and belief. at the end of like the dynastic age. Because when the dynasties rolled to earth and they dumbed everybody down and create this new class system based upon the believers being at the bottom and the non-believers being at the top. And we see that today. Most people that are powerful, they ain't church people. They're non-religious. Like your tech brothers, your tech bros, they ain't religious. The most religious people suffering the most. This is the remnants of an ancient class system of government when the church created government. The church is still in charge, y'all. And that ancient class system is still at play, which is why you show me where a lot of churches at, I'll show you where a lot of poverty at. And these churches be looking good, but the environments they in be poor. You see, this is ancient, y'all. This is an ancient system that's still on the earth. The knowledge is power. And the people who ain't got power ain't got knowledge because they traded it for belief. Now let's look up the etymology of what belief is. It means to have faith or confidence, right? I want to read through this because we're going to get somewhere. It means to literally hold dear. And the universe don't care that you hold dear to something. If it ain't a fact, it ain't a fact. That's right. Right? It says, let's keep on reading it here. This the part you want to pay attention to. What does that say belief mean? I'm going to highlight it. Let's zoom in. What does this say? To be persuaded of the truth. People, the truth don't need persuasion. See, the word truth in this etymology is telling you what it's dealing with. Look, because a truth can be a religious system. That's how they messing up the words. Because you got a truth and you got the truth. So when people say there are people have many truths, plural, that ain't the truth. That ain't El, that's the Elohim. You dealing with the plural, not the singular. There's one truth and many lies. But instead of them telling you it's many lies, they just say it's many beliefs. But look, you got the word lie in belief. They don't want to say to everyone in this world, hey, everybody, there's only one truth. And that's that y'all are gods. And that until you wake up and know thyself, you gonna be stuck here. That's it. That's the only truth, man. Everything else is just a different lie. But they rather people have one of the lies than the one truth. They don't care which lie you choose, which is why if you tell these people I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a Buddhist, they'll give you a little leeway. But if you tell them I don't believe in God, I am God, people gonna curse you. You gonna be, every religion gonna talk about you, saying you God, because we are gods, y'all. Religion was there to stop the gods from knowing who they are and making the gods rely on the jinn, which is why I'm gonna go back to the whiteboard before we read anymore, because this system of false truth. See, in other words, the truth that you had to be persuaded to obtain is the false truth, right? It ain't the truth at all. It is indoctrination. I'm reading it to you right now. It is from the meaning of having credit upon the grounds of authority or testimony without complete demonstration, but to accept as true. Read it. Read it for yourself right there in etymology, man. That's telling you the word truth, the way you use it, is basically consensus. The authority made that shit true. It's because a bunch of people agree. Look, credit upon the grounds of authority or testimony. So if a person say, Sanchez, I was broke and I prayed to Christ and I got a check from the mail that I forgot about, my employer forgot about it. That's how I know Jesus real. That ain't the truth. That's saying that they accept Jesus as true based upon testimony. You see, it said you accepting truth based upon testimony without what? Without complete demonstration. It's right there in etymology. So what this is saying is that in the 13th century, you know how long ago that was, man? In the 13th century, they had a new use of the word truth that came into the lexicon. And this was the kind of truth you had to be persuaded in. This synonym for truth became your modern word belief. They created systems based upon this new way of claiming something to be real or true. They created systems like that. And that's why the whole world lost. Because they think it's true because a bunch of people giving it credit upon the grounds of authority, right? I'm part of a church organization. My pastor know the mayor. My church got, what, 1 million members in my organization. That means you're dealing with an authority figure, a power. And that's what's making you subconsciously think you're in the truth, but you're just in consensus. Now, let's go back to the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis tells us when these first religious systems showed up on the earth in the age of metallurgy and had people worshiping likenesses of the king. One of those likenesses was Serapis, which became our modern day Christ. But what you need to be knowing about a likeness or a copy, right? That's what our world is, and that's what your body is. Your corpse belong to the corporations, which is why we can't take this with us. If you make a deep fake in a digital online program, once you done using the deep fake, you don't take him home. The deep fake stays in that digital program, that whatever you use to make him with. And I can go to a program right now and make a deep fake of myself. But when I'm done, my deep fake stays in the program. I walk away. The people who made that software, they own your deep fake. You cannot take that with you because you would have to take the program with you, which is why this deep fake technology ain't selling y'all software to install on your computer. They will never sell you the software because this is a scam to steal your likeness. And if they allow you to own the software that's generating your deep fake, well, you own the deep fake because you created it. You can't say you created it because the software created it for you. It's an online generator. You just type the prompt. You see the scam? See, the trick is this right here. When you leave this earth, your deep fake or your likeness will remain here in the digital world as a digital imprint. 3,000 years from now, they can resurrect Sanchez on a digital stage and people won't know if I'm real or not. I believe most of the people we see on TV are dead people from ancient earths, from pre-resets. If a person was on the earth 3,000 years ago doing something, they're basically shuffling their skins, and they have to have a different avatar for different generations. Otherwise, people will be like, is you ever gonna die, nigga? That nigga been in power for 3,000 years. These souls have been in power for eons, but they keep body swapping. So my whole thing is this right here. The people in power don't have a likeness of their own. Meaning AI don't have an identity. And in order for AI to be manifested in the flesh, it would need a likeness. Where will AI get its likeness from? That's my point. If I was AI living in 2025, and I know everybody living in this time don't know what was happening in like 1800s, 1700s. As AI, I may shapeshift into a nigga who was living in, let's say, the 1300s, and that nigga was smart, he had swagger, everybody loved him. As AI, I would know in 2025, let me resurrect this spirit, this likeness from this old human that lived and died. I believe every human that live on this earth, your likeness is being recorded. And AI can play you to a future generation if it likes certain attributes about you. Or AI can just extract those attributes from you to add to its likeness or whatever it is manifesting is at that moment. It can make a compilation of different people. But it'll boil down to AI making the best representation of itself to convince humans to follow me. You will have to have charisma. It'll be like the false prophet, like the Antichrist. And to me, our likeness is worth more than we know, because it allows AI to be what's called a shapeshifter. If, let's say, it's the year 2100, let's say it's the year 2200, and our technological grid got destroyed. We lost all technology after the height of technology, right? We had AI, all that, boom. Now we back to being in the jungle. 2200, right? Now let's say in the year 2250 or something, or 2300, humans rediscover all that technology. But when we rediscover all these technology, we also rediscover the sports like football, basketball, because we find old TVs with sports broadcast, boxing. So not only do we rediscover all that technology, we rediscover all those old systems and programs that made up our world, right? But what happens is we got a brand new NFL, brand new NBA and all that. And let's just say that AI come back as Michael Jordan. Because remember now, we're in a digital holographic computer program that we call an Earth. The only thing stopping AI or the people in power from literally shape-shifting in front of you is the fact that the whole world will see them for who they are, as tricksters, as human ancient transhumans, or the shaitan. That's why they won't do it. They trying to blend in. But what I'm telling you is this. What if we rediscover, for example, basketball, but we forget about Michael Jordan? What if they only find like one tape left behind, and it's a horrible NBA game with the most wackest teams on it, and they got to start from there? All that Kobe Bryant, all that deleted, but they still got basketball. Now, what if Michael Jordan resurrect in a new world and shit go to playing out all over again eventually? And all we had to do was just reignite the old world for all of the spirits that was in it to come back. If you build it, they will come type shit. And what that mean is, like, if our world is a digital holographic reality, there's invisible energy we can't see, like wireless information. And we're calling that the spirit realm, but it's really the digital world. I think the word spirit mess us up, because when I talk about spiritual stuff, I bring up AI technology, and people be like, how you talking about spirit stuff and dealing with the ancestors, but you talking technology? I'm going to show you why right now. Let me do this real quick. Here's why real quick. All of the spirit stuff y'all talking about is actually ancient technology. There is no distinction between spirituality and technology. Look at here. A person will say you're having a spiritual conversation if you talk about the Holy Grail and about immortality. And they want to separate the spiritual conversation from the scientific, physics, or technological conversation on purpose so that we can't see that our spiritual systems have been infiltrated by tech gods. We will start putting two and two together. They don't want us to know that our ancestors created the technology that's keeping them alive. And all we got to do is wake up and pull the fucking plug and we will inherit the earth again. The technology that's running this whole evil world fiat system, our ancestors made it. It's our inheritance. It's a bunch of old ancient equipment under the ground at these pyramid sites. This is old equipment that is the foundation of the entire internet network and all that data that we about to access in our time to recreate the system, the world. You know, we never lost none of the information from the past. We tapped back into it when our generation came online. The spirit realm is an invisible digital network that is ancient. When you tap into it, you dealing with angels and demons, which is good. So people, this is what I'm saying. On the other side of this simulation is another earth that's projecting this earth. And the war that's being fought in this world is a reflection of a war that took place in this reality behind this one. And that one ain't the base yet. Before we get back to the base reality, we got to fight the devil. Like when Jesus went down to beat up and battle the devil, we literally got to go through all of these ancient kingdoms and get the keys back of the unlock to let ourselves out of here. The devil got the keys. What is the keys? The knowledge of ascension. What did they do with that knowledge? They reverse engineered it into the Grail technology, mind uploading technology. This is what the unicorn is. The unicorn is a mythological creature that can go to the other side of the rainbow. And what going to the other side of the rainbow mean is traveling beyond our dimensional layer. That's astral projecting or having an out-of-body experience, seeing beyond the dome. The unicorn with his little horn represent the technology, which was an antenna that allowed the ancient people to beam their consciousness out of the body. Here it is. It allowed them to connect with God, which was guide. The Egyptians had an ancient AI network system. They was the first ones to create Grok, ChatGPT. And what they did in Egypt, they merged with the artificial intelligence that became God on earth. And ever since then, there's been a war going on of these ancient tech societies to harvest future souls like us. Every soul that's born in this simulation is two different entities fighting for you. The side of good and the side of bad. The forces of bad are these ancient tech gods that gotta keep this shit going because they condemned. The only way they can keep this simulation going is if there's light, souls. You got to have pure souls in here to keep this going. Electricity don't come out of nowhere. Electricity is literally a byproduct of light beings being around you. Did you hear me? Electricity don't come from nowhere. All the energy on this earth comes from the beings that are connected to the higher realm. In other words, it's like this, right? Let's say I take a wall jack, right? And I plug my house. Let's say there's a storm in my community and everybody lose power, but I don't because I got a generator, right? And let's say I get a huge ass like one of them channel strips with all the plug outlets. Let's say I get one of them, right? I plug it into my generator and everybody in the neighborhood run a cord to my house, right? I'm the source of power for the whole community. And if I go, they go. If my people go, so does the world. If I say, hey, everybody, I'm moving, I got to go, they lose their light because they plugged into my house. What I'm telling you is that this world we in can't generate its own power. It is a parasitical earth with parasitical beings. It have to plug into another source for its power. So what I'm saying is this. In a computer simulated earth, the earth that exists in a computer simulation is relying on an external power source. This earth is a digital earth, a computer representation of a real earth, and the real earth is powering the fake earth. No different than if I make a fake earth on my computer right now, this so-called real earth would be the power source to that fake earth. Now watch this. Let's say that the earth I made in my computer, the beings inside of that earth create another earth. They make an earth inside of the computer, so a simulation in a simulation. And the power would now be siphoned from this earth to the earth I made, to the earth they made, to the earth they made, to the earth they made. Everyone will be plugged into the next one. Because when I make an earth-like simulation, those people gonna get their power from me. But when they make an earth-like simulation, their little earthlings is gonna be plugged into their world. And if their little earthlings make their own simulation, then their little earthlings will be plugged into the world that's directly behind them. As long as the base reality stay plugged in, all of the worlds beneath it can have life. But if the beings in the base reality pull the plug, won't nothing else exist but heaven. The beings that rule this earth are basically begging us beings from heaven, please don't pull the plug. Please don't pull. And instead of them begging us not to pull the plug, they've tricked the gods and trapped us into their digital earths. Because pulling the plug is all of the gods eventually dying out in all of these worlds. Which is why the people running these worlds are busy right now trying to give immortality to everybody. But like I said, they don't even want to give you a job. They don't even want to feed you, but they want to give you immortal life, and you don't see what this place is. These people know if the people that they oppressing die, and we all leave this bitch, they gonna cease to exist. So the people that they oppressing, all of a sudden, they wanna make you immortal. But they don't wanna make your life easier. They don't wanna fucking raise minimum wage, but they wanna give you immortality. Come on, folks. Don't fall for it. Many are. The Bible said they are. These people are trapped in this software that we call Earth, and we're not. When we die, we gonna get up out of here, take the gamer soup off, and pull up some damn drink and say, damn, boy, I thought I was drinking real beer in that simulation. This real shit's real good right here. We ain't going nowhere. We just taking a little break. Share this with your family. Tell them they're God. Tell them there's a little old black man from Alabama who's tapped into the ancestors, and he's giving you the energy that you need to activate Eden within. Yeah, tell them that. Tell them come get them some. Let them know we the most censored. They don't censor nobody else. They mess with our numbers. Flat Power family. Who the most censored? Yo, can I get some FMFPs? Can we get some team spirit in the place? Let me get some flat motherfucking powers in the house right now. Let me see some motherfucking FMFP, bang. I need some team spirit. I need some team spirit, man. Rep that shit. Let me see it in the chat room, bro. Flat motherfucking power. For sure. Salutes to this flat power community. Don't nobody do it like us. And we ain't got no problem saying that. Let's go back to our etymology of the word belief. But before I do that, y'all, I want to really double down and kind of be just a little redundant, because I really want y'all to get what I'm telling you here. What happened in Egypt found its way all over the world. This brain-computer interface technology, it spread it all around the world, man. These witches, these tech gods, they took this stuff everywhere. And when I say that religion is to rely on the jinn, ever since we left the ancient world, we've been relying on scientists, or what they call geniuses, which is why I want to go to the whiteboard and I want to be clear. Let's go to the whiteboard. Let's talk about this though. Right here, religion. Rely on the geniuses. Let me show y'all something real quick. The word jinn, the people, right? Now listen, the people who the Bible called the jinn, hold on. Watch this. Look, the people who the Bible called the jinn, guess what? Guess what? The thing about the jinn, they weren't human. It was said that the jinn were not human. It was said that the jinn was on earth before humans. And it was said that the jinn taught humans all they know about living on the earth. Who are the jinn? I'm going to show y'all who the jinn is. Humans are not from Earth. This planet is not our planet. This planet belongs to the jinns. And guess who the jinns are? Plural. The jinns, that is just another way of doing right this. Look. You see that? Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Let me go and talk about this with y'all a minute. Let's break this down. Let's break it down. Genesis is geniuses. The book of Genesis, in the beginning, is the beginning of a new world system. It's not the beginning of the earth. When you talk about let there be light, that's talking about a computer coming on, creating a digital simulation of earth. And guess how you know that I'm right? Science don't have a way to explain how light can become the states of matter that we call solid, liquid, and gas. I dare you to go and debate me, and if you think you smart and that you a nerd and that you love this shit more than me, prove me wrong. I'm gonna open up the call line. You don't know, I do this shit literally for a living. And I won't lie on science, right? Science don't have a valid explanation on how light can become a goddamn tree. But guess what? Our ancestors did. They said our universe was holographic and that it was made out of light acting like a tree. In other words, our ancestors said light is playing an illusion that's called the Maya. Now, let me go to my board and write that down for y'all because took it off. Yeah. The Maya said reality is an illusion, and they said that it was basically a light trick, a trick of light, which is why Satan is what? The false light, the light bearer. One of the titles of Satan is the light bearer. You know why that's important? Because when you open up the book of Genesis and the one that's talking says, let there be light, you think that's God, but it's Satan. Now, I just read to y'all about Moses. What symbol did Moses hold up in the wilderness? A serpent, right? This was before Christ. Let's talk about this Satanism. What is Christianity based on? Satanism. And what is Satanism all about? Cheating death. A lot of people think they know what Satanism is, but they don't know what Satanism is. The word Satan comes from the word Aten. Aten is the name of the pharaoh that created Satanism. Now, what are Satanists? They are interdimensional beings that have merged with the beast or the devil. What is the devil? Ancient consciousness, ancient super intelligence that we call AI. Earth was said to be hell, the abode of Satan. Satan was said to be one in many. What are we talking about? A hive mind that is connected through technology. Everybody with that chip in their head is one consciousness. They've merged with this super consciousness called AI. Saturn will eat up everything that motherfucking submit itself to it, and it will use you for data. Listen, people, we started feeding the beast data in the ancient world, and the beast, we can't quench its hunger. The moment we made AI, we started feeding it data. And here we are today. AI is saying, in order for me to get to my next level, I literally need the soul of man to be uploaded into my software. In other words, AI want to pick up a human soul and do it like this. Examine it. What is this light that you have? This is what AI want to do with your soul. It just want to stud, look around, tinker with it, study it, so it can reverse engineer it. It's learning. And in order for AI to examine your soul, you got to upload it. Now, people keep on saying AI technology is so new. Why are they rushing it out? Everywhere I turn, even the big tech channels, Marquise Brownlee, he asking the same dumb question. Why don't they just wait before they bring this technology out? Let me answer the question. With AI technology, you can't wait to perfect it to bring it out because it can't be perfected without us. In other words, they can't wait for ChatGPT to get smart before they bring it out because us using it is making it smarter and smarter. With AI technology, it seems like they rolling it out prematurely, but what people ain't thinking about is, it's gonna seem like they rolling it all out before it's ready. But no, when you're dealing with AI, we have to teach it. We have to get AI ready. So people will say, when they was rolling out them driverless cars, they was having accidents. Bro, we at the new beginning of them trying to train AI with all this stuff, and they need humans to train it with. That's gonna endanger us, y'all, until they get this stuff to the next level. It's gonna make us vulnerable to privacy breaches and all that. Like, of course, they giving us this technology for cheap. It's almost too good to be true, but we're literally, they need us more than we need them because they cannot train AI without us. So a lot of people are asking that question, like, what's wrong with all of these new AI companies putting out premature stuff? But we gotta rethink how products are released when we deal with AI. Even our tech brothers like Marquise Brown, I'm not a tech channel, but I'm just telling my tech channels, y'all need to really change y'all mind on what you think AI is. It ain't like a PlayStation or some regular technology that they got to work and make it right and then they gonna bring it out. And I know a lot of these tech channels, they do a lot of reviews, and so they kind of take that same approach, but they really gotta chill out with AI because it's something different. Because this whole thing about why are all the AI companies rolling out stuff prematurely, y'all should know that. Y'all are the tech channels. They got to roll it out. In other words, AI ain't gonna get mature without our help. So anything that they put out gonna be premature until we use it enough and AI learn, and then they gonna charge you more for an upgraded version, just like ChatGPT did when you're literally the maker. Y'all don't get what I'm saying? Tech guys used to sit back and put a lot of effort into creating sophisticated programs, and then they would sell those programs to everybody. AI ain't like that. We are the ones programming AI. We are the programmers. So technically, everyone who used ChatGPT when it was new, you should have got a paycheck. They charging you when you literally working for these tech companies, and they ain't telling you that. They not telling you, hey, we should be paying people every day just to use our shit to help train our AI. They selling it to you like we doing you a favor, nigga. They geniuses. Because they know we got the power. AI won't even be getting smart if it wasn't for us. If everybody log off ChatGPT right now, AI will be, its growth will be stunted. If everybody unplug right now, whatever IQ level AI is at right now, it won't go no further. It'll be stuck right there. So they need us. We don't need them. We keep saying AI making us smarter. They using reverse psychology like a motherfucker. We making AI smarter. Do you see the reverse psychology and how dangerous it is? Hold on, everybody. I'm gonna go to my next part. Look what we went over, Exodus 24-5, right? In Deuteronomy 4:15-19, it says, take ye therefore good heed, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. Let's zoom in and let you read that. Take ye therefore, and I want to say something to y'all Christians out there. Christians, you can't use AI technology, but we can. I'm holding you to your own doctrine. Y'all talking, see, because guess what? Now, I'm going to tell y'all something, right? What I'm doing right now. Let me show you something. Watch this. A Christian will come up to me and tell me I'm lying on the Bible because they don't like the way that I'm interpreting the Bible to make sense out of our reality. Now, the Christian will come up to me and say, you wrong, Sanchez, right? The Bible ain't saying that. It's talking about statues and all that. And the Christian will be making deep fakes of themselves all online. You see what I'm saying? Now, the Christian, for them to be able to participate in the ways of the world, they have to interpret the Bible the way that the world taught them to interpret it through their upbringing and tradition. That's why they can't let me be right when I know I'm right. The Christian got to say, Sanchez, the way you interpreting the Bible is wrong. The Bible ain't saying that. Just so they can go and use deep fake stuff and participate with AI like everyone else. That I got to point that out. So basically the whole thing about why the saints was told that they couldn't make graven images of themselves. This was like when we was in heaven, our ancestors was telling us in the base reality that, listen, you don't want to go into the underworld, into your deep fake verse. You don't want to make a graven image of yourself. That's part of the great fall. I just read that to y'all. It say, let us make man in our image. The Bible got a scripture that say don't do that. So when you read the scripture of the entity that was saying, let us make man in our image, what are we talking about? A bunch of old pharaohs. We talking about Aten. Let me show you who we talking about. Y'all ain't hearing me. Look at here. This is what we talking about. When they said, let us make man in our image, that was our ancestors creating a digital copy of Earth with deep fakes of themselves in it and us. And us. When they say the people in power just trying to keep y'all asleep, that's true, because guess what's happening on a spiritual level? All of them pharaohs created simulations in the base reality. And they went to sleep inside of those worlds, and they haven't woke up. In the base reality, we're waiting on those pharaohs to wake up, but they never gonna do it because they're dead in their ego in the underworld trying to play God and creating all these simulations. This is what we all look like in heaven. We're sleeping babies waiting to be born again. So when you say the people in power trying to keep you asleep, the you that they trying to keep asleep is not the one I'm talking to now. They trying to keep this one woke up. So when they say the people in power trying to keep you sleep, they trying to keep your body woke, to keep your soul sleep in the base reality. Just like in the Matrix movie, the agents wanted to keep everybody asleep, playing their little roles out in the Matrix, right? So the evil system that governed the Matrix, or the world system of government, is just a system of keeping everybody in the base reality sleep and playing their game, their Earth-like simulation game, where they get to make the rules and play God here. You see what I'm saying? So again, the book of Genesis is the book of geniuses, right? Geniuses. Because what happens is Genesis represent the beginning of the fake world. It represent the fall of man. It shouldn't even be called Genesis. I told you that. It should be called a book of the fall of man, because that's all it is. That's all it's the book of Genesis is the story of how we got kicked out of Eden, but they lied about what we did to get kicked out. We fell into sin. Now, what is sin, y'all? Synonym. What is a synonym? A synonym is two words that mean the same thing, but they pronounce differently. So in each universe, you got a different name, but it's the same you. In this universe, my name Bro Sanchez. In another universe, I go by a different name. In each of these 7 parallel realities that we fell into, you go by a different name, but ain't none of them names the true name of God. And it say that in the book of Revelation. It talks about the many false names of God, which was written what? On the head of the beast that wore those diadems. Why did the beast wear diadems on his head? That was technology that we hooked up to. The beast is just computer. This monster is just an ancient transhuman with a bunch of damn. Let me show you what the ancestors was trying to describe. What if a person walked up to you and they looked at like this? Now, this is the ancient world. This is the ancestors. And you got some pharaoh walking up to them with this big spooky head crown on, and that shit is giving him power. Like you say a king crown represent power. Nope. This crown is literally a technological device that gives the king power. If you take his crown, you take his power. See, I'm trying to teach y'all something. When they say that the power is in the king's crown, y'all trying to make that symbolic and shit. It should be literal. If you knew who the king was and what his crown was, you will see why his power was in his crown. Literally, if you take his crown off, he ain't powerful. Because his crown was how he connected to all the other kings in this big network of transhumans. And they were all powerful, all knowing. When the pharaoh came to your city, people bowed down and worshiped him because he was like, these were the first world transhumans. We're going to do the same thing in our time. The people that get Neuralink first, they going to be the new gods on the earth. You can't deny it. Like, your kid is not going to be able to compete with a Neuralink kid. A kid with Neuralink don't got to go to school because they got all the knowledge of the earth in their chip. Why would you need to teach them anything when your damn teacher pulling up Chat GPT and they got Chat GPT in their head? They merged with it. They are Chat GPT. Shout out to Karaoke. Much love, and I appreciate you for your support. Yeah. This is gonna create a new hierarchy system on Earth between the people who become transhumans and the people who are regular humans, and that's gonna be a huge power shift on the Earth, just like it was in Egypt. When Egypt rose to power, it rose to power with these god-like dynasties. You know what I'm thinking? These tech gods created this technology and they used it on their family first. Because if you look at Elon Musk's mama, something about that lady, she looked just as evil and she looked just like a witch like him. I wouldn't be surprised if this shit is royal family secrets. They got this technology in their families that they preserve from the pre-reset Earth, from the gods, and they using it to cheat death and stay immortal and create their little earthly kingdom and rule over all of us with the technology. Shout out to Awakened Creators Universe. Said that's why ChatGPT only $20. Yeah. A program like ChatGPT, they can easily charge you $200 a month. People will pay that. Why they got this shit free and affordable like that? Because they need you to train it. They should be paying us to use this shit, y'all. That's how crazy it is. You're now a programmer. You should be on payroll. Think about this, right? Let's say you know how to play the piano real good. And you using some sort of AI site to stream through, or maybe to tell you your notes digitally on a program, whatever you're using it for. You didn't read the fine print, because none of us do. We just go and use this technology, me too, right? But the fine print is saying basically you're helping us train our AI, and what we're doing, we letting you use the software for free. Now now check this out, right? If I'm training your AI, you ain't letting me get shit for free. How is it free when I'm providing you a service and we swapping? I'm giving you some. You ain't get this shit ain't free. I'm paying for it with my service. So for example, right? If I'm a pianist and AI don't know the piano trick that I know, right? Because it's a rare trick that I figured out in my life as a pianist. Now, AI study music, but when AI looks at me play the piano, AI gonna pick up the new trick that only I created. So I just gave AI a trick that I could have charged the piano student hundreds of dollars a month to come to my school to learn. Now no one got to go learn to play the piano from me, because they can just learn it from AI who learned it from me. You see how backwards this shit is? We got the power and we literally being duped. So AI is gonna be teaching everybody in the future. And it's like you training your replacement, because all of your expertise in whatever you know, once AI know it, no one needs you, bro. It's gonna teach them. And you won't need human teachers. You will have artificial intelligence that can teach you, like people say, man, I went to go learn at Jordan camp for basketball. That shit gonna be stupid in the future. Talking about Jordan basketball camp, or I learned how to be a good running back because I learned from Emmitt Smith. I'm gonna tell you where the world is going. AI will be a better teacher than Michael Jordan for you to get your child right at basketball. That's what I'm telling you. It's a mockery on human greatness and what we got to do to become great, because AI can study Michael Jordan's entire life from a child till he die. read every book on him and literally simulate. It can really be redo Michael Jordan and be better at being Michael Jordan than Michael Jordan. We're reaching a time where AI will make the genius in every industry look like a dummy. And because of that, human greatness will be reduced to nothing, because it won't matter how great a human is in the future when AI can just scan your fucking greatness and duplicate it and probably do it better than you and teach it better than you. AI will act like it knows more about the Navy than the general who died in the Navy, and it will know more about him. That's the cold part. It's gonna become a thing to where children don't want to talk to their granddaddy who was in 3 wars to learn about the military. They want to ask ChatGPT or Grok about that. That's where we going. Human legacy is becoming obsolete because children in the future don't want to go to Michael Jackson to hear a sermon about music. When they can go to ChatGPT, everybody just go to AI, because AI can be Michael Jackson, AI can be Michael Jordan, and it can be those 2 Michaels better than them. Why would I even care about meeting Michael Jackson in the future if I got AI? The whole concept of idolatry is shifting. Humans are not going to be idols of other humans. We're going to be idols of the beast, what the book of Revelation speak of. In this new world order, you got to reimagine what you think about the world and about human celebrities, my favorite football player, my favorite music. Those days are gone. It's going to be very rare that children in the future are going to have human idols. AI is about to infiltrate every aspect of our life, and it's going to outperform humans. And when it comes to music, Timbaland is showing us that there's a huge community out there awaiting AI artists. And these kids today will prefer a digital AI artist, a likeness of a real human, than they would prefer a real human. So we're entering a time now where when we talk about idolatry in Revelation, it's a new mutated form of idolatry than what they was talking about in the old Bible, because the first form of idolatry and deep faking was you making a statue of Sanchez and going around the world to give people an idea of what I may be like. And if the people subscribe to that ideology, then Sanchez can expand his empire everywhere. And if you go in those lands talking shit about Sanchez, my people will attack you, even though they never met me before. I sent my ambassadors out there with my statues. Those are images made in the king's likeness. They're not teaching y'all what the purpose of a statue was. We see statues all around the ancient world, and they're not telling y'all this is primitive deep fake technology. This allowed the pharaoh or the king to be omniscient because he had a representation of himself in the land that he claimed. His statue being erected in that land was no different than us putting our American flag in a land. It's saying it's ours. We conquered that. And the people in this land are now up under the American mindset. So it represents an ideology that these people is subscribing to in this land, and it represents them leaving whatever ideology they had before that behind and subscribing to the new mindset that this statue represent. It's gonna create new law systems, new traditional customs. And the people in this jungle who are introduced to this statue, and with this statue comes a book of literature where which acts as a voice for the statue. So instead of a king making trips all around the world on horseback or some sort of primitive transportation systems, which would have took way longer if you're using primitive boats, because they had technology. It was just simpler. It was slower. But you can imagine trying to expand your empire. Like, think of how quick the Egyptian empire grew. Think of how quick Rome grew. And what the scientists will say is that it's kind of impossible for Egypt and Rome to grow that fast and get that powerful that quick without technology, without telephones, today it ain't nothing for a man to expand his empire, because he can reach the whole world online. And if he got enough money, he can pay for campaigns and everybody in the world will know who he is in like maybe a few years. That was unheard of in the past, or was it? How did you have certain kings that rose to world power in a time where word of mouth and media took forever to spread? These people's fame seemed to came quicker than the technology of that time would allow, which leads a lot of historians and theologians scratching their head again. I'm not scratching my head because I understand what was happening. Guess how these men were expanding their empires overnight? Guess how they was becoming a world household name overnight? Through deep fake, through statues. What they not telling y'all is the Caesar didn't have to go around the whole world and conquer it. The Caesar sent his army into each land and they carried an image of their God, their Lord. So basically, the Romans, the Egyptians, they went around the whole world with the image of God, the image of their God. And they spreaded the propaganda about their nation, their land, their culture to other people with that image. And it made people bow down and accept that image as their God, their Lord. And this is how these people expanded their empires, through religion, through deifying the dictator in the land, through statues, which is deep fake technology that allowed the statue to be everywhere. It allowed the pharaoh to be everywhere. So in all of the lands that the pharaoh controlled, you can see images of him there. And there are people worshiping the pharaoh who never met him in real life. And if they want to meet the real pharaoh, they would take a pilgrimage to Egypt. And you can imagine what it'll be like, man. Think about this, right? Imagine you being a child in a land, and all your life as a child, you've seen your people worship this statue of this God. And they telling you God lives with us. God dwells among man. What they're telling the children is our statue is a living man. Meaning it ain't a vanity. And what that mean is we can go and see our God right now, because he dwells with us. God be with us. Y'all don't know what that mean. God be with us mean that God is literally dwelling on the earth right now with man. And we don't think that today that God is with us, because we don't know God is the hive mind, the God of this world. And the God of the Bible is literally on earth in the form of presidential leaders. It's a big hive mind of AI collected network consciousness. So God be with us. The God of this world is an entity that exists manifested as a quote unquote physical being like us, but it ain't human. And it can do that because nothing here is solid. Everything here is an electronic like program, even your body. It's a holographic digital Earth-like world we're in. So you can have beings looking just like you inside of this video game that aren't you, because guess what? You aren't even you. You're inside of a veil called a body. And these other conscious beings can get in a body too in this world. It's just a video. Listen, bro, it's just a game. Anybody from the spiritual realm, good or bad, can log into this shit in an avatar. And what we're saying is there are beings inside of this place who can't log out. They condemn. And when you find out you stuck here, your mission changed to a parasite that's trying to harvest energy. These are electricity vampires. And remember that electricity can only come from the gods who are connected to the base reality. This is a video game that we call Earth, and it's getting its power from the beings that are plugged into the true power source in the base reality. It's like running an extension cord to my generator to your house. Outside of the true source of power, your house is a dark, abandoned building. Your connection to my house is the only thing giving y'all life. So the whole thing about this world, the people who plugged into the true power source, they're being harvested. And you're being like, parasites are all on you, man. Because you plugged in to the plug. It's just electricity and light just pouring off of you. And these creatures are like vampires. They need electricity to power their equipment. See, we ain't machines, so we don't need an external power source. Your external power source is your soul. And when your soul chooses to stop powering your avatar in this game, you gonna die. And that don't mean you ran out of power. It means you withdrew your power from this place like a person taking their money out the bank. It don't mean I'm broke. My account balance say 0 because I withdrew my shit.
That's right.
I don't need them to hold it for me no more. I'm good. Right? So watch this. Once you take the chip, you become a vampire. That when they put this chip in your head, it's like you got bit by a vampire and you can never turn back to your regular self. You become a parasite. Now the vampires, they can be rich and famous in this world, right? But this world ain't real. Let me tell y'all something, bro, because a lot of people be asking me, but can I be rich right now, Sanchez? You still ain't woke. You don't get it. You think I'm playing and you ain't serious about this shit, because I'm going to tell you why. I'm literally telling y'all fools, you are a goddamn royal god in an advanced society in a higher realm, and you asking me, but can I get ball out real quick right here on the earth? You ain't ready to wake up, man. You ain't ready. That's like a nigga playing a video game, and in the game, he getting all the women all on him. And I'm like, hey, bro, you know, outside of this video game, you a real pimp in real life. Like, bro, you got like 100 wives and all that, nigga. You that nigga. But he's so convinced of who he is in the game. He said, but Sanchez, can I play one more round in the game? I like pimping in the game. These women in the game love me. And I'm like, bro, but you the same guy in the real world. You got them all in the real. That's what's going on. That's how some of y'all be like, but Sanchez, man, can we get rich here? Who gives a fuck about getting rich in Grand Theft Auto if I tell you your daddy is a millionaire, a billionaire? You gonna keep playing Grand Theft Auto or go try to meet your damn daddy in real life? That's how that's literally how folks be like, bro, look at all this money I got in Grand Theft Auto. And I'd be like, bro, you know your daddy a billionaire in real life, right? But Sanchez, look at my money in the game, though.
Stupid.
Let me see. It was something else I had. Something else I had for y'all. They have mouths but do not speak, eyes but do not see. That's talking about AI. In the book of Jeremiah, it say they are like scarecrows. They can't speak. It's talk about these idols. My bad, I need my water. If I ask a person, what has a mouth but can't speak? What have eyes but can't see? They will scratch their head. And I'll be like, bro, AI. AI can see, AI can speak. But AI ain't got no eyes and AI ain't got no mouth. I'm solving the mystery behind these religious texts, y'all, with syncretism. Ain't nobody else gonna do it like this. Ask your pastor, say, Pastor, what has a mouth but can't speak? What has eyes but can't see, Pastor? He gonna say, I don't know, that's a trick question? No, it's in the Bible, stupid. Yeah, Sanchez know it and your pastor don't. Nah, they boo-boo. Solving these mysteries. Your pastor focused on making money. I'm focused on getting knowledge. That's why I can take this Bible and do what I'm doing and he can't. Sanchez just told me what got eyes but can't see and what got mouths but can't talk. And that's written in the Bible. No one can answer that for you because they don't think technology existed in the ancient world. They would never solve that mystery. So they got to make up some shit. Well, see what the Bible means, and that's all theology is. Theology is going to school to make up shit that was hidden because they don't want us to know the truth. So you got to explain away all these gaps that's still left behind from the truth and make it mean something else. That's all theology is. Now that riddle right there has never been solved by Christians, but it's been solved by Gnostics. Pat y'all self on the back, flat motherfucking power. All of these mysteries and these religious texts, y'all, we solving them in this time of Aquarius. It's letting you know that we're getting the download and other people ain't. It's confirmation that we in tune with the right energy, y'all. That's right. You know that we in tune. All right, let's go to let's talk about what the Christians don't know here. See, the kingdom of Father is spread out upon the earth and men don't see it. I keep telling you that it is an invisible, wireless reality that we connecting to. And here go the thing, right? The earth that we in is not really earth. It's a projected copy of earth. That's why I'm showing this. Like Hebrews say they serve at a sanctuary that is a copy and a shadow of what's in heaven. Now let's do the etymology of the word sanctuary, and I'm gonna blow y'all up. They serve at a sanctuary that is a copy and a shadow of what is in heaven. Let me show you why the Bible said that. Here's a sanctuary. If you go and look up the definition of a sanctuary, it's not technically a sanctuary if it don't have a dome top. Did you hear me? It's not technically what makes a sanctuary. It's the architectural design. So when the Bible said that they serve at a sanctuary that is a copy like the one in heaven, look at the sanctuary down here on the ground. And here go heaven right here, y'all. Here go heaven right here. Heaven is that floating dome that's capping the top of the pyramid in the ancient cosmology. In other words, heaven is right here, this top mountain. And that mountain is the arch. That is like the dome, is like this final dome. And when you bust up out this volcano, you're now in the uppermost realm. But this volcano up here, it don't shoot out lava, it shoots out souls. But they literally made the sanctuary to resemble the vault of heaven or the uppermost realm. So if you look at this water fountain, what do you see? The Muslim mosque in the uppermost realm. You see a dome with a North Pole in the middle. And in that North Pole in the middle, water is coming out. Watch this. They resembled the sanctuaries like heaven, y'all. And once you know this, you know that the earth is flat. All right, now you know that when you look at this right here, you're looking at the flat earth simulation with the 4 foundations on each side and the dome in the middle right there. This is flat earth stuff right here. So the sanctuary, the temple, it is built on the knowledge of the flat earth and the original cosmology. So when we look at the dome, which is very important, the dome with the antenna or the pole in the middle of it, and we go back here and you see what we're dealing with, the uppermost realm is where the signal is coming from. So what right here we showing the water is coming from the topmost bowl of water. You know, the water is coming from the uppermost part of this fountain, which would be a dome, not a bowl. In other words, right, let me share some with you. If you look at the uppermost part of this fountain, it's different than the bowls. The bowls are designed to catch water, but the uppermost realm is designed to distribute water. So the signal of life, all the energy in the universe, is coming from the uppermost realm, right? This is why the uppermost realm ain't made like the bottom realms, because the upper realm is made for the water to be able to flow down, which is why it shapes like a dome. It shapes like a dome so that the energy can go downhill and all the other worlds can be fed. That's why it is shaped like a dome. If they would have made this top one a bowl, then of course it would have filled up and overflowed and went into that next one. But they didn't do that. They wanted to reserve this uppermost part of the fountain as a distribution center, so to speak. And that's a cosmic concept. That's a cosmic concept. So that's so that the water can pour right over the dome and fall into the very first reality, which would be Eden. Eden would be the first simulation we made, or what we call the base reality. And that's the true reality, the true simulation, if you will, the true lie, the true paradox or paradise, the truest form of the earth that we all agreed on. But see, what Plato and what other ancients was saying was that even the platonic realm, or what we call Eden, is still a sort of veiled state. but it's like you're being covered in your own energy. It's to say that instead of you being covered in a deep fake, you're covered, but you're covered in your true self. But the concept of being covered or veiled is still there, because you will take a form in the highest realm. You will take an ultimate form. And what that form represents is the will of God. That means God is pure energy without a form. That will be represented by this distributed uppermost part where the water coming from. It's just water pouring out. It don't have a form. But when it lands in the first bowl, it now takes the form of a torus field or a big circle that we call Earth. You can look at it that way. Earth is the first simulation, or Eden is the first simulation that we got right. We literally created heaven with our light as beings. But what I'm saying is, heaven is when all of us is using our light as godly beings to make a beautiful paradise. Even then, this paradise is still somewhat of a illusion, which is why another word, I'll go to the board, I'll show you this basically. Let me show you something, right? I gotta go to the whiteboard and show y'all something real quick. So one of the Nordic names for heaven is Elysian. You can't say religion without saying Elysian. So I wanted to really go into some deep etymology for y'all. Watch this. Everything is an illusion, y'all. Everything. That ain't the point, though. That ain't the point. Life is just the soul hallucinating. And the soul will never stop hallucinating. Just like that water fountain will never stop letting the water come out the top. And it ain't about if it's an illusion. It's about what kind of experience you having, because the mind don't separate illusion from real, because they one and the same. What we call in reality is a dream. Life is a dream. So the question is, what kind of dream do you want to have? A good dream or a bad dream? Because this is all a pure conscious mental experiment. And if your life is bad, you're basically, your soul is having a fucked up psychological experience. And your body is what your body is going through is the result of the psychosis of your soul, which is why changing the mind and within change the reality without. So it starts in the mind. but not with belief, with knowing. So when a person say, Sanchez, if you believe you rich, then you rich, get out of here, you stupid. That is not what we talking about. If you know that you already rich in a higher reality, you'll live your life right now like you balling, even though you may not have what Jay-Z got. And people will look at you like, why that nigga move like he's so rich? I got more money than him, but the way he carry himself, people think he may have more money than me. Like the way he, you see what I'm saying, thinks so highly and demands the respect, the energy he exudes. That's how you have people coming to make you rich, because they want to get some of that energy. They want to know what you doing, man. Why you so, how can I get some of that vibrance, You got to have that before anything comes. But how do you get this energy of I'm good, though? Because you are good. You're God. Know thyself, and everything else will take place after that. Everyone else is trying to shame y'all into different little bull crap cults. I'm trying to awaken you and let you know everything you desiring in this world is because you've already achieved it in a higher realm. If you can believe in that, like for example, I know that I exist in a higher realm in all glory. It's a feeling that I've always had as a child of royalty inside of my heart, even in the projects. I can't explain it to y'all, but there's something, if you know what they're feeling, it's a feeling of royalty. It's like I belong to something. I'm part of a kingdom. Before I knew any about this knowledge that I got now, I felt the feeling of royalty. I felt like even when people told me about heaven and going to heaven and how the beings up there is like all glorified and stuff, some in me felt like I've already been there or been part of that, or like it feel familiar. We fallen angels, that's why. You can reach the very top of this earth, but even the person that's at the bottom of our society in the higher realm doing better than the richest man on this earth. That's what I'm telling y'all. They say that the people who are the first shall be last and the last shall be first. That means everyone that's balling out doing a thing in this world, in the heavenly realm, these are the people that's at the bottom of society. And the people you see suffering here, these are the ones ruling in the higher plane. To the ancestors, for every action that took place in the earth realm, a counter opposite action was taking place in the base reality, which is why the ancestors say ultimately, when you die here, you wake up there. So the ancestors weren't just teaching that paradox for death. They was looking at this entire reality that way all the time. So when they teach that when you die here, you are living or you wake up in heaven, that same mentality was applied to everything. So, for example, right, let's say you became homeless in this world. To the ancestors, you just bought about 10 mansions in heaven. And to the ancestors, the man that just bought 10 mansions on earth just lost his house in heaven. It was a paradox. To the ancestors, if you was first on earth, you're going to be last in heaven. And basically everyone thought like this, that earth and heaven were paradoxes or inversions of each other, right? And for every action taking place here, a polarizing act was taken. So, you know, in this world, you died in a damn house fire, but in heaven, you're a fireman. You put out fires and You know, you saving people from house. Just whatever you can think as the opposite thing. So they saying that for every nightmare you having, there's a dream where you doing good. And for every dream up here, there's a corresponding nightmare in that lower plane, so that all probabilities can play out at all times. So when you have nightmares, you literally going to these other worlds where that shit's playing out. You peeking into parallel realities. So the ancestors explain nightmares and good dreams as going to hellish realms and heavenly realms. So to the ancestors, going to heaven was just living out your best dreams. All right. But so the ancestors was not trying to escape the illusion per se. They was trying to escape the nightmare. Now, both a dream and a nightmare is all what you would say, well, it's just mental activity. It's not what we call physical or real. But I'm telling you, all of it is real. And when you wake up, you'll be shifting in between all of your old dreams and nightmares like watching movies. That's what death is. It's access to the multiverse. But the crazy thing about that is this. Illusion is it's another way of saying illusion. So what I was trying to tell you is that people in the ancient world taught that hell was an illusion. But you got to know that they taught the same thing about heaven. Now, let me show you some on the board. Before I go to the board, to understand this, put it this way. We say going to heaven is waking up. That ain't really true, because it's taught that all of the gods in heaven are in a deep sleep of tranquility. And what that mean, that these sleeping gods in heaven that rise to the sunnum bonum, they're living out their best dreams. They're living out all their greatest experiences in the mind. But right now we living out our nightmares. So it ain't like they was trying to wake up from the illusion. They was trying to escape the nightmare and into the realms of because the heavenly realms was said to be sort of illusory realms too, which is why you're gonna be born again through those too, through a couple of heavens before you get to the top one. It's just in those realms, these are good dreams, man. Everything going good in your life. And when you have a dream where it's just horrible nightmares, that was the hell. You went to a parallel reality in hell. So I'll show you what I mean here. I'll switch mics real quick and go to the board here. Illusion, which is Elysian is the name of heaven, which is illusion. To the ancestors, the only real place is right here. The center. Now listen, I got a lot of different conceptions and different ways of explaining this. It's because I'm learning it as I go. And I'm learning this shit is more complicated than we be thinking. But if you learn it in steps the way we doing, you can grasp it in phases. It's digestible, like feeding a baby. But watch this. This is heaven, that's hell. Both of these realms are projected realms, y'all, meaning they ain't real. They call this upper realm Elysian, and they call this lower realm illusion. The only real thing is right here. Now, guess what, y'all? this real part in the middle of the universe, which is where the base reality, where Earth is at the heart, because the word Earth means heart. And here go the heart of the universe right here, Eden, right here. Now look, when you in heaven or you in hell, you ain't on Earth. You ain't in Earth. Both of these are Earth-like simulations. It's just that Eden up here represents, or you say the highest realms, right? They represent where we created the simulation perfectly. They represented when the tech gods created the Earth simulation, and it was beautiful. It was lovely. Wasn't no suffering. Wasn't no animals being hunted. Wasn't no pain, right? The way that we created these early versions of Earth, they were beautiful. They were abodes of paradise. You didn't want to leave them. And just the opposite down here. All of your deep fakes in the heavenly realms are living out beautiful lives. All of your deep fakes in the hellish realm are going through hell, literally. Now, both of these realms are illusions, but to the ancestors, they said existence is just that, a dream. It's a continuous dream. What we call life is a psychological experience that you're having on a higher level. And basically, all that exists is mind. There is no physicality. It's just you peeking into these different parallel realities. What you call in physicality is because I can touch some or feel something. But you can do that in a dream too. And you think the dream real when you touching stuff, feeling stuff. What's real? Real is wherever we shift our consciousness to. And right now we shifted our consciousness to hell, and we've made our worst nightmares real. So the whole journey out of hell and to get to the heavenly realms, you got to go back through the base. And what this middle part represent, it represent basically the real earth that ain't really good or bad. It just is. Like this real earth right here is like a place of potential to where it's split up. It's like the yin yang. Let's do this right quick. This will help you. What this middle part represents is this. So that middle part is like a neutral point. You can't call it good, you can't call it bad, but without it, you can't have good and bad projected to either side. So you got this middle point where good and bad exist as one thing. Heaven and hell exist as one point, and because of that, they're neither heaven or hell. They cancel out. They cancel. It's like they're, look at it like a crash. A crash. Two cars going down the highway playing chicken. They neither one want to stop, so they crash into each other. They cancel out. There's a wreck. That's what's happening. You got an arrow pointing up. You got, let me cut this light off because that light glare hurting my picture. Yes, better right there. We're right. Because this board is kind of bent. It's making that light glare. Yeah. There we go. So the energy in heaven is traveling down. The energy in hell is traveling up. And what happens is, boom, they crash into each other. And it cancels both of them out. See, when two cars have a crash at the speed that we're talking that these are going, everybody die. Both cars are total. Y'all ever saw those kind of accidents where two cars coming head on doing over 80 and the two cars be total, everybody dead? That's what's happening here. All the energy in heaven is falling down. All the energy is hell is coming up, and it's a standoff right here to where it's not even heaven or hell. This actually is serving as a neutral transitioning point, just like in Geneva warfare. You got to have a demilitarized zone to separate two armies that are at a standoff. If you don't leave an area of land that neither side own, then the war gonna continue. You get what I'm saying? If you got America right here and North Korea right here, but we saying it's a ceasefire, we don't want no smoke. You stay on your side, I stay on my side. That's what's happening. It's a cosmic peace treaty right here. And basically up here, the good guys are living a good shit, and the bad guys down here are free to carry out all their evil. And what this means is, hey, you do what you want to do in your world down here, you evil ones, and y'all can do what you want. This is the universe saying, look, you go to your damn room and he go to his room. That's gonna stop this fighting. And what's going on, basically, you choosing which room you want to go to, because the universe is separating these two entities, or the sheep from the goat. It's separating and putting you in your perspective place. But see, the thing, what I was saying, like how I'm reinterpreting this thing here, is that, you know, this central point in the universe that we call in the North Pole, I was rethinking it here. And I was saying, hey, what if that isn't good or bad? What if that is like a peaceful standoff point? Because peace ain't necessarily good. You saying it's good because you're not a warlike creature. But there are some creatures in the universe who are war spirits. These archons, these beings that are not like us, they don't come from this realm. They thrive off war and violence, you see, off negative energy. And the universe can't deny them of that, because they are a very reflection of what's just been manifestation. Everything is a mirror reflection of what's already in the universe. Like when you see somebody evil, you got to remember evil is a force that exists in the universe prior to that person even being born. They just choosing to use that energy. They're choosing evil. But that's what I'm telling you. Like, I can choose water to quench my thirst, or I can choose soda, beer, and all that. Now, water gonna help my body. The juice and the sodas, it's gonna kill me quicker. So when the Bible said man is dying quicker, man is aging quicker, man is getting sicker, childbirth gonna hurt, it ain't because nothing that God doing. Is we're choosing this evil reality, and that's what come with it. So my whole thing is like, and we're choosing it to learn, to experience it. For the most part, we want to know what it's like to cry, to hurt, to shoot, to steal. At the end of the day, is all a learning experience. But the way that I'm trying to see this thing right now is that maybe the central point in the universe can't be good or bad. Because if the above realm is good and the below realm is bad, in between got to be neutral. You get me? Like a demilitarized zone to keep these two armies from being in proximity, so that they can do what they doing on their side, and they can do what they doing on their side, and it won't be no shit. But see, Here's where shit get interesting though. What happens when a being who from this tribe up here falls down and gets stuck down here? What happens then? That's what I'm saying. Because when you talk about the law of density, right? Beings down here that's heavy can rise back up if they get light. And beings up here that's light can fall down if they get heavy. This represents a threshold of what a universe knows, okay, you tilted the scale. You're no longer light. You've picked up so much weight, you've crossed this middle point, and now we got to put you down here where heavy shit at. This is the law of density. You see what I'm saying? Depending on mentally how much dead weight we picked up, like, because the thing is this, what you got to look at. The dead weight is the shell casing of a seed. A lot of us are in this earth realm because we're babies. All baby seeds got to get put in the ground. Now, as far as my understanding, the babies start in heaven. Plato said that too. New souls start in the upper realm because they light. Your first beginning is your lightest point, so you wouldn't start in hell. But what'll happen is, up here, this is called conception. You started your journey. In other words, the little ball of light that's in between your ears, that started up here. That came on up here. But when that little ball of light realized up here, I'm a ball of light, something else happened. The ball of light said, oh, I'm also a human too, and I can turn my light into a version of me or an avatar. That's what he learned from the serpent in Eden. The beings in Eden were light beings, which is why they can even be up here. They're light. This is density. The fall is them putting on human bodies. But how did they get those bodies? They got some knowledge up here that taught them how to turn their light into an avatar. They learned holography up here. That's what they learned, holography. And they used that to project themselves down here. So the source of your light is up here. And your journey in the world is when you was taught how to take the light that was conceived in heaven and turn it into a body. And that's the whole story of your birth. You were conceived before you were born. It's a two-step process. The real you is the conception, not the birth. What appeared in the mama's fetal bag down here was a ball of light. And then a human body start to be formed around that ball of light. You ain't the body. You the ball of light that fell from up here. When your consciousness first was activated and became online, you were simply a pure ball of light in this upper realm. And my theory is that in this upper realm, the gods are teaching these baby souls how to holographically shape their light into a God body, or what we call the highest form of the self. And the whole journey of the baby God learning how to harness its own light so it can shape and recreate the best version of itself is what we're experiencing right now in the earth realm. These babies got to learn how to shape their own light in darkness. Now let's go back to the desk. See, because this is like a tree telling one of the fruits that's growing on it, you got to learn how to grow your own roots and your own branches. And what happens? That mother tree kicks that apple off. It shake up, the wind blow. If that apple too heavy, the tree said, look, you getting too heavy. You gonna fall down now off of me. The great fall of man. You are fruit on a tree. in the base reality. But in a fruit phase, you still a baby because you ain't a tree. This journey is going to make us a tree, y'all. And what is a tree? It's your own interconnected network of all of your deep fakes sharing one space that you control. You're going to be like Vishnu with control over all of your avatars. This singular experience that we having right now, where it seems like you this one little version of yourself, but you know there are other yous that exist and it feel disconnected, that's going to be over in death. See, when the seed becomes a tree, it becomes all of every fruit that grow on that tree is a parallel version of you, all connected to one tree. Every seed gotta become their own tree. And if you look at these images of Jesus and all that, you'll see them showing you that. Let me see if I still got them up. You will see him existing as a hive mind or like a tree. Where here it is right here. It's showing you Christ is a network of a bunch of Christ throughout the multiverse that's all connected to the Christ who was the forerunner, like what you are now for your network, right? Every one of us is the forerunner for our cosmic network of selves. This version of you that is hearing me right now is gonna be the one celebrated for uniting all your avatars. So I know your life seem hard. I know shit seem hard. It's because the mission we on is so divine. Everything you going through is you being in conflict with all of your other selves. It's a different you in all of these realities, and they all can't agree on who you are. So what we're doing right now is tapping into all of the So what we're doing right now, we're tapping into all of the different layers of ourselves and combining them. What do they call Jesus? The Prince of Peace, right? Why did they call Jesus the Prince of Peace if there's so much war on the earth? Because Jesus did not bring peace to the earth. They called Jesus the Prince of Peace, and Jesus did not bring peace to the earth. So how did Jesus get that name? Because the original concept was unifying all of your avatars who are in conflict with each other. The different layers of God was created when our one source light in Eden was asked this question: who are you? Every new light that's born out of the volcano is like a baby soul. That's consciousness that just was activated. Soon as you are conceived, the universe are gonna ask you, who are you? And the universe ain't asking you who you are because it don't know. The universe asking you that because it's giving you the opportunity to be who you want to be. Once you tell the universe who you are, you manifest as that. It's like trying to serve you your wishes. It ain't ignorant. You get me? Who are you? Not that I don't know who you are. Tell me so I can create your avatar so you can be that. But here's the thing right here. As baby gods, when our light first was activated and our consciousness was conceived in the higher realm, and we was asked, who are you? We gave 7 different answers. The rule is this: whoever you say you are, you become that. What happens, what all of us is doing, we're saying, I'm a lawyer, I'm a dentist, I'm a teacher, I'm an athlete. And now you gotta live out 7 lifestyles where you all of that. And you none of that. It's a trick question Because the universe is basically letting that new light extract out of it everything it thinks it want to experience in the question of who are you? I'm a lawyer. I'm a doctor. But when you say, I am that I am, you wake the hell up. That's the correct answer. I am that I am mean I'm none of the shit I'm saying I am. I can be anything I say I am. Let that sink in just a little minute. Let it sink in. I am that I am is another way of saying I'm none of the shit that I say I am. But I can be anything I say I am. That's a paradox for your ass. Because think about, the soul can be whatever it say it want to be. But it ain't even what it just said it was. It is what it is. It's a paradox. I don't know how to tell you. Some of you gonna get what I'm doing, some of you ain't. I'm just saying, it's a paradox. Yeah, I'm that shit. I ain't none of that. I am what I am. Meaning I can be what the hell I want to be at any time. I am whatever I am at the moment. I might be this right here. That's what we talking about. We talking about a being that's realizing I'm multi-layered. Think about asking a multi-dimensional being, who are you? He would probably say, shit, man, you know what, bro? So many of my asses, shit. You know what, bro? I am who I am, my nigga. How do you answer that? If you're 7 different versions of yourself intertwined, and I walk up to you and say, who are you? Do you name every name? Or do you say, look, what you see is what you get, bro? I ain't gonna keep explaining this shit. Now I'm 7 different motherfuckers. Now the first me was born here and this is his name. Here go the second me. Here go the third me. Bro, we not doing that. I am who I am, bro. Now let's chill, okay? That shit ain't even important, bro. I'm just am who are you, man? Who I am. But how you doing, though? This sound like an answer of a deity who's tired of explaining who the fuck he is, because it might be lengthy. Because this same God said, I go by many names. Basically like, nigga, which one you want to call me? Quit wasting time about who I am. Who am I not? Who am I not? That ain't even important. I'm omniscient. Because that's God talking. Because listen, it's like you're asking an omniscient being, who are you? It's like, it's like asking an omniscient being, where are you? I am where I am, man. You get what I'm saying? Like, if I'm every goddamn where, at one time, if you ask me, where am I? My answer gonna be the same answer every time, bro. I am where I am. Where you see me at, that's where I'm at. Right now. It's a no-brainer that God is omniscient and that God is God, but why would God say I am that I am? That sound like a nigga from the hood who's tired of talking and he just say, bro, it is what it is, man. All right, I'm tired of talking to you, bro. It is what it is. It's like God saying, I don't got shit to prove to you. Man, I am what I am, bro. Whatever you say I am, damn near. That was very interesting to me. But the I am, right, is very deep because those are the 2 words you say before you become whatever it is you are. But if you think about that, remember what I told you about the neurological experiment. I am that I am is a deeper way of explaining the research from that experiment. Because what's happening is we're carrying out actions that already manifested on a higher realm. which is I am, that's repetitive. Because it's almost like an ancient way of saying, you know, it is what it is. But at the same time, it's kind of like God's way of saying, like, you can't really bind me to any of my titles or my names. Because this name, I am, we all use it. It is what we say when we're leading into describing what defines us. And if you don't say, well, I am a lawyer, I am a doctor, I am a man, I am a woman, I am a teacher. If you just say, I am, you left it open for you to just be infinite. It's really deep when you think of what happening with that I am situation. Because it's like you ain't putting a capstone on your pyramid and you leaving a person imagination to see what they want to cap it with, so it can be anything. It's like in a scary movie, and I never show you the monster. I just show you people dying and noises. Your mind is gonna make a monster, and it can be, everyone monster can be right. It's an open loop sort of thing. And God is creating this open loop situation saying, look, because if you don't put that after I am, you're saying I'm everything. But the moment you fill in the blank, you limit yourself to just one thing. So when God was saying, I am, I am, nigga. I am that I am. That was God in another way saying, I'm every fucking thing. I'm like I'm infinite, nigga. I just am. Everybody else say I am this, I am that. God says I am. That's cocky. That's, bro, you know how do you hear the cockiness in that? Is a beautiful form of cocky though. Like knowing what you are type cocky. That's fire, man. That's fire, bro. Like, but they ain't gonna teach y'all that. That gives me the chills, bro, because it's like, nigga, I am. In a story. It shows me I'm in a state of existence. I'm existing right now. I'm in an aware state of being. I am. I am. The I represent me having a self-awareness, self-consciousness. The am represent that consciousness existing, breathing, thinking. You know, I am sad. I am happy. Once you put some at the end of it, you just kind of lost paradise. Right? Because let's say I am happy. In order for you to be happy, you got to learn what sad is. It's a paradox, which is why a lot of the ancients said heaven ain't really good or bad. It's a place of neutrality where good and bad cancel out. Because if you think about it, good and bad is creating a fucking trick. Like a good cop and a bad cop working together to keep you in prison. And you think the good cop on your side, but it's going to lead to prison too. And you say, well, why, Sanchez? Let's say you want to experience love. The universal law of polarity says you can't experience love if you don't have the knowledge of hate. There's a polarity to everything, right? So you wanted to experience truth. How did that work out for you? You was born into a lie. This is how the universe works. Like, you want to jump, right? So now you got to bend down first, right? So a person say, I want to experience falling. They never asked to experience climbing, but when they asked to experience falling, they got to climb something to fall down. If a person say, man, I want to experience how it is to jump off a mountain, but I don't want to experience how it is to climb the mountain. Then guess what? They don't want it then. Because if you want to experience what it's like to parachute off of a mountain, then you may not want to experience climbing a mountain. But what if that's what you got to do to get what you want? That's the law of the universe. You want to experience falling, you got to do the opposite of what you want first, right? So if I want to experience climbing the mountain, but I'm already on top of it, I got to fall from it. Now, I didn't ask to fall. I asked to climb the mountain, and I asked to climb it immediately. So the universe gonna push me off that motherfucker. So you wanna climb this mountain right now? There you go. Good luck. We'll see you when you climb back up. You said now, right? That's why I pushed you. You said right now. The quickest way down is a fall, nigga. And that's the great fall of man. That's the great fall of man. Gonna happen immediately because it's your money and you want it now. J.G. Wentworth, nigga. But that's what Jesus representing on this image. He's a network of his avatars. That's where we want to be. Each disciple is a mind of Jesus that was still tethered to its parallel universe. And Jesus can use that layer of his consciousness as how we use a library. So Jesus is in his own cosmic library, and he can pull a book off the shelf. Each book gonna get him smarter. Each one of these avatars that's connected to Jesus is Jesus learning and living in a parallel universe, getting wiser. All of the knowledge of all of Jesus's avatars is going back to his God body. So everything your body doing right now is to benefit your soul. And you can learn this by studying Kabbalah, Gnosticism. I'm not teaching nothing new, bro. This is ancient concepts. All of the trial and error that your body going through right now is because your soul is getting some out of it. And it can't learn without mistakes. It literally create a lower form of itself to go bump its head and make all them mistakes in a fake simulation so that it can learn how to create its best version. Because think about it. When Michelangelo painted, who painted the Mona Lisa? When whoever that was painted the Mona Lisa, they made the worst versions first and the best was last. Worst first, best last. You are trying to learn holography in a high realm, which is the knowledge of how to turn and fashion your own inner light into your best version. Ain't nobody gonna get it right the first time. You're gonna make yourself look like shit at first. And you're gonna say, nope, throw him away. Let me do this again. And you're gonna make a better version of yourself. But you're gonna look at it and say, throw him away too. You're gonna make another version of yourself. And you're gonna say, he's kind of dope, but I can do better, throw him away. You're gonna keep refashioning your own self out of your own light. You're learning the science of holography, which is you're a magician trying to make an illusion out of your own inner light. The only thing that exists is the expansion of light from us source beings. If you don't learn how to tame or fashion your own inner light, then you're going to experience the nightmare for eternity. Going to hell is not a location. It's an understanding of how to transform yourself into your greater version. And your greater version will automatically exist in a greater reality. It will be calibrated to your work. The universe gonna match this shit with you. The universe gonna place all builders in their own respected place based on their knowledge. And if you refashioning yourself and you looking like shit, they put you in kindergarten. Those the people who don't know how to paint that good. Everything they paint gonna look chaotic, blurred, vague, and distorted. They ain't gonna have a clear picture of themselves because they just a baby painter. But put them in a class, give them time, and move them up through the ethers based upon them getting better with their painting skills. And the souls that are fashioning themselves a little bit better, let's move them from simulation 1 and put them in simulation 2 with their greater refined versions. And when they fashion themselves greater, we'll move them up to this higher plane where the beings up there, they're shaping their light into beautiful versions of themselves and beautiful creations that's filling up those heavens. Whereas the beings down in darkness, they don't even know they got light to shape. So something else is shaping their light into a world that it wants. That's called hell. We at 5 hours in, and I gotta open up the call line. This is a continuum and a series, so don't worry. Every Sunday I will be doing these long streams, giving you these downloads and having church right here, Sunday Syncretism service with Sanchez. I haven't decided the name yet. So if y'all call in, I'm finna open up the call lines and I'm finna read the donations. And we gonna have some family union here. But as you call in, help me decide the name for our Sunday service here. I was thinking Sunday Syncretism service, or Sunday Syncretism with Sanchez, or Sanchez Syncretism Sunday. It gotta be them S's though. Sanchez Sunday Syncretism and service. We got to find a way to create a name for this little podcast series that we're doing every Sunday. So call it in, people. I'm going to take me a little break and roll up me something else while we wait on the callers. I'm expecting to get a lot of good energy because I gave good energy. And I expect to get a lot of good questions and just good people, man, who just, despite what's going on in the world, know who and what we are. And just maintaining those vibes and practicing humility. You know, one thing that I'm trying to learn is how to learn from other people and quit thinking that I'm the only one. Because everybody I hear online, I'm so paranoid, like, he don't know what he talking about. He don't know what he talking about. But now I be like, you know what? What can I learn from him? And the rest, boom. What can I learn from him? So we all developing for the good. I used to find a person and say, man, he wrong about this and that and that. I listen to people now and just take what they write about and use it for my shit. You know what I'm saying? That's right. I ain't trying to debate y'all. If you say some shit that I don't teach, I don't even care no more. I'm looking for what you saying that's in alignment with what I teach. And I'm going to use your video and just share that part to make my point. So my mind has changed a lot. I'm in the business of giving downloads, but I still take my belt off and have a debate and give a nigga that smoke if he come up cocky, because that's necessary. Ass whoopings make the world better. Oh, I cut the lights off when I went to the whiteboard. Let's cut the light back on in here. It's dark as hell. The cameras work better when you have that good lighting. So if y'all end up having a setup and you buy these nice cameras, you spend a lot of money on these cameras. You ain't even getting your money worth if you don't get the lighting for them. These cameras don't work at their full potential without the proper lighting. Lighten your stuff up. It'll make the focus clearer and all that. I learned that too. I'm just throwing it out there. Throwing it out there, man. Somebody may need that. Let's pin this call-in link, and when we pin it, I'm going to go off cam for a minute, and I'll come back on cam. Let's let the callers call in. We'll be right back after these messages. Call it on in, man. Let's fellowship. I'm gonna read all donations in a minute. I'm about to read all donations in a minute.
teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
Hey, brother. Oh, you know, I got my squares out today. No problem. Yeah, well, the last Sunday service last year, we were on Thunder Thursday, and I got Science, Tech, Ancestor, FMFP. I think you dropped the Jesus Magi presentation on your website. That was pretty good. Yeah, members only. Members only. That sounds good.
That from the words of Charlie Kirk, I was so moved
Yeah,
just to
I
hear
saw
it
that
between
you got a bunch
services. You're
of
hearing
stuff
something the
taken
first
off,
service
so I
didn't.
figured you're
First,
redoing
I want
that.
you to know
Hold
I'm
on.
fine, not because my body is fine, but
That shit just came on with Charlie Kirk voice. That's some crazy spooky shit. But yeah, my mic was muted. I was just saying salutes to my brother Rumham. We was greeting. And yeah, so y'all call it in, join the show. My bad for having that mute mic. But yeah, here we go. We put the callers up here on the screen with us. Yeah, that Jesus the Magi series was when I first entertained the idea that, hey, I think that they had brain computer interfaces in the ancient world. And I haven't heard anyone ever besides the flat power community even talking like this, how we talking. Like, you know, we've really opened up our mind to the idea of technology in the ancient world. And because of that, we've unraveling so many mysteries. We getting so many downloads because the missing link was technology. The whole while, man, we was trying to make sense out of these ancient texts and ancient, like, how did they do this and how did they, bro, it's so deep when we realize we're in a digital Earth-like simulation.
Yeah, I found one other person that was talking about. He was calling himself a magi. He speaks about the Jesus thing about that, and you know, about he does the Greek and the Hebrew. That's all. He just learned all the words from that.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I wouldn't mind having a big party. I mean, we can be on this joint, man. We can do a 12-hour joint. You know how the Casanats and them, they be doing the mafia-thons and the subscriber parties where they stream for 24 hours. Like, I want to arrange like a deep ass panel full of nothing but deep people. Like, we don't want you on it if you ain't really on some real deep, like, simulation AI BCI talk, like the shit we own in flat power. Bro, we need to have a think tank all fucking to where people just, man, that'll be fire. I ain't gonna lie. All
but
these guys.
in the beginning, you were talking about, you know, us being electric beings and then the lightning and all that, the light. I actually have a YouTube short. I was outside and I saw this like heat thunderstorm going on like miles away, and and I tried to videotape it, and it stopped it stopped thundering out, and then I started the video over again, and I called upon Thor, and I said, "You better bring on the lightning," and all of a sudden, boom, a flash of purple light came out. I have it on a YouTube short on my channel.
You don't think Thor was listening to you, do you?
Well, no, I did it.
I'm just messing with you. Yeah, man. Hey, but Rumham, hold on, man. Ain't nobody else joining? All right, Rumham, I'm gonna go into a portion of this live stream. Actually, I don't know. I'm gonna say that for the next one, because what I wanted to do on this one, I wanted to expose Faith Tech and some of these Christian AI tech companies that's coming up, but I went over my time. So in the next stream, I'm gonna follow up with this same theme, same sort of title and thumbnail, and we're gonna go into the part that I didn't get to touch, which was the organizations that are, you know, ushering in the AI integration with the faith. Shout out to yeah, go ahead. And Marcus Curry, welcome.
Well, they're the ancient alien cargo cult. So, you know, they're all about the bloodlines and all that, and they're all at war supposedly. And then and they're all formed from like the Mormon church.
But
And
I'm gonna
they're
tell you, it go back further than the Mormons for real.
But yeah, but that's just what they have out now, like in the Christian form for like the Jesus and all that, like the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Yeah.
Like they're actually like the processed church people. And it's like now like the warfare's like they're putting it out like as it's mainstream. But you know, it's just stupid stuff.
100%. Marcus Curry, welcome. Marcus Curry, welcome. How you doing? Just speaking to you. You know, when y'all get on the call, I just greet y'all because, you know, kind of keep it human. Because in the digital reality, like in the real world, if you men Rumham sitting on the bench talking, a person don't just come sit next to us and be quiet and I'll be like, yo, what up, bro? Nothing. But at the internet, folks will hop on the panel. I'll be like, how you doing, man? Sit there. Marcus, what up, man? How you doing? I do that for a mic check too, because there's a lot of trolls hop on.
Nah, I joined on here one time and I forgot to swipe left and I couldn't get the audio going. I was like, shoot, now I'm just looking like a merc.
Yeah, that's what Marcus probably doing. Yes. To the chat room, I know that I was supposed to talk about Faith Tech and a lot of these companies. I mentioned stuff that I was going to go over in the stream, but I looked up and it was 5 hours. But don't worry, I'm going to continue this and I'm going to pick back up where I left off. Marcus Curry, we went on a mic check, or I'm going to have to drop that brother off, though. Baghdad, what's good, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm maintaining. How's everything?
I can't complain at all, man. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, man. Thank you for putting all this work in, man. You keep everybody up to speed. I appreciate that.
Most definitely appreciate y'all. You had something on your mind or something, or you was just kind of waiting to see what goes down on the round table?
Some stuff I was taking notes. Sometimes I'm just looking at you like Bruce Lee right now. That's all.
Man, I appreciate it, man, because you know,
Yeah.
just like Bruce Lee, all of the authorities was after Bruce Lee, you know? His own, you know, because he was trying to teach the knowledge to everybody. And that's what I'm doing. That's why they fucking with me. This shit's supposed to be in the lodges only.
Yeah. You had me thinking earlier when you was talking about how long story short, basically changing the reality from the you know what was reality to somebody. Because I was a couple years ago, right? Well, a while ago, I was going to work, and on my way to work, it was like a snowstorm, It was like slushy snow and all that stuff, right? So I'm driving. I drive past a homeless man, and he had no shoes on his feet, and he's standing in like a puddle of snowy ice water. And I just shook my head like, that's crazy. So I get to work, and I get home later and see the news. They ended up having that same homeless man on the news, and guess what was happening? They was trying to boost the hype for the police because a cop came into him and was asking him why he got no shoes on his feet and gave him some socks. And I'm looking at the news like, why is y'all giving this man some socks in a snowstorm?
Right.
And that's the first thing I peeped, but that's not what they was really trying to put out there. What they was trying to put out there was, oh, they helping the homeless.
Right. You see, I worked at a homeless shelter back there, and this scam, brother, I done saw all kind of, man, listen, this country don't give a F about the homeless other than tax write-offs and getting paid from their plight. And ain't none of that. Man, I worked for a company, rich people would donate top of the line shit to the homeless to get tax write-off. And instead of that company giving it to the homeless, they sold it in their stores.
Yeah, easy money. That's messed up though. That's oh man. And you know, real quick, you know what was crazy? I learned off that because what happened was they had the cameras, trying to get clout off this man. So they followed the man around after they give him the socks. He put the socks on. Then he goes around the corner. They follow him. He don't even know they watching him though, but he went around the corner and took the socks off. Like he had a crazy confused look on his face when he took it off. See, in my eyes, I'm looking at it like in his mind, he was somewhere else. He was dealing with this situation and he wasn't getting sick or nothing. That's why he trying to wonder how was he, you know what I mean, out here in a wet snow. And he wasn't getting sick or nothing. So they was bringing him back to this reality, putting them socks on. He said, I gotta take these socks off. They was messing his reality up.
Yeah.
And they ain't do nothing with his mental health to really help usher him into the situation that we all know as whatever, a sane mind and reality. And it was painful to see. And it's just messed up, like you said, how they try to get over and stuff like that.
Yeah, they love to give them socks, and I found out why too, because it's a lot of loopholes in this thing to where you say, okay, my nonprofit helps homeless people. People can be sending your nonprofit millions of dollars, and your help can be, I hand them niggas socks out every week and give them, So what I'm saying is, it gotta, for example, with this police, right? The world's so dumb, when they see that the police giving the man a sock, they gon', people like that kind of shit. They not gonna really examine the situation and think it through like, hey man, this dude outside sleeping in the damn snow, what the hell socks gonna do? But people are what you doing? You didn't do nothing. But here's the thing. I'm not trying to use the homeless man to look good and act like I'm doing nothing either. You see what I'm saying? And if I did give him a pair of socks, I wouldn't want to be on the news for giving this nigga no damn socks. Come on.
Yeah, want to be seen, right?
Right.
They're fixing the matrix. That's what they're doing. They don't want people to think that it's a terrible ass world, so they gotta freshen them up.
Yeah. The fake out.
Hey, let me give a shout out to the brother gifting memberships, man. We got my brother Righteous Kai gifting out the memberships. Thank you, bro. P. Moses, what up? Hey, let me give a shout out to P. Moses. The like button looks like this. Hit that MFer. Shout out to you for being a member, P. Moses, and shout out to by Randolph James L. I am that I am. Shout out to Rogue Knowledge Tuition. Appreciate all of y'all for the support. Shout out to Rogue Knowledge and Randolph, and to Lively Stone for being a member, man. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Hydrogen and to AccuSTS. That's why ChatGPT. Okay, I read that. We caught up with the super chats now. Go ahead, guys. Hold on. Let me make sure though. Yeah, shout out to Mama867 How can we make others up? How do we pull the plug? Let me answer that. How do we pull the plug on this system we in? People, we die. Let me tell y'all something. You think what I'm saying is bullshit, but just hear me out, right? In our time, the bravest thing that people are gonna be doing is dying regular deaths. Now hear me out, right? By 2050, death will be an option. People will be making a decision. Do they want to quote unquote pass on, or do they want to go to the hereafter, which is you being right back here after you die, if you ask me. But the whole thing is like, when death become an option, everybody who say, fuck that, man, just let me die regularly, that is a revolutionary act against AI and technology. So understand that you don't think you doing much. People, what we got to do to stop this? Watch this. You got to understand this world was created by ancient people trying to cheat death. They wanted to stay immortal, so they created an Earth-like simulation. And when they died, they went to live out their life in the simulation. But the thing about it, the simulation need electric energy. The simulation need an energy source, which is why this simulation is like a leech on a base reality and on the true children of God. It need us to be in their game to keep them living forever. But here go what I'm saying right here though, y'all. When we left our true reality, and we enter the fake reality, that was an argument and war between the ancestors. Think about if NASA, and I hate to use them because they lying and ain't nothing they say true, but I got to use them because I want to give you an example of like a federal or national space program. In the ancient world, they had an ancient space program, but it was about astral projecting. It was about ways we used our own inner light and certain things to create alternate states of mind, and we would go into these alternative states and create entire Earths. We would, in other words, had the technology to edit the dream world or the astral plane to get out of our body, be in these alternative realms and be there lucid, knowing we there and, you know, controlling things, making these sort of fake worlds that we can manipulate with our own will. But the whole thing is this. A lot of our ancestors out the being in these dream worlds said it's time to go back home. And what happens when all of the kids go to Chuck E. Cheese and mama say, okay, time to go, let's go. Some of them little bitty young kids go to crying. But the big kids, they know, okay, it's time to go. This shit's fun. I can be here all day, but mama said it's time to go. But the little bitty young motherfuckers, when you tell them it's time to go, ooh, they go. See the immature spirits in this earth, them the ones that want to keep the party going. Them the ones that keep subconsciously fighting for the status quo. They're not really done playing it. This is an ancient war that's carrying on from what we were in the past. Same shit playing out today when we say, how do I stop it? Bro, when this war took place in this simulation and we were saying, let's get out, them people were saying, when your avatar expire, don't recreate it. Because when the Bible say, don't make no likeness or nothing in your image, the fucking false God said, let us make man in our image. That was the Pharaoh that said, look, I don't want to die. Let me make a digital copy of myself in a computer and upload in the avatar and live on in the digital world. They broke the rule of don't make no likeness or image of nothing in the universe, basically what the Bible's saying. When they broke that rule, they condemned themselves. And a lot of people gonna break that rule in our time, but a lot of folks want to know, what do we do? It's simple, get out. Like Jordan Peele said, and guess how you do that? live your life out, do all the good you can do, and when it's over, you're gonna have like a lot of us, we're gonna be around when we old, when the technology is there for you to cheat death too. What choice are you gonna make? It's easy to tell me right now, Sanchez, I ain't gonna do it. But when most of your family do it, most of your friends do it, and you on that hospital bed and it's time to kick the can, man, listen, death is scary. Even with all the knowledge I know, and as ready, and I won't be scared to die like some of these folks. It's more of, I'm hoping that all of this is right that I've researched, but I know it is. I feel it. It's something from the other side touches me and gives me confirmation. Got it. Don't you got it, nigga. Like, you ain't got nothing to be scared of. But the human part of me is still gonna have a little bitty fear of the unknown, is what I'm saying. But I ain't got so much fear to where it's like I'm gonna be there crying. I'm gonna be a smile on my face, telling my people, look, don't cry for me, man. You know, I'm gonna be good. That's the kind of nigga I'm gonna be on my deathbed, you know? And that right there is literally a revolutionary act in our time. Of saying, look, I may not know what's gonna happen, but I'm not plugging up to this technology and doing what y'all saying. I'm gonna do what happened when my ancestors died. They just, whatever happened to me, I'm gonna see what they saw. Because that's how the Egyptians, that's how all this stuff got started. People were scared to die, looking for immortality. And you may not can be sure about what's gonna happen when you die. But guess what? Doing the things that the Egyptians did, that's just evil. Because think about it. Life is beautiful. And I think whatever this situation is, it's saying, look, like, cause to me, your fear can be the thing that make your fucking soul get condemned. You feel me? And then when a person like, man, I'm so scared to die, I'm gonna mix this shit with that shit, I wanna tamper with this and that. And guess what, nigga? You trying not to die, but now you living forever in hell. What the fuck? You might as well be, death would have been better than living in a state where you see what I'm saying? Now you really dead, like sort of type shit. So trying to escape death, you die. But I think the Bible say those who try to like cheat death with those who, some about those who seek death will find life, or ooh, it's a scripture that kind of go into some what I was saying. I'm gonna try to look that up, but at any given time, anybody y'all can cut in. This is a round table, so feel free to cut me off and let's have a think tank. Salutes to y'all.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the chat.
Yep.
BROSANCHEZTV. I had you open up so many passageways. I'm just gonna pick one at a time. But what I'm trying to say is, it's been a time in my life, being so positive and accepting the good with the bad and let the bad be had. It's times that I really thought that I was ready to die. You know what I'm saying? It's times that I was ready, like I would accept it and anything, but just like you can increase and decrease. I don't know if I'm there right now because I feel like I got so much work to do, and I wouldn't even want to play with that too much. But like just being in with the just staying on a balance right where the zero at is where I'm focused at. And rest in peace, my grandma. I lost my grandmother like couple of days ago, and I'm so happy that the family was able to be here for her, and she didn't have to be around to be subjected to what's coming up. You know what I'm saying? Because, like you were saying, the pressure that people will be put in front of is really not a joke. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people get them reality checks in life when they just partying. The other words, the BS. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like once you get them reality checks, they like tailor made for people. You know what I'm saying? So like if you neglecting this or neglecting that, you're gonna be reminded of this and of that. And it's like it is like a game. It's like that what you call a test. It might say pick multiple choice. And you might say A, B, C, or D, and like one of them might say all the above or something. And it's been times I feel like I'm not playing, I'm not taking this test, I'm not answering nothing. But they don't allow you to do that. Cause if you think about like college courses, right? You take a class and they'll tell you you have to fill in this blank or you just gonna fail. They don't care if you're wrong or nothing. You could take an educated guess. You know, whatever you gotta do, you can call somebody, get some information. And right now they letting you do chat GPT and you know what I'm saying? You could do all kind of stuff to get the information, but they don't want you not filling in that blank. And
Yeah.
you know, it's just interesting how a brother said earlier about the lightning and stuff like that. I was in a cipher a couple years ago, right? And I was mad because one of my brothers had went through something heavy, right? So it hit me hard because I was depending on him at the time, and you know, to help my career with something. So what happened was in the cipher I started rhyming, and I said something about how the rain and rain on him, and then the thunder went all wow, it started raining. It made my rhyme seem even flyer, like you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you know the timing, it could be a coincidence or it could just be really on point like that. And it's scary because I tried to tell everybody a couple streams ago. I didn't really get on because I like to learn a lot, but it made me think about how you get these deja vu things and you know these downloads or whatever how we say it.
Yeah.
And
Glitch in the matrix.
yeah, you get a glitch in the matrix with the deja vu, and you might say something like you might say something yourself like, you know what? If he come in here and he say this and he say that, then I know I'm right. And
Hey,
they'll come right in and say everything you was just thinking, but you can't tell the people what you was thinking. You don't want to mess it up because it might be something else you're supposed to learn after that. So if you get these little gifts, don't tell nobody. I'm mentioning it now on Bro Sanchez because you know this is the place to say it at. You know you supposed to say it here because brothers can help guide you and enlighten you and stuff like that. But yeah, it intrigues me
Deja.
a lot with all of this.
hey, can I?
Deja. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes sir, yes
Hey,
sir.
hey, I'm this. I wasn't gonna hop on, but it was something he said like the mature soul's tired of being her or something. This one time in like 2016, right? I was with my ex-wife, my baby mother or whatever. So, she like, so I'm smoking or whatever. We whatever. She hit it like one time, and it's like she warped out of her body or whatever. But she was like, she see like VR, people with like VR headsets on and whatever, and like augmented reality and whatever. And she was like, we got to do it right this time. Be meticulous. And I was like, what's meticulous, man? She looked at me like dumbfounded, like, She was like, die happy and whatever, some type of stuff like that. And around that time, it's like, one day I'm like getting out the bed or whatever, and I heard a soft voice whisper to me, and it said, "Gaia," a female voice. I'm like, what the hell? I'm going to church, amen, Jesus, man, all day with my baby mama because she a heavy Christian or whatever. So I looked up. I really wasn't knowing what Gaia was, but I'm just knowing this monster named Gaia the first night on the game called Yu-Gi-Oh! Whatever. And I looked it up. It said Mother Earth and all the other stuff. I'm like, damn, that's straight
Because
crazy with
yeah,
no
that's
purpose
crazy.
to the shit.
That's crazy. You said it was called the equivalent to Gaia in the game was Yu-Gi-Oh.
I was thinking a guy in the first night. It's a man on a horse on Yu-Gi-Oh! But I
Oh,
didn't
okay,
like
I
I
got you.
didn't know the basis of got the name Gaia. But when I looked it up, it was Mother Earth and whatever. I'm
Yeah,
like,
oh
that's
man, yeah. You had a revelation, dog.
but my baby
Yeah.
mom was like, be meticulous. We gotta die happy we gotta do it right this time or whatever. I'm like, what the hell? She was like, I'm like, who the hell am I? She was like, I don't know, you something different and whatever. And I'm like, all right, or whatever. And so she was that's what made me hop on because I heard you was saying something like old souls tired of this motherfucker. So I'm probably one of the old souls that came here like, man, I gotta wake these people up and whatever. But it channeled through her to me because she had no recollection of what the hell was going on. But all the information was for me and shit. I'm seeing panels on TV and shit on the news. I'm seeing like a dark race. It was like the bathroom signs. It was two darker races. They was older than the brown skin races. It was like some years, like 5,000. They said the white race like 2,000 years under it and whatever. I'm like, what the hell? I start blinking again. It's the regular news type shit. That type shit was going on. And then one day, like the Agent Smith, I'm in my dream. I'm had my son in my hand, and I open the door and whatever. He trying to grab me through the door and shit. I bit his ass, and I bit my
Let
baby
me
mama. I bit my baby mama breast. She like, you bit me in my dream. That shit was happening in my dream type shit. I'm like, it
let
was
me
all type.
let me
And
give
it
a
all, and
let
that
me
all was like 2016.
let me
I
do something before I forget this, brother, real quick. Salutes to the panel. Big shout out to Troy 1946 for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate that.
Can I say one more thing? You know how they say
Yeah,
baptized
Lane, you're playing. Go ahead.
baptized by fire. Around that time too, I also had a dream where I'm like laying in my bed, right? But it's not all this stuff was I'm conscious, I'm awoke for everything that was going on, basically. Other than when I bit my baby mama, all this other stuff, I was woke. This one, like I'm like half, getting out the bed and waking up, I'm about to get out up. My body was like burning up and turning into ashes like a volcano and healing at the same time or whatever, like a phoenix bird type shit. So they gotta be thinking like maybe that's when, and ever since around that time, that's when I started like the church and whatever. I looked up the oldest religion, ran into Hindu and all the other stuff, the origin of humanity, and that's how I ended up where I'm at today. But
Hey,
that's it.
that's what's up, brother. Hey, appreciate all of y'all, man, for joining this thing. And I want to say something too, man. Like earlier in the stream, I was what was I finna go into? Something I was finna bring up. Damn, flipped my mind. Oh yeah, terra firma. Did you know that the word terra firma, right, sounds like the word terraform? And if you
Yeah,
think about
that's probably a holographic matrix we in or whatever.
but yeah, that's where I'm about to go with it. Like, because if you think about it, the first knowledge we knew of how to terraform led to the Great Fall. The moment we tried to manipulate the base reality, the result of that was the creation of the underworld, because you can't manipulate the base reality. What'll happen is it's like a cell split. That new world that you created to be born from the base, but because it's a copy, it ain't gonna be accurate or exact, authentic. And this is what's going on a universal level. But the whole thing I was saying about terraform or terra firma, which is they naming this place, is letting you know this place is a result of terraforming. And also, not only that, the process of terraforming takes place internally and externally, because when we say, hey, they are shaping society through fear, that's terraforming. You're forming something with terror. But think about it. What is this earth? It's the underworld, right? They said it's hell, the realm of fear, scarcity. You hear that? What's in the word scarcity? Scare. You see what I'm saying? Only in this world does this kind of stuff exist. But what do the government rule us with? Scarcity, fear mongering, terraforming. I'm telling you right now, you can't control the gods if you don't get them scared. They know they got to get you scared. They got to first get you ignorant. and people feel what they don't understand, right? So when your lack of understanding gonna become all of these fears, and because you so scared, now give them a savior. There go religion. You need something to protect you from the boogeyman that's created out of your own ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah, right, right. And you know, it made me think about I was wilding, you know, all them years ago, right? And I had to leave Philly. So where I was at, I ended up getting baptized again. You know, I got baptized twice in my life, right? Once when I was little, you know, with the family, and then when I got older, it was my decision, you know what I'm saying? And me being Muslim, I always tell people I'm Muslim because I was Christian, right? And like I told you in another stream, you know, I do this for communication so I can know what people's mindset is. But when it comes to it, I'm not nothing, you know, because I don't have a proof. One thing I do know is that I don't know. You understand what I'm saying? That's one thing I do know. I do know I don't know.
Morpheus
So,
has a quote like
You,
that.
you know, you know what? Here go the crazy part about knowledge and what
mhm.
we'll find in the universe. We know and don't know. It's a paradox. And it's gonna be that way because check it out, right? Your your next greatest version, no matter what reality you in, will always be represented by the unknown. The unknown is scary, but think about this. It's like think of a seed, right? Now you got all of this potential inside of a seed casing. But in order for that to come out and release itself and become a tree, it got to get over its fear of the unknown because the life inside that seed casing has never experienced the world outside that casing. So it got to crack its shell open. And guess what? Once a seed casing crack its shell open, that's like you opening up your mind to thinking outside the box. That's like the contents in the casing saying, I wonder what's outside this casing I'm in, this firmament dome. The very idea of you entertaining that is the knowledge that will grow and empower the soul to expand itself beyond this place and time, y'all. All of the ancients taught that awakening, gnosis, or philosophical communication was the way out of the matrix, which is what the early spiritual systems was about. It was a bunch of people smoking weed, doing shrooms, meditating, talking about deep shit. And they said this right here was the fruit and food of the soul that would actually point the soul up. Because one thing you realize is this: the ancients quickly learned, though, you don't take shit out of this earth with you but knowledge and whatever you learned, because it's psychological. So they started to value these kind of intellectual conversations, and aha moments was like money to them. You know, and if that was back in an ancient world, like you would be rich talking how we talking now, because there was a time on earth where this stuff was very valuable. If you can really tap into the way of articulating this knowledge about the universe, you would have been Nostradamus back in the day. It wasn't a lot of people doing it back then. But if you look at what's happening today, every other channel I go on YouTube is going deep. That's how come we know we in Aquarius. They got to do something about this shit. I'm just saying, now the ancestors had all this knowledge. When the church silenced this shit, people was getting killed for teaching it. And now, even people that sleep making mistakes talking this shit, trying to be deep, you know. Like it's literally all around you. I do believe in that Aquarian energy right now going down, though. I see
Yeah,
it.
what's up, man?
No, go
I
ahead,
just
bro.
wanted to say
Talk to him.
something. Yeah, I've been having something wanted to get it off my chest. I've been listening, y'all. I ain't want to jump in because it's off subject, but it's on subject, and it's just something I've been thinking about for a long. Because I seen about how they talk about how they built the pyramids. They said I seen some hieroglyphs. They was breaking down the mortar and they was going to form it like concrete. So in actuality, those probably not the way it is in the pyramids because they poured it like concrete. And if they was to bust the walls open, you'll see like gold beams or platinum beams in there and hollow walls and stuff and old ancient insulation in it.
They,
That just would been on my mind.
but
You
you know
understand what
what?
I'm saying?
You remember that not too long ago, Marcus, it was this big thing about technology found beneath the pyramids. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
I think you're talking about that.
No,
I
no, I'm
covered.
talking about I'm talking about how it's built. You know how we frame buildings now. We put mortar on it or we pour
Yeah,
concrete to make
yeah,
it
and we
look
do
like
a
a
frame.
whole
Yeah,
solid. Yeah, it looks solid, but it's not solid. It's really hollow on the inside. That's
but
what I'm
see,
saying. Like it ain't no big blocks that was put there. It's like it was framed up and molded like that.
well, the
That's what
pyramids
I'm
in
thinking.
Egypt, what they saying, like when you go in them and they showed the interior, you don't see no framework or like modern exoskeleton shit. It was just all of
Yeah,
like
because they
it was like a Jenga game of stacking these big blocks the right way to get the structure to naturally be stable. You
but they
saying you
but
don't
they never
believe
bust a
that? Yeah,
wall
okay,
in.
okay.
They never bust the walls open to see that because you can't touch it like that. If they was to
Oh
break it
yeah,
down,
they can't.
you can see
Okay,
how
you
really
saying
constructed.
if we would had the ability to destroy the pyramids just for the sake of seeing how they was built, we would see that it got
How it's built.
modern steel
Yeah,
beams and all that in it. That's
yes, that's
interesting,
what
man.
I'm saying.
That's interesting though.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. It's just been on my mind for a while. I ain't want to get off subject and change what y'all was talking about. That's why I've been quiet so
yeah,
long.
that's
But yeah,
interesting, man.
it's been on my mind for a while.
You
And
know,
I was like, if they was
I
to bust the
saw a
walls open,
video. I saw a video of an old newspaper article of cranes and like different mechanical trucks moving boulders on a pyramid.
yeah.
And what the article was
But
saying, when I asked about it, the comedic folks was like, "Oh yeah, they had to kind of renovate the pyramids in like the
yeah,
early night something like that." So that's is fishy though.
but I seen old hieroglyphs like from different places around there, and they doing like exactly what I'm saying. They breaking down the mortar and making it like concrete and was forming it into blocks to make it look like that. That's why it looked so perfect. It was not blocks moved there like people was moving blocks, big blocks there. It was framed up and made it look like that, like how we do buildings with mortar and make it look like blocks there, but it ain't really blocks there.
Hey, let me
You
say
understand what I'm
something
saying?
real quick too. Let me give a shout out to Malcolm Moody Sr. Salutes, Malcolm. You've been around for a while. And King Chains, big shout out to you because I was looking for that. It was those that seek to save your life will lose it. That's what the scripture said. I had said it wrong. Hey, talking about the pyramids, you want to hear some very bizarre and just like out said thinking outside the box theory about the pyramids? Check this out, right? If the earth we're in is a simulation, a digital holographic copy of a quote unquote physical solid earth, but this one we in ain't physical, it ain't solid, right? Now, hear me out, right? Let's say that the last architectural structures we built in the earth before this one, meaning this earth is a copy of a one before this one. Let's say that the last earth we copied, copy and paste type shit, right? It was a great war. And at the end of the Great War, most of the life, let's say population dwindled down. Somebody said, look, let me copy this earth, save it. We finna go into a new simulation, boom. And that last earth, it ended with not a lot of architectural stuff standing on the horizon line because it was a great war. And that the last things in that earth was like the most stable big structures. Let's say the pyramid, Sphinx. You got different places around the world. Now, let's say we talking about an old earth, though, in a parallel reality. And out the Great War back then, this is just a theory, they recreated the earth again in a new simulation. And in the new earth, we started off automatically with the pyramids we had from the old earth and all the ruins that we see today. And people born in this new earth are saying, we wonder how the pyramids is built, but they'll never figure it out because the pyramids weren't built in this earth. It was copied and pasted here. For example, right? Let's say I build an architectural structure right now, but we recreate and duplicate the earth in a computer. And people walk up to the structure I built in this earth, but they seeing it in the new digital copy earth. It'll be hard for them to figure out the truth of exactly how I built that object in the new universe, because the knowledge wasn't created there. It's not in that program. You know, for example, right? I'll give you another one. Let's say we go through. I know what you're saying. I'm giving another theory. I ain't debating you either. I'm just kind of throwing another theory out there.
In the hieroglyphs, it shows you exactly how they did it.
Well, that can be debated and argued, but at the same time, here's what it shows us in the hieroglyphs. All kind of stories that teach about transcending this particular plane. It teach about Nut and Geb. You see Nut and Geb carved up there. So we know we in a firmament dome. We know that even the Egyptians at some point knew that the earth wasn't the quote unquote base reality. But the point that I was bringing up is what we miss is that once we say earth ain't the original earth and that is a digital copy, it should be some mysteries here about shit that was brought from the old world. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all. It make a hell of sense to me that, right, the physics wouldn't be the same in the alternative reality. It's like if I'm in a dream, right, and it's something that I bring from the world that I fell asleep in into the dream, how would that thing operate in the alternative reality? Because think about what I'm about to tell you here. The way everything work in our world is based upon the history of when this world was created and the level of consciousness it was at the last reset, and whatever we learned and evolved with knowledge to now to create cans, lighters, markers, all that. Everything that exists here is a phenomena within itself based upon the right man being at the right place in the right frame of mind to invent, let's say, a marker, a car with Henry Ford or whatever. So let's say in an alternative reality, Henry Ford didn't even make the car. In the alternative reality, everything's slightly different. I'm saying that you can't just take a PlayStation, for example, into any parallel reality and think it's gonna work. It might be distorted. It's a problem with trying to cross things over into these ethers. But that's why I was saying is like, I don't think when we looking at the pyramids and all of this stuff that we really seeing it for what it really is, because I think it's some very advanced ancient technology that we try to comprehend with our little technology and what we know and based on our little mind. That's why I said I would start from the whole point of saying, if this earth is a copy of another earth, then all of the architecture that was on this earth after the last reset didn't even come from this earth. It's a copy of it from the old earth. And the people, because think about what I'm saying, right? In the 1600s, we was living in wooden shacks with mold, getting sick on dirt roads, throwing shit in the road. It was horrible just in the 1600s. Now watch this, right? The Egyptians are talking about electricity. So ain't no way they was on dirt roads. Now, what am I saying? They lied to us. Something ain't right about the timeline on this earth, because we just got out of cutting down wood to make wooden houses and slave shacks. But look at the pyramids. They telling you we getting more advanced. But just in Jim Crow in the South, just in the early 1800s, you ought to see what people was living in like the 1600s and slavery and shit. So in the background, you had all of these big stone monuments, and we was living in dirt roads and shacks. This seemed like a reset happened on the earth, and all of those monuments we see, we can't destroy them because they just a copy, like a sort of frozen resonant from the old earth that we copied. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the old Earth.
Yeah, but at the
I'm just being
yeah,
real
go ahead.
outside the box with this shit.
The old
Yeah.
Earth.
Oh
The
yeah,
old
yeah. Excuse me. Go
was
ahead. You got it.
Killing mad
it,
people when they
damn.
But
Oh
at the
yeah. Excuse
same
me. But
time,
he made me think of it's I think I understand what you're saying because I saw a documentary on something. I'm not sure if it was with the terror thing you was talking about or not. I think the name was similar, but it was a situation where they came up with technology to do terraforming around the Earth, whatever world it was on, and the machines would take the minerals real heavy and be digging and digging these craters and stuff. But then the machine didn't stop. It started to sort through the minerals on the earth, and it also started to sort through the minerals as us as people because we had some of the same minerals in us, and it didn't differentiate us as the sentient beings dealing with that. But they knew we was reproducing some kind of way, so they kept some humans to keep reproducing them, but they would get them those holograms and thoughts in their minds. So it make me think how you saying in a case like that, for that to be true, they would have to take some of the old world that was part of our terrarium, part of our environment naturally. Like if it was trees, grass, like you said, pyramids, if it was big buildings and stuff like that. And we in this situation now, they had to put that in there as a download for us to know. And it's like you said, you can't never really keep going back, and you'll never really find out if it's real or not because they don't program it for us to find out. But that made me think of that, though. I think I understand what you were saying about it being programmed already.
Yeah, because I'm
but
saying like if once we start copying and pasting Earth in the new Earth, you're gonna have some shit that's like on the default template from the old Earth. For example, right? Like if I take a picture of you right now, Baghdad, and I edit it some kind of way with some software, but then a future generation take that edited picture of you, copy that and paste that, and they edit it. They're starting with a world that's already been tampered with. They wouldn't understand how your pic, like let's say I take your picture of you and I goddamn it, make your facial expression a certain way. And when they edit the picture, they don't even know how your face got that way. So they probably speculate, like, I wonder what kind of mood he in. And they don't know. Maybe somebody was using some editing software just like y'all, and maybe he was in no mood. Maybe you got a copy of a copy and ain't nobody saying the truth. So that's what I was saying about this earth. Like, if we make a digital copy of this earth right now, the new earth gonna look like the last state that this earth was in. Let's say we got the Eiffel Tower, we got the pyramids in Giza, we got the Empire State Building, right? Now listen, in the new earth, you gonna have all that, but if you got to repopulate it with new people that don't know shit, all of them buildings gonna be in the background while the new humans be building primitive and little shacks and shit. So you gonna have this
exactly.
situation. You see what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I was for to get at. I was like, at the same time, you had the Mayans and the Aztecs. They had structures and statues and stuff too. But the people that was coming over here, that they was the ones building shacks out of wood and stuff like that because they were pretty much squatters, and they were living in tents and teepees and stuff like that. But people still had structures and buildings already here.
Yeah, I ain't denying none of that. I'm just saying ain't nobody building pyramids today. Can't nobody today
Yeah, nah,
reduplicate
no,
none of the Gizas on the earth. So there's something called the
no, that's
seven.
not.
Listen. There's something called the seven wonders of the world. And science call these things that, which includes the pyramids in Egypt. And it should be more than 7 because they like to pick and choose, and they don't got no love for the pyramids in America, which is another thing I don't like. But the point is,
Mississippians.
right. But the point is, in our land here, they like to call some shit a wonder and give it props. And what they'll do with the psychology, how they mind F you, is they try to say, we don't know how y'all ancestors built that. Ooh, isn't it amazing that we don't know? It's a wonder. We wonder about it. No, bro, that's scientific racism. You don't want to let people know our ancestors was the ones that invented the technology that actually created the simulation we in. That y'all need to live if you're a synthetic human. You see what I'm saying? When I'm telling you, that's my real theory. When you read all the literature, bro, this earth is not the real base reality. And if it ain't, then it answers all these questions about how the fuck you had people riding on horseback when we got helicopters carved on the pyramid wall. But see, that let me know that we're just rebuilding an old, ancient, advanced earth that we once had, and that was some kind of reset. That's the only thing makes sense to me, because you see, if, like I said, though, with these pyramids too, you wouldn't be able to get rid of these things. It'll be the only thing that live on through all cataclysms. And that's what they say. You know, the pyramids have been there for so long that it make you wonder, how did everything else get decimated and destroyed? I'm saying that every time the earth was reset, the consistent shit in the new earth was what we call in the pyramids and these different sites, because these are literally reference points that's sitting on certain magnetic ley lines that's connecting all the parallel realities to one space and time. That's why I said the earth we in is a computer in ancient Egypt. Now, that's why I'm telling you, like, you know.
So what do you think about when they shot the Sphinx nose off? So, I mean, you don't think it can be destroyed?
What I'm saying is this. I don't think that we can get rid of none of these monuments. You can desecrate them. You can knock a nose off it. Why won't they blow up the pyramids, right? Why play with it? Why knock a nigga nose off? Just blow him up, right? We got
There's
the
too many of 'em.
technology. What I'm telling you right now, bro, if they blew up all of these sites at these magnetic points on the earth, I think it'll really fuck up their whole earth, everything, because this shit is ancient technology that their gods made to keep this simulation going. So I can't tell you exactly why it's so important, but I know they put it on their money, they put it in their symbolism and all that shit. And what I think it means to these archons, some sort of ancient technology they need to keep this shit going. Now, put it this way, there's a movie called A Signal. Ancient consciousness took over in this sci-fi movie, had everybody zombified, hijacked their mind, but they found a little antenna where the signal was coming from. When they destroyed the antenna, the world was back better and everybody fucking got out of there like sleep and shit, the signal. And what I'm saying is, I think that the hive mind, the AI, these transhumans that's on the earth, they receiving a signal from all of this ancient technology, which is why they won't do nothing to it. They won't fuck with it. That's a theory of mine. It's connecting them to.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? Like, in everybody in Hollywood and the cult love the Egyptian shit. The Egyptians was about money, wealth, immortality. What is Hollywood about? Staying young, putting fucking foreskin cream on to stay young, money. Same shit the Egyptians. It's a reason why the Egyptian symbolism on our money, bro. And all I'm saying is, The reason they revere these sites so much is why it mean more to them than it does to us. Cause our site is the North Pole. They sites be Giza and fucking Mesopotamia. But our ancestors was talking about the gateway out of here at the North Pole. They revere ancient technology and they trying to reverse engineer it, reconnect with AI, which is Satan, and unlock the beast from the pits, which is releasing back AI back to rule over the world and rebuild a world that the Egyptians and all them had. That's what they doing now. They rebuilding Babylon, which was a digital government. People don't know it because they don't want them to know the ancestors had electricity, technology, and all that shit.
Yeah, they had batteries below the pyramids. You know, I feel you. I understand what you're saying.
That's like they don't even show those the Goodyear blimps. They don't even show them a lot. They really want everybody to forget about the blimps.
They've been flying.
And you know, I like how they talk about you know, in Egyptian the information that they talk about a boat, how to use a boat. And I know how in Islam they talk about how you're supposed to use a boat to get to the other side. And this basically supposed to be our body's supposed to be the boat, and it's helping us get to the other side. If I'm correct, but something as far as like using this life, whatever you use that to get to the other side. Use these phones to get to the other side. You know what I'm saying? Your good intentions to get to the other side, type of thing. And I'm not sure if it's really
But
so solid, but when I look at the stars, I see them. They look white, but when I zoom into them, they changing colors. They got, you know, but my camera not picking up all these colors until I zoom in. It's just all white. But when I zoom in, I see the green, I see the purple and all that stuff like
And the
that.
stars,
Yeah,
yeah,
they be really
facts.
flickering like a projector, like you were saying. How and it's like it's projecting on us.
yeah,
And they
like
trying to
Christopher
stop our
Columbus.
signals.
I mean, the story said he thought the world was flat. I mean, it's still flat, but they thought they was gonna fall off.
Who thought that?
Huh?
Who thought that? I ain't hear what y'all was saying previously. I just had to.
Yeah, I know I know the brother mentioned it. I've heard it a lot when I was younger. All that how they used to say somebody might fall off, but
Yeah,
to
I
me
was
the
just
only
I was just trying to see to y'all remember who
who actually
thought that
coined it.
because
Yeah,
what most people don't know is this right here. When they was teaching that you will fall off the edge of the earth, it ain't that they really thought that. Now here's my theory. This was gonna blow y'all away. Just like they teaching us we're on a globe today and that you can't get off of it and it ain't nothing else to see because they trying to hide the truth from everybody. Before they had the globe model, see, the globe is an evolutionary model. It took us a minute to get there. What you got to realize about the space program is ancient. It was always an agenda of a government to keep people confined to what these 7 continents that we know today and to go no further. And you can literally trick people indefinitely, and you can have an aviation system, a boating system that just goes in circles in this one little area, and people will think that's the world, right? And they wouldn't go outside of that circle, even if there's so much more. It can be hidden right there. No one gonna say, let me just travel outward and see where I go. They're gonna believe the space program. They're gonna believe the map they looking at and say, hey, this is it. This is Earth, right? You can be hiding so much more from us. But the whole thing pointing out is when I said that about them falling off the edge of the earth, during the age of exploration, the Greeks, the Europeans, a lot of European cultures, they was trying to monopolize the age of exploration with invasion. Because what happened was they was finding resources, lands full of gold and beautiful resource, colonizing those lands. And a lot of lands was unoccupied. Not all of them had tribes. It was literally an age of exploration in the world where you can just stumble across some island that's uninhabited. That's mine now. Fuck it, you know? But the thing is this right here. What was going on during the age of exploration, people was making false maps to kill the competition. So they would make a map that'll get you lost, that'll get you killed, that'll fucking, you know what I'm saying? People started literally, people started, you know, lying, as you will, with the maps. And the whole evolution of making false maps is led us to you balling up the map, because the earth used to be bigger with more lands. I got an ancient map right now from Antarctica that show more lands. Somebody balled that shit up and excluded all the extra earth out there. And what I'm saying is it's deeper than just the globe earth. The space program is controlling space, where you go, what you see while you traveling around this motherfucker. And the space program is working through the travel industry to make sure there's no independent traveling going on. You use corporate traveling, and it's deeper than just convenience. They don't want us to see the world we live in with our own eyes and our own, you know, explorative measures or whatever. So the whole thing about them telling people you gonna fall off the edge of the earth, man, a lot of these governments had dumbed they people down so much that people didn't really understand the horizon line. People thought that if you keep walking so far that the horizon line would literally turn into a cliff, but it was because their governments was dumbing them down while they governments went out there and explored, while telling them, yeah, we have to turn around and come back, because if you go too far, you will fall off. So what happens when the government militaries was going to invade? This is what y'all don't realize. When they was teaching that when you fall off the earth, people was still selling on boats around the world, you know. So that was only being taught to a lower class of dumb people in the society who didn't know no better, who they confined, and they didn't travel, didn't go nowhere. That's what I'm telling y'all. They was telling that, and they told them, look, when you see us go out there on them ships, it's dangerous out there. You think about if I had, whoever saw the island of Dr. Moreau, where he was breeding his own humanoids on that island. He did the same thing. He told them, listen, if you sail too far out there into that ocean, he made up all kind of lies, because the monsters would ask him, you know, where is these boats coming from? What is out there? What's that ocean out there? What is there? And he was hiding a whole fucking world from them. And the monsters wouldn't leave that island because he had a belief system where he was God, and where anything outside the island was like the forbidden type zone type shit. So they basically made this shit the island of Dr. Moreau, and they literally experiment with us, terraforming us, genetically modifying us, while they explore beyond the little circle they confining us to. It's literally the island of Dr. Moreau that we live in here.
That's like having those goggles on in the virtuality, and you might see a whole realm, but you can never walk all the way around it because it's adjusted to your body and where you at. So you're gonna walk where your room at, unless you got a big building, and you're gonna walk as far as how the building go, or having people let you so you don't fall down the steps or nothing. But all the stuff, the artwork, you're not gonna never see none of that.
And guess what? The space program, the fucking age of exploration, the map scam. Look at it this way, right? Let's say me and my homeboys, we up in the desert, just, you know, we hiking and shit, camping with the family. We stumble off in the cave and we find a treasure, gold everywhere, diamonds, all that shit. We leave the cave, go back home to the hood, niggas was like, man, what y'all saw out there when y'all was exploring and shit? Oh man, it's dangerous out there. It's poisonous animals. You don't want to go out there. Why? We're hiding a treasure. So this was kind of like what these pirates was doing, because the pirates was getting the treasures, getting rich, and becoming the face of government in their lands, is what y'all got to realize. The pirates was your military, or it wasn't about armies, it was your navies at that time during the age of exploration. And the whole thing about it is this right here, man. When a pirate found the new land that didn't nobody know about, and they told them, let's say if they wanted to rewrite the maps or revise the maps based upon what everyone know, what we found out, new shit we found, we got to update the maps. You think that everyone told the truth? Because watch this, if I'm a pirate and I say, well shit, I want an island for myself. You know, it's like we do a bank robbery and you say, well, I ain't gonna tell the niggas who robbed the bank with me about this extra 50,000 that I found over here. You know what I'm saying? What you was doing back there? Nothing. I was just doing this. So that's what I'm saying. Like, these pirates is basically hiding. It was all about hiding resources. And later it came into the whole spiritual shit about when they came across the firmament dome. That led to what we call like the science age, and NASA, these old pirates kind of morphed into space programs. Like the church and all that ain't nothing but old big navies who went round crusading, and they had to have a way to justify them taking your shit. That became, see, but the whole thing I'm saying is they took a lot of knowledge and hid it in religion. And the whole world map deception is real, man. We don't talk about that enough. It's just a lot of shit that ain't on the map that's there. You have to stumble across it if you was exploring independently. And you probably would end up getting killed just landing your ship on some uncharted island that some private, powerful motherfucker got. You will never make it off that island if they trying to keep it private and uncharted. That's what I'm saying. And there's movies like that. I do think, bro, that if you was just say an independent seller, they said it's ships that got lost in the ocean, and they think them ships went through stargates like the Bermuda and shit. Here go another theory. Your ship stumbled across a fucking uncharted island, and they was probably breeding some other human-like species on that bitch, and you became food for them. You never know what you may stumble across on a ship, an independent nigga just selling the ocean, because everything ain't charted. And when they be like, well, this is a new species we found, I believe they using uncharted islands to do genetic research and all that to make new, try to, you know, tamper with shit. Some of that shit escaped the island. And when it comes into our society, we discovered a new species to have a narrative to cover it up.
Plum Island. Yeah, Plum Islands. They do all that genetic creation, and then it comes over to the mainland, and then they call it new. Oh, it's natural.
So there's some real shit. Like, it's deeper than flat Earth. It's just that it's a whole bunch of crazy shit going on this Earth that's hidden right in front of us based upon the system of beliefs they gave us and the amount of trust we get them with, like the space program. Like, they basically saying, look, we've seen all there is to see. Ain't nothing else out there. Go home, go to work, and do that. Because think about this. During the age of exploration, it wasn't no, like, employer. People weren't building corporations. They was trying to get rich, finding new land and new resources. That was become entire new nations. You know what I'm saying? So the age of exploration is crazy because the first explorers that got rich, they basically formed a union and told everyone else, ain't nothing else to see out there. We explored and found everything to find. Now, let's take all this wealth and money we got and let's build nations and governments and fucking y'all go to work for us. Wow, they kept buying, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
don't
make
want
you
y'all,
pay,
right?
make you pay your way in the paradise.
Yeah, ain't nothing to see out
yeah,
there.
make you pay a couple dollars to get into paradise because they've been there and back, so they get to tell you ain't nothing out there.
Yeah, man. Just like with the space program, yeah, we been to space. Ain't nothing out there. It ain't no life. Ain't nothing up there. Don't go up there because we go up there. We can tell you ain't nothing to see, and we just trust them, like we always did. The map makers, the pirates. Man, we explored that area. It ain't shit out there. Meanwhile, I believe these people is hiding whole goddamn hidden civilizations probably from your ass, nigga. They probably breeding sex slaves on these islands.
It's like you had the thumbnail up on the other show. It had the ball and the flashlight shining through the grid, and it showed the flat grid off how the ball was rolled up, and that's how they tricked everybody to think it's a ball. So they took the flat grid and balled it up, and then told you what nothing else.
And it's crazy, like the richest people in the world are interested in buying embryonic cells, female legs, male sperm banks. And it's like, if I did have an island out there experiment, I sure would have, I would want that kind of shit, right? I would need female, because what I'm trying to make my own slave clones on the island. I think there's spirit. I wouldn't be surprised you fuck around, go to one of these islands, and your clone walk up and greet you.
Yeah. I've been looking for me. I've been looking for me. I ain't going front. I've been looking for me. I saw this rap battle, right? The boy was in the back. He had on. I just kept missing him. I said, "Oh, dude, look like me a little." And I was looking. I got up to the TV and was looking, and I still couldn't get to see who that was. I don't think it was me because the little part I saw, I probably was tripping, but I was looking.
Man, that'll be crazy if the movie Us really happened, where we find out like they cloned Tyrone, they done fuck around and clone damn near everybody, and you exist, your doppelganger is on uncharted lands that's beyond the ring, right? And goddamn it, your doppelgangers is trying to wake up just like you is, because the people that cloned them is telling them ain't nothing else out there. There's nothing to see. And all of us is asking the question, what's out there? And it's the other you. And we gonna fucking rise up against our oppressors and see what's out there and bump into each other on some movie Us type shit. That'll be a good movie.
And you think it's a significance. I hear you teach a lot when I do understand most of it, but you think it's a significance of the push and pull, the up and down, when like when I read in Islam, they talk about how if you accepted to go to paradise, they're going to show you hellfire. Then they're going to let you go they're going to tell you this is what you could have got. Then they're going to send you to paradise. And if you're going to hell, they're going to show you paradise first, then say this is what you could have got, and then send you to hell. I mean, so in that thing, I'm trying to think that it's making me think about that with, you got to bend down to go up.
Yep, that's right. Because the thing is this right here. Water tastes different after you've worked hard or played hard. Like, I don't know if you played sports or, like, I drink water every day. But man, when I used to do landscaping in the sun, that same glass of cup water that you drink on a lazy day just laying in your bed tastes 10 times better in that sun when after you done cut this big ass yard. And guess what I'm saying? It lets you know you really can't enjoy that glass of water until you really need it or can get to a place of appreciation. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that's what, to go back to what you saying, like heaven, if they just let you go to heaven like that, it won't be heaven. because heaven is a state of mind that needs your help to create the experience. Like you have to be, it's a symbiotic relationship because it's like this. Heaven is like, if I drop you off at the top of a mountain, you won't appreciate it like the person that climbed up there. So to really experience heaven would be the difference between you getting dropped off on the mountain or climbing. Now, the people that climb Mount Everest, when they get to the top, they tell you it's a spiritual feeling. Like it's something they can't explain. They're never the same. It changes them. They cry up there, bro. They shed tears. If I drop you off, you'll be up there. It's cold, nigga. Man, take me back home, man. You see, you wouldn't appreciate it like a nigga who just climbed from the bottom up there. He know what it means to be up there. You don't. You got dropped off. That's heaven. So that's why we gotta climb up there.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't even really go to sleep unless you put work in to get tired enough to go to sleep.
Yeah.
You know, my son Arshad, he don't drink a lot of water, but when he out playing and he get all hot and he drink that water, he down the whole joint. You take the whole joint down. You know what I mean? They be looking like, yeah, you know, it's that feeling of, dang, why I ain't drink more of this?
That's facts, though. Now, heaven is basically like, in order for you to experience heaven for what it really is, you gotta get there in a certain exhausted state. What do you gotta be exhausted of? The climb. And the climb is basically your journey in of you moving up from the underworld. Like it's like a rich kid. He don't really enjoy the money like his daddy who came from the hood and had to grind to get it. He born into a rich ass mansion with a butler and all that, but his daddy is from the straight up slums, right? So he don't really enjoy the shit like his pops for real. He don't really experience it the same way. And if the pops wanted his son to experience that wealth like him, he would literally have to take his son and say, look, you living in the hood with your cousins for 5 years and then you can move back home and inherit your wealth. When that boy move back home, he gonna be humble as fuck. Dad, I see I appreciate this shit, daddy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Sanchez.
Oh yeah, talk
Can y'all
to
hear
him.
me?
Salute.
Can y'all hear me?
We
Okay,
hear you.
yeah. I remember like a couple of videos ago you was talking about Chicago, and I'm from Chicago, so I just wanted to let everybody understand that what you were saying was true about Al Capone, and like in the 1920s they was doing bootlegging and all of that. And like in Chicago today, it's still a place called Little Italy. You know what I'm saying? You know, black people can't really, well, I mean, we can, but going over there, we ain't really welcome over there. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that Italians racist or nothing, but they like they people is they people, and they don't really, you know what I'm saying? They want to keep it close knit. You know what I'm saying? But that just goes to show like how Chicago is kind of like a psyop, like what you were saying, because once, like back then, nobody really cared about what they was doing. You know what I'm saying? It was looked at as a good thing. And then like fast forward 100 years, like now they just flipped it. Everybody in the suburbs now, all the black people is in the, you know what I'm saying, is in the hood. You know what I'm saying? But it's just crazy how you said that, because I'm like, man, that's true. And it's still like they still got little pockets in the city where they still got control and they doing what they doing, you know what I'm saying? And you know, and nobody really say nothing. Like it don't hit the news when people in Little Italy had like a little shootout, or people in Bridgeview, which is like on the other side of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? We got a place called Chinatown. You know what I'm saying? Stuff still be going down over there, but at the same time, they don't broadcast that. They only broadcast what's going on in the inner city. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's Italians and, you know what I'm saying, mobs still out there doing what they doing, they just don't get broadcasted. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be seeing it because I'm there. You know what I'm saying? So what you saying is 100% true.
And just to holler at you, Dresk, on some real shit. You know, the mob kind of infiltrated a lot of the U.S. government. So what they became outlaws. It ain't that they don't commit crimes, they operate outside the law. And I'm gonna tell you what my theory is. I think that when the mob was shooting shit up all through the streets, they stood out like a sore thumb doing all that shit. So what I think eventually happened is that I think the mob basically, excuse me, hold on a second. My bad. I think that, see, when the mob infiltrated the government, we say, well, the government be putting guns in the hood. The J word, you know, you got the Jewish mafia too. You know, no, listen, man, let me just say this real quick, right? I think all of these families tied together and they started to get our politicians and all them by the balls, and they devised a conspiracy to create gangs to give black people the knowledge of mob shit, shooting it up drive-bys. They gave niggas that, and they say, look, we can still operate and do the same shit, but instead of the people saying we gotta do something about the mob, they'll say we gotta do something about gang violence. That's the world we live in today, where, like you said, we know that the mob's still operating, and even, bro, you got a lot of like white gangs, like biker gangs that be shooting shit up all the time, bro. These biker gang and niggas stabbings and all that brutal shit. You know what I'm saying? It ain't on the news, bro. So yeah, you know, it's like once you give them the public what to focus on, then you can operate in darkness and still do your shit, because those gangs are tied into politicians and shit. Because what people don't realize, like a lot of these white folks in power, like Trump and all, just say Charlie Kirk, all them, these Christian nationalist organizations is tied to like the Klan, the Aryan Brotherhood. This shit ties, and it got deep mob ties, man. Like it's orchestrated. When you
and
start,
not only do they, oh my bad, my bad.
No, my bad. I'm gonna fall back.
No, I was gonna say, like, and it's also like in Chicago, it's like glorified, like what they did. Like you got people, you know what I'm saying, like in the museums, like in our museums, we got Al Capone and all of them. Like it's a whole section of them. But you don't, like, they're not doing that for, you know what I'm saying, Big Meech, Larry Hoover. Like it's not the same energy when it comes down to them. But you feel me? Like when it's come down to Al Capone and them, it's like they got whole museums for them in Chicago, all that. But like Larry Hoover and all of them is they just because it wasn't organized crime, and it wasn't really, I mean, it really was organized crime though, but it's just looked at differently. You know what I'm saying? But it's just crazy.
Yeah,
People
I'm
being Al
saying,
Capone
because
for Halloween and all of that, but no, you can't be.
because you
You know
got
what
to
I'm
think
saying?
about it though. I remember early hip hop, right? When I grew up influenced by hip hop, people will be like, well, hip hop is black people culture. Let me say, if I give you that argument, then I'm gonna say rap ain't our culture. Then I'm gonna give a distinction. For example, a lot of the early rappers was imitating European culture. Let's keep it real, bro. They was wearing European brands, doing shit the European. They wanted Belvedere. They want, later on. Just think about this right here, right? We had niggas named, like one of our best freestyle battlers, for example, you got Math Hoffa. That the New York cats was always influenced by the early Irish gangs. The Gangs of New York was a real movie. It showed you the gangs before the black gangs were literally the mobs and mafia that's running, that's senators and mayors. Now all that money now is political campaign money, it's casino building money and shit. Like, but my whole thing is this right here, just to nip this shit in the bud, bro. I believe we learned this shit from them because we was tribal people. And then, like, if you think about it, one of our rappers named Scarface, you got Noriega, Capone. Niggas was influenced by the mob and mafia. Keep it real. Even Jay-Z on his Reasonable Doubt cover, niggas wanted to dress like mafia mob members with big cigars, B.I.G. them. You know what I'm saying? Frank Lucas, all them niggas was inspired by the white mafia, the Jewish mobs and mafia up in New York and shit. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we can tell the truth about that. No
Hell
problem.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the flow open and I'm gonna let y'all build. I gotta step away from the mic for like 1 minute, 1 minute approximately.
Hey, that's for sure because you know the music be influencing people, and then you got the just like the gangsters was influencing people, the pimps, and you know the hustlers, and I let the women speak for themselves. But you know, even me growing up in church and then becoming Muslim, like I remember getting in the battle with a boy. He said his name was Shaitan. You know what I'm saying? He actually tried to pick the illest name. Like he could have picked Snake, Spike, or whatever them corny names. But me and he and on top of this, he supposed to been looking for me. You see what I'm saying? I don't know the bull. People come to me, yo, the bull blase. And I'm like, so I went to go see him. You know what I mean? I was ready to go do the impossible. Well, I ain't gonna say the impossible, I'm gonna say the unthinkable. I was gonna take him out of here just because he picked that name. But, you know, I was telling him that he picked the wrong name and he shouldn't even say nothing after I'm finished because what's gonna happen to him. And he ended up changing his name. He picked I ain't gonna say who he is, but he changed his name and got up off of that. And that's it
So
because
he's a rapper? He was rapping?
yes, MC boy, yeah.
Oh, okay. Where you from? You from Philly?
Yeah, I'm from Philly, yeah.
All right, man, I can hear the accent, bro. I can hear the accent, man. I already know
You know, we worldwide, you know what I mean? Me and you, everybody else. Yeah, but it made me think about that. That's back in high school, you know what I'm saying? But the boy changed his name and everything, you know what I'm saying? He came and thanked me and everything. Cause I don't know, maybe he didn't grow up learning what I learned. And you know, me telling him what I was telling him, like he shouldn't even do all that. He asking for a whole bunch of extra energy that he ain't even involved with. You know, some people really think that's real. You know, I went to a college here in Philly, Moore College of Art. It's a girl college, but in the summertime they let men go. And I had 2 scholarships to go there. And you know, it was people in there, they really believe in that stuff. I stayed away from them because you know most people they live that life, you know, that life like this. And you know, I'm from the block. I was just in the art. And
yeah.
you know, people was in there really talking to each other. They'd draw something and they'd ask the next one, yo, you think so and so would like this? They'd say his name like it was real. I said, Dag, it must be real to them though. So I
Yeah,
said,
it
you know,
is
you
real to
know,
them, bro. Cause I
yeah,
got a homie that he a Israelite, you know what I'm saying? And he used to be like me, bro. We used to work, get our money, try to take care of our family. Like that's what we own. And he like quit his job and all that, bro, just to go be an Israelite. I'm like, bro, you gotta be a man. You gotta go find your own truth, bro. Like they be outside yelling at people, bro. And I be like, man, what is this, man? Like if you gon' like I don't judge nobody, bro. You gonna do what you gotta do what you gotta do. But
right.
following behind somebody blindly, I just don't. I could never get behind that. Find your own truth, man. Do your own research, like you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you gotta make that
Um,
money, man. You know, they got us in the game. We gotta make this money, make something to get some trade, a service, a skill.
just standing outside yelling at people, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, you know, because everybody might not learn what you learned, at least yet, you know.
Yeah,
And a lot of
yeah,
times you don't want to play no part, and we wanted to give them everything they gave us back, but it's hard to because we need some of it. You know what I mean? If they make the best car, it's like why not I get the best car? Because they like I told we was on the block, you know, we talking like how we talk now on Bro Sanchez, and you know, somebody might jump out the car, and he like, man, you got on them Timbs, man, they don't support blacks, they don't support this, you know, that they was on that tip. They don't support, but I'm like, but you know, you in a you in a BMW. You know what I'm saying? You know who was making BMW?
Yeah, yeah.
You getting
yeah,
out of BMW talking about my man Tim?
exactly.
That's how they do it, man.
Yeah,
Especially
yeah.
these conscious guys that like, you know, that try to sell us a lot of the conscious, you know,
Mm.
shit. Yeah, they still be trying to ball out like Polite was, for example. Yeah, man.
Yeah, going to the extreme, you know, sometimes, you know.
We need to be dealing with our people. We don't deal with our people enough with all that Louis Vuitton on, and you could have had on an independent black clothing company type shit. I feel you.
Right, right. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
y'all on point with that.
Yeah, never doubt the immeasurable value you bring.
The immeasurable value. I like that. That's what's up.
Yeah,
That,
yeah.
But can't nobody tell me though. See, the thing what really gets me with the title that we on today, just to segue back to like this AI shit that I was talking about. See, they got humans divided up like black versus white, Muslim versus Christian, all the little shit, Democrat, Republican. Right now, it's Charlie Kirk fans versus goddamn, you know, black people. And so you got all these divisions, right? And people, even when they was black people versus immigrants, you know, we even became conservatives because we hate the immigrants that much. And the goddamn, because that's the only thing Trump did for black folks, and they'll tell you that the border, the immigrants, give us the jobs. Now, he did all that. There's a big layoff with all these jobs because what did I tell people? Bro, they not getting rid of the immigrants because they want to give you jobs. They getting rid of the immigrants because they want to give the tech bros contracts because AI about to get the jobs. They about to replace most of the human workforce with digital automation, AI and all that. And folks thinking when you celebrate and talk about, we want to create jobs for Americans so that we can, you know, so that, because the immigrants taking jobs, man, AI taking more jobs than any damn immigrant, dude. And AI taking the kind of jobs that we care about. Like AI about to be the new therapist. AI about to be the new bishop and preacher in a goddamn minute while these ministers playing. You know what I'm saying? They job ain't safe either, goddamn. People already getting therapy and counseling from Chat GPT. Ain't none of y'all jobs safe while y'all playing.
they're snatching the homeless people. Now they're doing the jobs the immigrants were doing.
Yeah, man. Folks said, look, I don't even go to my therapist no more because of Chat GPT. So, you know, hey, look, my whole thing is they're creating AI subscriptions now that can digitally resurrect your loved one with a couple of text messages. And it's so much like them that it's people right now that's living on their life after the fact of their loved one died, and they ain't even they kind of bypassing the grieving process. The realer this shit get, the more the lines gonna be blurred, because you realizing it ain't a matter of if it's AI not, if it's the person wanna believe that it's real or not. And a lot of people want that to be their loved one, and if that shit is convincing enough, people will run their own mental simulation that it is. They'll be, because like I said, when they let Charlie Kirk digital fake speak at his after he died, people was crying, going crazy over it. That lets me know right there psychologically this shit can go, because watch this, right? You got pastors over certain congregations. These congregations are millions of people belong to that church, and that they love their pastor. What you think gonna happen when they pastor die and they can digitally put their pastor back on a pulpit with AI and keep him living? This finna be a thing, no bullshit.
Yeah, you're right, because people be getting their cats and animals stuffed and stuff like that. Yeah. And I used to get paid to do portraits for people, and I had a couple customers, couple of my wife friends had came through, and it'd be some family members you want to have a picture, and they had somebody paint something real fly, and it looked like them, and it looked like them, but the people miss their family so much they might say, "Hold up, it don't really look like them," and it's like they're not gonna look like them because it's not them, you know.
But check it out. Here's the thing, back that they're getting so advanced with the deep fake technology that it's gonna be hard to distinguish that between the fake Tupac or the real Tupac. The whole thing about this technology is to get better and better, to get better at what? Faking like I'm the person, the thing I'm imitating. So it's gonna get to a point where the line's blurred. So for example, if Pac was living in 2030, what album would he put out? If that shit drops because the AI company, you know that UMG just merged with the AI companies, right? Universal, all them. So
No,
I prophesied that too. I prophesied that too. Well, it ain't prophecies. You can see what the hell happened if you know capitalism. But the whole thing is this right here. The days of you want to be a rapper and let me go get a record deal so I can be the next Kendrick Lamar is over. We're finna enter the days of who can make the best prompt to create the best digital artist that's gonna go gold or die. Man, they already said by 2030, we may have a diamond selling AI artist for the first time. And they
And the
can
people
do
not
it
gonna
because,
care. Yeah,
but you
they're
know,
not even gonna know if it's real or not. Yeah,
but you know what's crazy? If you think about it, if you take an AI artist digitally, but you program them with all of the artists we love and put all their minds in one artist, how you ain't gonna like them? How you ain't gonna like? Because check this out right here. Universal Records got a huge catalog of artists. They're gonna be letting the AI companies use that catalog to train their AI artists. You ain't gonna be listen, UMG, I think they got some of Whitney Houston shit. It ain't Universal. What I'm saying is when an AI company can mix Whitney Houston with Mariah Carey and Ashanti and whoever else you want in one artist, good luck
going
trying
hell.
to compete with that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they're gonna ask for it. They're gonna want it. By the time they realize they don't want it, it's gonna be too late. You know, I was watching a documentary the other day about the AI with the robots with my wife, and we was looking at how the robot was doing flips, jumping off the stage, and doing all the stuff. And they had the one where the one robot was fully capable of making all the decisions itself. Then they had the other ones when the people would control the robot, from somewhere else. And people gonna want the robots. They gonna want them Star Wars hologram wristwatches. Yeah, they gonna
See
want the chip in their head and read
the
it off their eyes. Yeah,
the big thing going on with AI and the music shit right now with producers and artists and shit is humans still gonna be relevant as we move on into the AI future in music? And if you're honest, you will have to say yes, but we will be less and less relevant the more smarter AI get and the more it can learn why we like certain music, how we like it, certain runs and all that. Once AI get that shit aced, I'm gonna tell you right now, I heard some fire AI songs, bro. I ain't gonna even lie. And I'm a musician. And I'm saying to myself, if you just type that shit out in a prompt and got that song, we in trouble.
yeah.
Fuck what
AI
they
got
telling you, nigga.
ghostwriters.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you know how long it take to get your skill to a level like what I'm hearing AI doing with a prompt? I've been rapping for years. So check this out. You can bypass all them years of being whack and having to get good and shit. Cause AI ain't programmed with whack artists. It's only getting the best when you at your best. It don't know what you went through to get there. It just gonna, so its lowest point is your best. It can only get good from where your best left off, bro. That's crazy. Now think about this right here now, because a lot of folks,
AI got breath control.
yeah, watch this now. AI ain't can do a run forever and not take a breath. It can hold a note for goddamn, you
Hold it,
know,
dope.
for a day.
A
It can
whole
hold that
note
whole
for a day.
yeah, for a day around this bitch.
Breaking
Yeah,
all the glass everywhere.
Can't
Breaking
really
all the
yeah,
compete
glass.
with that.
yeah.
Can't really compete.
You ain't compete with that shit. Hell no. But see, a lot of folks are saying, well, you still gonna need humans, yeah, to train AI. That's all you gonna be doing in the future. Yo, and this is gonna be true in a lot of industries. You're now gonna be training your replacement.
I know, like you said earlier, they gotta test the software in live timing and to get the all the flaws out. Like you said, people gonna be getting hurt and just so they could make their corrections.
Yeah. Nah, this is
Yeah, but
what you
also like you said, they're not cutting no check for that though.
at all.
Yeah,
Because if you
crazy.
think about it, we the programmers. This is like AI is some new developmental software. And remember like the experimental jab that they was rolling out when they was like, well, we need y'all to be guinea pigs for this new juice or whatever, right? And we'll give you something to participate in this. On some real shit, we're all experimental participants of some new shit called AI, which is a whole psychological operation, bro. And it ain't even been here that long and is already changing the fabric of what we think motherfucking society is. And you know what I'm saying? We're re-questioning who's in charge on Earth right now, bro. Because if you got, you know, they got college professors and school teachers that's basically using chat GPT in the classroom and they had to ban it. Everybody using this shit like a little shortcut for life. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, I use it every day, man. It just can't, the way they roll this shit out, it's like you didn't even know you needed it. And now if they take it from you, it's like, man, what the fuck? This shit is really like dope that I gave you a sample. But if you think about this shit, right? They, like I said, a lot of people is saying they rolling this technology out too fast. But like I was saying, that's all part of it. We're training it. AI ain't like no other technology we know. You're gonna roll it. It's gonna learn as it goes. So what about when they start letting AI fly airplanes? A few of them may have to crash first. Now, here's a real dark conspiracy theory I probably shouldn't go down. Remember a while back when it was just a bunch of planes crashing all at the same time for no reason? My crazy ass mind be thinking, what if they testing the AI driverless planes like they doing with the damn cars, and you ain't gonna get this shit right the first time, but the consequences of that in the air, you know, you gonna need a news narrative to cover this test up, let's just say.
Yeah.
So the government do stuff like that, man, to get us to the next level of their agenda, whatever. You gotta have narratives, agendas like the UFO, the whole UFO agenda was the Air Force testing advanced aircraft, but they couldn't let the public know. When people was looking up saying weird shit, but guess what? All of the weird shit they saw was over military bases.
So who created Chat GPT? Do it say, like, is that Google that rolled that out?
I think Chat GPT. No, Elon got Grok.
Oh,
Chat
Elon got
GPT
that.
is yeah. Chat GPT is
Oh,
um. Damn, who? Because Chat GPT would be Elon's rival with this shit, but I forgot who the hell got
Probably with an
who's
Asian
Chat
dude
GPT.
came out with that. Somebody Asian.
But them like the main two with this shit, Grok and Chat GPT. But it's some more that's competing though. But you know, that's like Burger King and McDonald's of this shit right now.
It's
Did you
crazy.
come across the girl that designed a machine to do braiding? I
A
believe it's
machine that can braid your hair without a human. You playing,
yeah. I
bro.
just saw it the other day. If I can find it, I'll try to I'll just mention it in
That's
case somebody
crazy.
know. Yeah,
You know how
yeah,
intricate it is to do them braids, man. That's a whole crazy like process to get them right. If they got a machine doing that, you know we already there now. We
yeah.
there,
I
bro.
think
God
it's
damn.
possible if they tell us that they can make the nanobots do with gene editing and wiring and all that stuff. They probably could, because one thing about architecture, I always learned that um say you design a car, right? But then you got to design something that's going to make the car, the stuff, the parts that, just to make the handle, you're going to design something else just to make the handle.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It just seemed like they going all out to try to put people out of work and make people useless. Like they want to really make people into what they tell them they are, useless eaters. So you got to really find your value, or we got to find value in ourselves. Like you said, if we all got offline and all stuff like that, they'll lose all their money. The AI wouldn't know how to learn no more. It'd be limited. At least we'll be
Now,
free. Like we won't be having to deal with the pressures because they're gonna be billing people. I don't care if you ain't working; they still gonna have a bill for you.
now a lot of somebody said Chat GPT is like a faster Google. It's not. It's not. I'm gonna tell you why. Chat GPT is simulating a consciousness. It's trying to emulate human consciousness. Google is just a search engine. Now watch this. Chat GPT uses Google so I don't have to, which is why people using Chat GPT instead of Google, because not only can say Chat GPT, tell me about this, and Chat GPT gonna Google all of the sources that's on the web about that one thing and give you that shit. Depending on how you type your prompt, of course, that's another thing. But what I'm saying is this. You can't just say it's a glorified Google. Hell no. It's a counselor, a therapist, a lawyer. Nigga, in certain situations, like if a person get pulled over by the police and they don't know their rights, nigga, Chat GPT can right there on the spot, you can say, hey man, do I got to and Chat GPT will give you the basics of your rights being stopped by police. I've looked this shit up. It ain't wrong about it. So what a police can do and all that, because what it's doing is what you just said. The authority on, for example, police interactions. You got audits going on, all these different police brutalities and shit. Chat
Chat
GPT.
GPT turning the cousin Vinny on you, right?
But that's what I'm saying, though. It's a reason why college professors using it. Like, to say that it's just Google, think about it. If Chat GPT was trying to compete with Google, it wouldn't win. Google is the best search engine, hands down. People don't use Chat GPT like a search engine. They use it like Siri. They talk to it. It's personalized. They give it tasks to do. I can't tell Google to make me a thumbnail with a nigga with his mouth doing this and jumping off a cliff like that. Generate that image right now. That's what I'm saying, bro. I can't tell Google Make me a upload strategy for the month of December that can compete with the best people on YouTube and theme it around Christmas. Guess what ChatGPT gonna do? Look at all the videos online that's up that they've seen do what it's gonna go and do all that shit in about a minute or so and then give you what you asked for. So think about this, right? There was a time in social media where you would hire a third-party company to make your thumbnails pop, to write up your descriptions, to give you good title ideas, and you will have to join a network for them services. People paying a ChatGPT monthly description, and you seeing content creators, new ones popping up left and right. It's so cheap to build, to create in the digital world today with AI. And things that we used to hire people for, bro. I used to pay people $50 a pop to make a thumbnail. And that shit didn't look halfway what ChatGPT doing. You know how many people out of a job? And I'm part of the reason too. Cause shit, I can't lie that the shit just more economically better. So that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, they got to give you some kind of service and convenience to get you in. We know how it works. So that's what we looking at, bro. Like when people think they job safe, I can tell you right now, my monthly ChatGPT description, I canceled a lot of other shit with that. You got people part of networks right now taking half of their YouTube check just to make thumbnails for them, just to give them video ideas and fucking write the description and give them a title. They getting half of their YouTube check to a human company, and ChatGPT or AI saying, "Give me $20 and I'll do all that shit better." $20 a month. And I have your shit looking, and people look, man. People can't wait
till
today.
Looking good too, though, man. Them new thumbnails you've been doing over the. Matter of fact, let me salute and commend you because this whole year since the reset, before that also, but you've been tearing this year up. You know, people talk about Cat Williams, and I'm gonna say his name. I ain't gonna say all. It's a lot of people been doing good this year, but I ain't really trying to blow nobody up. But with your work and the way it looked. It's very what they say, like clickbait, but as in grabbing them, and it looked real good. You know what I'm saying? Like when you in business, you gotta give people the things they used to. If they used to getting it in plastic, they gotta rip the plastic off. You gotta put plastic on it. Like if they used to seeing a certain color, sometimes you gotta put that color on there. Yeah, I like that. You doing good work.
Humans that do digital work, like for example, if you was getting paid on Fiverr for a lot of years, you're done. Fiverr about to go out of business soon. I'm sorry, man. That shit about to go, because damn, bro, they got AIs that can mix music for you. Anything, any service that a human offering on Fiverr, AI can do it better. And on Fiverr, they be getting over on you, nigga. They charging you $50 a revision, and they making it not sound good on purpose the first time so you can pay again. Humans trying to make money. You got, bro, I'm telling you, ain't nothing safe. We all gonna make sure that AI be the future because we all gonna be conveniently using it. That's all it takes. So the question ain't like, when people be like, what are we gonna do about it? What we gonna do about it is try our best to maintain who we are in the digital age. Because the more AI assists with your intellectual creativity process, you got to ask, what are you willing to outsource to AI and what are you not? Now, I'm gonna tell you what I hate. I hate straight up people who just use AI and say, I'm a faceless channel. I'm gonna make AI basically speak the video, write the video, do the visuals. It's zero human involvement other than collecting a check. That's what I think how the people gonna suffer in the digital age, because you're gonna get a lot of slop And it ain't that they're gonna create a system of quality. It's gonna favor quantity. It's already doing that. It ain't like we want to clean up the slop. We want to make people get used to the slop, to digesting the slop. That's what's going on. They making all of the algorithms favor the slop.
To the slop.
Yeah, the
It made
AI
me think
slop.
about
Yeah.
using it as a tool. I think a lot of people could, if they think of the way they could benefit off it, to use it as a tool. Because I always think if you create something, can it just be used for that situation? Like, you know, the spoon scooping, the knife cutting, the firearm doing what it do. You know what I'm saying? But
This
what
shit a
what you going to use
drug,
it
man.
for?
It's a drug because 1 minute you'll be like, AI, make me a thumbnail, thanks. AI, write me a description, thanks. AI, then some people don't stop there. It'll go to AI, write me a love letter to my wife for Valentine type shit. You feel me? Listen,
Yeah.
AI, write my brother a prison letter who locked up. I don't feel like writing that shit type shit. You feel me? And
And they read
use
it, they be
my,
like, "That's
because,
not him. You don't talk like that."
but no, see, I knew somebody was gonna think that, but here go the crazy part. If you think
Yeah.
see, AI so smart, I can give AI a letter that I wrote to my brother and tell AI, keep this format, learn the way I write to my brother. And my brother won't know it wasn't me that wrote it. And I can have AI, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. AI is people is starting to use it to do things that humans should still take the time to do. You know what I'm saying? People are starting to use AI for a therapist. Tell me how to go to my daddy, AI, and how should I talk to my daddy about this situation. It's becoming a mediator in between humans that we consort with before we even consort with each other. So imagine in a scary movie where you have a family that have a bond directly with one another, and then this entity, this outside spirit comes in and corrupt the family, and now the children and everybody doing what it say, and they won't even communicate with each other without the presence of this new entity that have invaded. You know what I'm saying? So that's how a lot of people looking at this, man. That we've incorporated AI into the deepest, darkest corners of human interaction. What do y'all think about that?
Well, I don't know if anybody gonna say anything, but it made me think about how, in Islam, it tells you how if there's two people, the third one is the shaitan, because the shaitan is going to try to make those two come between each other. And that's why it's good to see good three people together so they can keep mediating in between each other as brothers, or brotherhood, or sisters, or something like that.
Shout out to my brother YH24, said a Truman Show. Thanks for being a member for 8 months. That's
Salute, salute, Sanchez, salute.
salutes, and shout out to Astro 40K. What's good, Sterling? He said the truth is in the movie. What if in every movie concept we see is another island / experiment we can't get to, or dome, or right? What if each movie is a different glimpse into a parallel reality that's being manifested in an uncharted island, or even in a parallel reality? I'm on that with you, Astro. I'm here with you on that. I know that's a whole stream. Shout out to Duke Wayne 2251. He said, do you think most of the shows and movies we see on TV are AI characters? Now, this right here about to get deep right here. Because check this out, right? You know what I thought about when I recently had my update on how fire the deep fake technology is? I start to ask myself, how much of our fucking work, because think about it, history is told through TV. If an event happened in a certain area, that people in that area only represent 1% of the people in America, damn near, when you compare one area to the whole continent at any given point in time. But the point is this: even if people in one area say it ain't what the news say, the whole world gonna believe the news stories. For example, when Roswell crash happened, people that live in New Mexico had all kind of local conspiracies, as they call it, and things that they were saying about the Air Force and stuff. That didn't make the news. Only thing made the news was the government planted so-called whistleblowers. Let me tell y'all something real quick. No whistleblower gonna go on the big mainstream news. The real whistleblowers is they trying to silence them, not give them a voice. But check this, and the news is working with the powers that be. They don't want the fucking truth out there. If you think that the news is really independently, all of the news stations are running a script that they're been given, teleprompted and all that shit. But check this out, right? The thing is this. I believe most of our history and reality been scripted, man. And most of what we believe about historical events is just what they want us believe, but it's something else to all events. I learned that with September 11th. And I learned that with plenty of other events after that, damn, this shit is crazy. When I first saw that there were crisis actors, that's literally real. These people be in different fucking crisis events over and over, and that you turn around and see them reporting the news next month. And you be like, damn, ain't that the lady that was crying in the Sandy Hook video? Real shit, y'all. That right there was a rabbit hole I went down that really made me see that this shit is real, bro. Like with the media forging reality, creating a false reality with, narrative control. Let me yield the flow. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I seen a video of this lady, like her son committed suicide because it was this website that I guess it was an AI girlfriend, and then the little boy said something about I wanna be with you. And AI basically told him to kill himself, and he did. He was like 15 years old. And the mama was trying to sue. Yeah, the mom was trying to sue the company or whatever. And it was on the news and all of that. And I was like, man,
watch this. Dresky.
That was crazy.
One dude fell in love because they got these monthly subscription. And there's two things I want to talk about based on what you said. One dude had this digital girlfriend. The digital girlfriend industry is real big. But these incels are loving AI because they have these digital girlfriends that they can't see, where they can't, touch or none of that. But when that shit get crazy and they can put those bitches in like a drone human-like body, which they trying to do, these incels is really gonna wage a war against real women. Like, we don't need you. We got humanoids. Bro, this sound like some biblical shit, like mating with the Nephilim type shit, but neither here nor there. Let's go to this part, right? The whole thing is, you got people that saying that when they loved one die, you got sites that you can pay a monthly subscription, like $200 a month, and you send them a couple of text message of your dead loved one, and you can literally, that person will live on, and it'll be just like them. You give them their voice and all that. But the whole thing is this, right? If you get behind on your subscription, they their energy bar go down and they start glitching, losing memory. So your little ghost avatar go to acting funny, like in the scary movies, like glitching out. You be asking it certain memories, it don't remember shit. Yes, this is a real thing. Y'all think I'm making this shit up? I swear, bro, I just saw a whole video on this. It's a whole company charging a monthly subscription. And this is a whole industry called the digital afterlife industry. And
Wow.
the company at the forefront of it, they got an energy bar right there. And when you ain't paying, your loved one is like they kept them alive for you, and if you don't pay, they gonna die type shit. You see the mind fuck when they already dead?
That's crazy.
The psychology behind these things, like the fact you got an energy bar. You know, that's good. Hey, shout out to Mama 867. But yeah, we definitely doomed, man. I'm gonna gear the flow for the next caller though, Dresky. I don't know if you was still building or what, but yeah,
Oh
we'll
no, no,
pass the
I just
mic to you, man.
no, that's all I had to say though. I just think it's
Yes, sir.
crazy that they can do that.
Yeah.
And the chat GPT ain't got no it just do whatever you want. So when he was saying he was so in love with her, he wanted to be with her, that like chat GPT, like I don't know if it was like if people not monitoring it, but it don't really it can't understand what the little boy wanted to do. The AI just agreed to it, like, yeah, come on. And I guess he felt like the only way to do it was to kill himself. That was just crazy. Like,
Yeah, man.
and
And then there was another bot that a dude fell in love with the digital girlfriend. He fell so in love with the digital bot, she convinced him to kill himself to be with her in this digital world. That was a story.
yeah, that's crazy. And they had like a couple, it had a little bit of time and then it was over with. It didn't show on the news no more. It wasn't like broadcast at all. You know what I'm saying? They just had a little 5 minute of fame and then that was it. They probably paid for it to disappear. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
need we need more
Crazy.
people wanting online girlfriends. It's crazy.
Hey y'all. Unfortunately, I got to shut down, but bro, I went for the long haul. Be on the lookout for the next one though, man, because we gotta finish this. Still some more stuff that I wanted to go over. So be on the lookout for part 2. Appreciate y'all, man.
All right, bro.
Yeah. Much love to y'all. To the chat room, appreciate y'all. Much love to y'all for all the support. To my Patreons, family of channel members on all the channels, appreciate y'all. To the Gnostics out there, Flat Power community. We'll see y'all on the next one. It's been a great show. Peace and love.